The Grave Winner.
The Grave Winner Trilogy. Book 1. By Lindsey R. Loucks. Chapter 1.
Dad, Darby, and I stood rooted in place at Mom's burial. The weight in my chest threatened to suffocate me if I looked at the lid of her gleaming casket any longer. Instead, I focused on the black birds cutting across the sky in a sharp V formation. They pressed on until the tops of the trees took them from me.
The preacher had stopped talking a long time ago. People still crowded around us, heads bent, smothering their sniffles with tissues. Someone patted my back, and I wished they would stop. No attempt to comfort would help. The white-haired old man hovering back by the fence hacked loudly, then puffed on a cigarette with a dirt-spattered hand. When we arrived at Heartland Cemetery, I'd seen him preparing another grave for a casket. He bounced on the balls of his feet, probably anxious to get the body in the ground. Mom's body. Once the ground swallowed her, her death would be final, and that guy wanted to speed things up. He probably wanted to get to his coffee break or something. Heat flashed through my gut. I took a step toward him. Dad grabbed the collar of my dress and yanked me back. I opened my mouth to say something, but the words died in my throat when I saw the tears slipping down his cheeks. Darby had her head buried in his side. She looped her small fingers around my plaid belt, the one Mom got me for my 15th birthday. I grasped Darby's warm hand and closed my eyes against the pricks of hurt inside them. The people closing us in shifted and began to wander away. The old man inched closer to Mom's casket, but Dad tightened his hold on my collar. I gripped Darby's fingers and glared at the man. The few people remaining gave us consoling looks and said empty words before they drifted off. One was the woman who'd seen my funeral attire earlier and clucked her tongue in disapproval. Mom had loved my black eyeliner and these combat boots, though. She'd said I reminded her of herself when she was young.
"It's time,"
Dad said. A choked cry forced its way out of my mouth. No, it wasn't. If we left, the old man would lower Mom into the ground. It would be final, and I couldn't stand it. "Why?" I asked, my voice cracking. Dad just shook his head, hugged us both to him, and turned to leave Mom with the old man. I wriggled free and ran.
"Leigh,"
Dad called. I didn't know where I was going or what I was doing, but I needed to be away from that stupid man who wanted to put the final punctuation mark on Mom's life, away from the unfairness of her death. My breath came in quick, sharp gasps as I weaved around crumbling headstones. The sun threw bright rays on the maze of white, rocky paths and made my eyes tear up. I pumped my legs harder until I became nothing but movement. The untied laces of my left boot whipped my bare legs. Grass and mud muffled my steps until my boot flew off my foot and landed with a thwack in the middle of a cluster of trees. I leaned over to catch my breath, unsure if I wanted to laugh or cry. Several yards behind me, Dad and Darby stood and waited. I waved them on to the gates and went to retrieve my boot. There seemed to be no one around except the trees and me. The leaves murmured to each other while the wind swayed the branches. Heartland Cemetery had more trees than the rest of Crapper, Kansas, and they all whispered and danced for the amusement of the dead. A sudden breeze brushed over my arms and sent a faint smell of rotten hamburger past my nose. My stomach rolled. What was that? That didn't smell like the usual slaughtered cow stink that came from the other side of town. I shoved my foot into my boot and hobbled away. The breeze and stink faded to nothing as quickly as they had come. I bent to tie my boot, but a crackling behind me made me pause. A cloud cast long, dark shadows over the headstones and chilled my skin. The hairs along my arms prickled. The crackling came closer, and I turned my head slightly. In the corner of my eye, inky black darkness crawled up the bark of a nearby tree. I gasped and shot to my feet. The black ink crept to the tips of the branches and ripped away its leaves, leaving it empty and naked. More darkness pooled at the bottom of the trunk and inched along the grass toward me. Every green blade curled in on itself with that awful crackling sound. Dying. The darkness reached straight for me. A shudder raced across my shoulders, and I stumbled back. My gaze caught on blackened footprints that led to the tree. Someone was doing this? But how? This wasn't possible. I glanced back at Dad and Darby, but they'd gone on without me. This couldn't be real. None of it. I shook my head hard, trying to wake myself, but nothing changed. Something dark fluttered from behind the dead tree. Whoever was doing this stood behind the trunk. I dug my nails into my palms, pressed my lips together, and took a step back. A branch snapped under my boot, louder than the crackling. I froze. My heart jumped. Scraps of muddy fabric flapped around the trunk, followed by a girl. My flesh crept up and down my bones. Sweat trickled along the zipper at the back of my dress. That rotten meat stink kicked my stomach, forcing me to clap a hand over my nose and mouth. The torn fabric that hung from the girl's scrawny frame looked like a prom dress. Mud and grime covered her entire body. Her mouth sagged open in a silent scream. The darkness pooled underneath the dangling hem of the girl's dress and spread dangerously close to the toes of my boots. But I couldn't move. The girl raised her tucked chin and looked at me. The whites of her eyes blazed behind the mud caking her face. Her open mouth held the same black gloom that dripped at her feet. A grimy tiara perched on the side of her head. My muscles stiffened. I gasped as recognition hit me. I knew the girl, or knew of her. Her social circle was my social nightmare. Her name was Sarah, the popular cheerleader who committed suicide a week ago. But how could she be here when she should be in the ground? I had to be hallucinating. My grief, the stress from the day, it was all making me see things. Jumbled whispers swirled through the air. Was Sarah trying to tell me something? Because I didn't want to hear it. My feet finally got the message to move just before the killing darkness touched my boots. I ran. "Mom," I called without thinking. Mom. The old man cranked a lever that lowered her into the ground. A dull pain stitched my side, and a sob welled in my throat. I couldn't watch. "Dad!" I raced for the cemetery gates. He and Darby stood just outside. When I neared them, I breathed, "Something's wrong." 'Cause what else could I say in front of Darby? If she'd seen what I saw, it would be too much to handle in one day. I stood, so I blocked her view of anything behind me and resisted the urge to flip the glasses off her face. Jo, my best friend, put her hand on my shoulder. I hadn't even noticed she was there.
"What is it, Leigh?"
I took giant gulps of air and risked a glance behind me. The trees looked normal. Black death wasn't dripping everywhere. Everyone was in their graves. That fact made me wince. Nothing.
Remember the no-shoes rule.
Mom's playful voice echoed in the silent house. We stood on the tiled squares inside our back door, and all of us had our muddy shoes off. I gripped my boots so tight, my fingers hurt. My heart's quick knocks hadn't slowed, because every time I blinked, dead Sarah lurched behind my eyelids. Should I tell Dad what I thought I saw, or pretend everything was normal? But how could I do that when nothing was? The house wasn't even normal, because everything reminded me of Mom. The kitchen sink where she danced and did dishes at the same time. The curled seed pods she kept in a glass on top of the piano in the living room. The recliner she always sat in when she peeled off her hose after a day at work. All these objects seemed dead, too, and they seemed deader after the finality of Mom's funeral. The heart of the house had stopped beating, and we were expected to live inside an empty shell. Dad and Darby shuffled their socked feet, all of us huddled by the door, brushing up against each other. Then Dad cleared his throat and braved the first step toward the living room.
"Dad?"
Darby called. He turned in slow motion.
Yes?
Darby's mouth opened, but nothing came out. Dad attempted a smile, but his chin quivered as if he was fighting more tears.
I have to change clothes.
His voice wavered. He tugged at his tie and disappeared around the corner. Darby looked up at me, blue eyes huge behind her glasses. Neither of us moved.
"Leigh?"
She whispered. I planted a kiss on the top of her blonde head. "Go change your clothes." Somehow the words squeezed through the knot clutching my throat. She nodded, took a breath, and stepped toward her bedroom. A second later, I followed down the hall. The silence in the house was too much. I needed noise, something to drown out the deafening hush. Even my chaotic bedroom, which Mom rarely entered since she'd given up cleaning it, felt empty. Her old Gibson guitar leaned against a wall in the corner. Punk rock band stickers from the 70s and 80s covered the blue finish. She was teaching me to play. Had been teaching me to play. I dropped my muddy boots on the floor and dug my MP3 player out from under a pile of clothes and Stephen King books. The lunatics soon drilled into my head through my earbuds. Still wearing my black funeral dress, I collapsed onto my bed. The weight in my chest anchored me there. I let my eyes close while the rebellious melody drifted into another rowdy song. Bad idea. There was dead Sarah. Her mouth hung open, revealing the same gloomy black shadows that followed her. Her hands reached out to me. I snapped my eyes open, but hands still reached for me. Oh, God! I bolted upright. "Dad," I said, all breathy as I tore out my earbuds and looked up at him. "You scared me."
Sorry, I was calling for you, but you didn't answer.
He sank next to me, now wearing jeans and a t-shirt. I held up my MP3 player. I'm progressing my inevitable hearing loss. Another attempted smile.
Are you hungry? There's lots of food.
I know, Dad. Olive Crapper brought food over. He actually did manage a small smile at my nickname for our boring town.
We won't ever have to go grocery shopping again.
He flinched at his own words, as if they had ricocheted off the air and back into his mouth to choke him. Grocery shopping with Mom had been the highlight of every Saturday, since she could make even the monotonous thrilling. He swallowed.
Who could eat anyway?
That was quite a thing for him to say. He was always hungry because he had the metabolism of a hummingbird. He looked like the real-life, grown-up version of Barbie's boyfriend, Ken, and his name really was Ken. But right then, he didn't look normal since his eyes were bloodshot, and his face was locked in a frown. Half of Darby appeared in the doorway. This was her way of asking me if she could come into my room. Maybe that was so. Only half of her would get rejected. I waved her inside.
Can Merlin read to you guys?
She asked. I could only nod. Merlin had always been a Darby mom thing, though I would listen in while I did my homework. I scooted over to make room for her, and her fat before Merlin's beard book. Dad tossed aside the pile of clothes on my armchair.
Do you remember where you left off?
She hadn't read any since Mom died, but then again, they'd read the entire series together 3 times. Darby should have the whole thing memorized by now.
Yeah.
She said, plopping next to me.
The spiders told Merlin the Fountain of Youth was inside the wardrobe.
She opened the book to her purple mermaid bookmark and tossed her hair over her shoulder, as if to prepare for a role in a Before Merlin's Beard movie. Her shoulders rose and fell with shaky breaths while she studied the place where she and Mom had left off. After a long moment, she began reading, and Darby wasn't Darby anymore. She gave each character a distinct voice and knew when to slow down or speed up at the suspenseful parts. The movies had nothing on her. She didn't quite have the British accent down, but hey, she was only 9. Dad and I sat back and listened. Him in my armchair, me in my bed. We were immersed in the story for who knows how long, but Dad's eyes couldn't fight gravity. His soft snores interrupted a dragon fight. Darby stopped reading, marked her place with her bookmark, and rested her head on my shoulder, as if her inner light bulb had gone out. She was Darby again. Her warmth made me drowsy, but I wouldn't close my eyes. Instead, I rested my cheek on her head and listened to Dad's snores. Another storm rattled my window. Typical crapper. The weather here was just as random as cards, falling in 52 card pickup. 1 minute was sunny and almost tranquil. The next, a tornado could rip through the front door. The non-stop wind made me want to punch someone in the face, just like I punched that kid in 3rd grade when he introduced me to the stupid card game. Wind mingled with Dad's snores to create a strange song, while the light outside my window dipped into twilight. Between the broken harmonies of the coming storm and the snoring, there was another sound. Whispering. I righted my head to hear better. Maybe it wasn't whispering. It sounded garbled yet urgent. Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't the wind. The wind here didn't whisper before a storm. It shrieked. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from the window above my head. My heart jackhammered. Tap, 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 tap. I refused to look up, so I buried my face in Darby's hair. How could she still be sleeping with the tapping and the whispering and my crazy heartbeat? Tap, tap, and more whispering. My body was as rigid as the giant tree in my front lawn, the tree that was far enough away from my window that it couldn't possibly be its branches reaching for me. Tap, 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 tap. Could it be dead Sarah, her muddy face pressed against the glass, looking down at me, Darby, and Dad? Why hadn't I closed the stupid blinds? Tap, tap. I pressed my lips together so they would catch my scream. Chapter 2. I imagined the whole thing. That's what I told myself the next morning after a night without sleep. I didn't see dead Sarah at the funeral. It was just the wind outside my window last night. I repeated this to myself like a ticker tape running across the bottom of my TV screen. The rest of yesterday was real. The heaviness pinching my lungs proved it. Just to make some kind of noise in the eerie stillness, I bounced out of bed to hear the box springs protest in short, loud squeaks. Then I made my bed, which was something I never did. Darby and I would have to help Dad pick his jaw up off the floor when he saw my completed masterpiece. On my way to the refrigerator, I found Darby sitting at the kitchen table. She just sat there with her elbows on a placemat, hands tucked under her chin, staring into space. Trying to ignore her, I reached over all the casserole dishes and chocolate desserts we might never eat, grabbed a can of breakfast, and popped the top. Carbonated greatness fizzed down my throat and helped revive me. I burped and turned to Darby. "What are you doing?"
Were you jumping on your bed?
"No." I took another drink. "What are you doing?"
Today's Saturday.
"So?" Darby looked down at the table.
Mom makes pancakes on Saturdays.
"Well, Mom's." I took another sip to swallow my sharp tone. Pancakes can't be that hard, right?
I don't think so. I sometimes watched her make them.
Darby said, a tiny smile turning up the corners of her mouth. Her smile was contagious. I'd missed it these last few days. Our second bunch of pancakes turned a pretty golden brown, though they didn't look as perfect as Mom's. They didn't smell perfect either, since our burnt first batch still clouded the kitchen.
Breakfast is ready,
Darby called.
Dad came into the kitchen, his eyes bloodshot and weary, and we sat at the table. I drenched my pancakes with syrup, but my first forkful left me disappointed. They tasted heavy, like they had a depressed weight hanging inside them. Dad nodded while he chewed.
Professional pancake preparers.
You like them?
Darby asked through a mouthful. Dad grinned and tugged Darby's ponytail. It was an actual grin with teeth, and I wanted him to keep it there forever. I did something that no other 15-year-old has ever done in this house. We should mark today on the calendar and celebrate every year with a parade and cake, I said. His grin faded into nothingness as his gaze slid to Mom's empty chair and back again.
What did you do?
He chased a piece of pancake around with his fork through the pools of syrup on his plate, but didn't take another bite. I made my voice all low for dramatic effect. I made my bed.
It sounded like she was jumping on it,
Darby said. I looked down my nose at her. She was ruining my moment. What are you, a gravity enforcer? Darby frowned and continued to chew.
Well, good.
Dad said, pushing his plate away.
Maybe you can clean up the rest of your room, too.
That was it. No commemorative joke. Maybe, I said, and stabbed at a pancake.
You're still dressed in yesterday's clothes, Leigh.
Dad said. I looked down at my rumpled black funeral dress and shoved my plate away. It knocked over the syrup bottle. I'll go change, I mumbled, and stomped to my room. I'm not sure who I was mad at, but anger bubbled up through the pancakes and rested at the back of my throat. My dress was halfway off before I made it to my room. I wadded it up and flung it at Mom's guitar. After I changed into skinny jeans and a black, long-sleeved shirt, flecked with poison green biohazard symbols, the doorbell rang.
Leigh, can you get that?
Dad called from the kitchen. I sighed and trudged to the door. It better not be another crapper resident who wanted to force a casserole or quivering gelatin salad on us to make us feel better. How could people think food would help? Who came up with that tradition? Here's some food for you. Now everything will be all better. Bullshit. I was tackled with a bear hug as soon as I opened the door. Joe released me and asked,
How are you?
Her brown eyes were too full of concern, too full of every emotion she ever felt, and I had to look away. Okay.
I wanted to call you yesterday after the funeral, but I didn't know.
Did you tap on my window last night? My voice came out squeaky.
No.
Joe frowned.
Why? Someone did?
I shook my head, forcing myself to chill. I must have been between awake and asleep and imagined it.
Oh.
Joe said and took a breath.
Do you want to do something? Or no, whatever you want to do is fine. I just came by to see if you're okay.
The clank of pans and running water sounded from the kitchen. I can do something. Hang on, I said, and shut the door in Joe's face. She hardly ever came inside. The no-shoes rule freaked her out. She always said she would have to decontaminate herself and shroud herself in bubble wrap to come in. "I'm leaving, Dad," I hollered once I'd found my boots in my room. He didn't answer, but I figured it wasn't a great mystery where he could find me. As soon as I shut the front door, I darted a glance along the side of my single-story house, where my bedroom was, the last window on the end. The rain had soaked the grass to a deep green, and leaves rustled on the large tree in the yard. My grief really had made me hallucinate the day before. Sarah hadn't woken up, and dripped black death everywhere. I squeezed the heels of my boots against my palm with relief, and let the sweet, clean air wash the smell of burnt pancakes from my nose. Joe kneeled on the porch and cradled one of Mom's lilacs that grew on either side. The wind fanned her long, gauzy skirt behind her, covering her hairy legs. She said she wouldn't shave them until Miguel from Spanish class asked her out. I jammed my feet into my boots, aware that she was staring at me again. "I wish you'd stop looking at me like that."
Sorry,
she said, and shifted her attention to a stray thread on her skirt.
Do you want me to poke my eyes out for you?
I helped her up. Yes.
She laughed, and it reminded me of Mom's, light and bubbly. My heart clenched while we walked from my house. I could turn back, but I had to leave the house sometime. Besides, the walls there didn't vibrate with life anymore.
So, what do you want to do?
Joe asked as she leaped over a puddle on the sidewalk. I don't know. How many times had we asked that question of each other? Our options were so severely limited and crapper that it might have been funny if it weren't so depressing.
I won't drag you around with my petition today,
Joe said.
Unless you want me to.
She was rallying the town for a recycling center, since some of Crapper's clever dwellers used their own lawns as landfills. She wished they would push their garbage just a bit further to the curb, and maybe even separate the plastics from the magazines. I'm not really in the mood for pissy people who can only sign their name with an X, and it looks like it's going to rain. Again. Just as the words were out of my mouth, the sky boomed a warning.
That's okay. The petition's almost filled anyway. Hey, I know what we can do,
she said, clapping her hands together as we neared her house.
My parents are at their restaurant, so we can steal Cal's car and go to Whatty What's.
I scraped the bottoms of my boots along the sidewalk to get the mud off. Cool. My still muddy boots and I entered Joe's house and stepped on the carpet. The Monroes didn't care as much about a spotless house as us Baxtons. Maybe that's why it was dark in here. Thick curtains covered every window, so no one could see the dirty home. But the lack of light couldn't mask the smell of sweaty feet and the nearby sink full of crusty dishes.
Cal's probably still asleep, but even if he isn't, he's such a zombie. He won't even know his car keys are missing,
Joe said, and skipped down the stairs into a black void. The nothingness at the bottom of the stairs swallowed her up into a mouth that couldn't close. At the thought of zombies and open mouths, my heart picked up its rhythm. Should I tell Joe what I thought I saw after Mom's funeral, and what I imagined I heard outside my window? We never kept secrets from each other. So even asking myself this made me feel like I was betraying her somehow. She was the last person who would try to wrestle me into a straitjacket, but since I only imagined it, why should I say anything? I slid my hand along the wall, searching for the switch, and light soon flooded the basement and spilled onto the steps. At the bottom, Jo had her face pressed against Callum's door. She grinned as she turned the doorknob and pushed. I crept behind her but stopped in the doorway. By the basement light and the blue lava lamp in Callum's bedroom, I could see well enough. Callum was face down on his bed, with nothing covering him but his boxers. The Monroe's cat, Elf, sat on top of Callum's butt and stared at us, his eyes like perfect circles of reflective tape. Jo tiptoed to Callum's dresser. Her hand closed over the keys, and she turned back toward the door. Callum stirred, but Elf managed to ride out the wave of him. Her eyes wide, Jo hurried toward me.
"Weed,"
A muffled voice said.
"What are you doing?"
Nothing.
Jo whispered.
You're dreaming.
"If you're stealing my car again, I'll tell Mom and Dad, and they'll never get you your own car."
Whatever, Cal. I'll tell them you snuck out last night, even though you're grounded.
Callum muttered a string of curse words. Elf, still on Callum's butt, settled down into a crescent shape and closed his eyes.
"How about I just take you where you want to go?"
Callum asked with a sigh.
Fine.
Jo crossed her arms across her chest.
We'll wait upstairs.
We watched television with the sound off while we waited. Making up our own dialogue for commercials and shows was just one of the many exciting things Jo and I did for entertainment. Today, though, my heart just wasn't in it.
"I'm ready."
Callum announced when he came into the living room. His brown hair was disheveled, but at least he had clothes on.
"You still have my keys, Weed."
Jo chucked them at his head, but he ducked.
Don't call me that. You can call me Giraffe Girl, but weed takes on a new meaning in high school.
"Okay, Weed."
Callum said with an evil grin, picking up his keys. His gaze flicked to me, and his grin softened into a smile.
"Hey, Leigh."
Hey. No rambling on or awkwardness around the girl whose mom just died. A smile fluttered across my lips and was gone.
You're taking us to whatty-what's, and to get more hair dye,
Jo announced.
"That stuff'll warp your brain more than it already is."
Callum said. Jo shoved him out the door, and I followed.
Such a chick magnet.
Jo said as we neared Callum's car. It was clunky and gray with trash all over the seats and floor. When Callum unlocked the passenger door, a gust of wind picked up an empty bag of chips from inside the car and threw it in the street. Jo ran after it.
"Sorry."
Callum dove headfirst into the passenger seat and shoveled the garbage into the back. When he scrambled out, he gestured with both hands for me to take the semi-spotless seat. "Thanks," I mumbled and got in. The smell of cinnamon and tacos filled my nose. Jo appeared next to the car again, the escaped bag crumpled in her fist. Callum nodded to the back seat.
"You're in the back, Weed, with all your friends."
Bite me.
Jo said and climbed inside. Callum laughed as he took his seat next to me. I'd never been in his car with him in it, too. It was always just Jo and I on a joyride. One nice thing about Callum's junk mobile was that at least a dozen other people in Crapper had one just like it. Nobody ever claimed to see underage and license-free Jo driving around town, especially since she wore dark sunglasses and parked as far away from our destination as possible when she drove. But today, She sat in the back seat, preaching at Callum about the need to recycle while she rustled through the trash. He didn't interrupt her, but I could sense him looking at me every once in a while. I tried to focus on the sky, which finally released its weight of rain, but I had to admit, his sudden curiosity piqued my own. But maybe it wasn't so sudden. All those times in junior high when I'd caught him staring at me while Joe and I hung out at their house kind of made me wonder. But when he'd gone on to high school, I never saw him. Now that we went to the same school, I still never saw him. Tires squealed as Callum slammed on his brakes. My hand shot forward to brace myself against the dashboard. An oversized pickup truck barreled through the intersection and missed us by an eyelash's length. I glanced up at the streetlights hovering above us. Ours was green. Oversized pickup assholes was red. Callum looked at me.
Are you okay?
The concern in his eyes was intense, and I could only nod.
Fucker!
Joe yelled at the pickup truck.
Pay attention to where you're going.
Callum's jaw clenched as tight as his grip on the steering wheel. He drove the rest of the way in silence, while Joe continued to preach at him. As we neared Whatty-What's, the rain eased. The used clothing store was disobedient by design. It dared to be 2 stories high, on a street where almost all the other buildings were leveled at one. Its cracked wooden sign was so faded that only one word could be clearly seen. What? That was it. Joe came up with Whatty-What's, after we decided the inside was just as rebellious as the outside. Callum parked, and only a few raindrops joined us in our parking space. When the little bell above the door dinged a welcome, the twin grannies who owned Whatty-What's waved at us in perfect synchronization. Joe and I waved back, while I breathed in the smell of musty cedar. We left Callum behind and trotted up the creaky stairs to where the women's clothes were kept. Joe went straight for the rack of skirts, and I searched for my usual black or plaid. Joe found a blue skirt with flowers on it for her, and I found a black t-shirt with one word scrawled across the front in red letters that dripped blood. Girl. It was absolutely perfect. We decided the skirt and shirt were all we needed, so we headed back downstairs to pay. Callum, who'd been relaxing in a chair by the door, stood when he saw us.
Ready?
He asked.
Some of us civilized people pay for our purchases before we leave a store,
Joe told him.
Civilized, my ass.
He said, and turned away from us. At the mention of his ass, I willed myself not to look at it, even though I wanted to. Absolute boredom seemed to have replaced his sudden interest in me, but curiosity still fizzed on the surface of my skin. To focus my attention elsewhere, I admired the jewelry cases on the counter, while the twins took Joe's money. I skipped over the one filled with rings that resembled mangled bugs in pain. They were too creepy, even for me, because I'd never been a fan of anything with more than 4 legs. A silver ring in the next display overcaught my eye. I ran my thumb over the engraved design, which looked like lilacs. Mom would have adored this ring just as much as her lilac blooms. Pain tugged at my heart. I wanted to go back home and bury my nose in those purple flowers. I could sing to them and hope my touch made their petals spring open, but I knew I wouldn't be enough for them. Withdrawing my thumb from the cool metal, I put my new used shirt on the counter.
Did you want the ring too, honey?
One of the twins asked, her gray eyes shining eagerly. No. I was just looking at it,
It might make a nice gift.
the other twin said. I said nothing while one of them pecked at the cash register, and the other folded and patted my shirt into a plastic bag. Old picture frames covered the wall behind them. Some had pictures. Others bordered the chipped wall in decorative wood and metal. The picture in the middle of the pretty redhead, with bright blue eyes, always stood out. She was looking down at something unseen, her happy smile captured in a single press of a button. Even though she had red hair, she kind of reminded me of Mom. I looked away and slid some money across the counter. When the shirt was officially mine, the twins, Joe and I, waved goodbye, all of us in perfect synchronization, like we were performers in some strange, interpretive windshield wiper dance. Outside, the sun was shining. Stray, dark clouds drifted away, as if their work here was done. In an hour or two, the sky would probably drop a blizzard on us. That's freaking Kansas for you. As a squad of news vans zoomed down the street, we jumped puddles to reach Callum's car. He sloshed through them a few seconds later and joined us.
I wonder what that's all about,
Joe said, nodding toward the news vans.
Hair dye next, Cal. My roots are showing.
Callum shook his head and sighed as he unlocked the doors with a push of a button this time. I guessed he didn't want to open my door for me again. Joe climbed into the back seat.
Some of the stuff I found back here can warp your brain.
Callum glanced at me before shooting a glare at Joe.
Shut up, Joe.
When we got to the drugstore, we found Joe's veggie color in red, though it was more of a brassy orange on her. I preferred my blonde tresses to anything bottled. The blue smocked store clerks didn't see us, or chose to ignore us, as we stepped up to the cashier's desk. 3 of them huddled together, whispering, their eyes wide. The dark makeup around their eyes reminded me of mud. I pushed that thought out of my head.
How could something like this happen?
One of them asked. Another one crossed herself.
It's a miracle.
Joe put the die down on the counter and waited for their attention, but they still didn't notice us. I picked it up and slammed it back down with a satisfying whack. Attention was received. As soon as Joe exchanged money for the now dented box, the 3 clerks huddled once more.
It must be National Distracted Day, and someone was too distracted to tell us,
Joe said as we stepped outside.
Maybe that's why all those news vans are here, to interview all the distracted people.
I shrugged. Whatever was on the minds of our fellow crappers, it was probably the kind of small drama that Joe and I never concerned ourselves with. The drive back home was uneventful, except for even more news vans racing down the street. This time from TV stations that didn't look familiar, and Joe's continued sermon about proper recycling procedures. Callum said nothing, and neither did I. He was busy stealing glances at me. I played cool and pretended not to notice. When we entered Joe's house, the phone was ringing.
It's probably Mom and Dad checking up on you, Cal,
Joe said, racing to answer it. I looked into the dark mouth of the basement, and the palms of my hands grew sweaty. Joe's bedroom was down there, and I wanted to try on my new used shirt. I'd been in the basement hundreds of times. My hallucinations of dead Sarah were turning me into a wuss. I flicked the light switch and sighed my relief at the familiar surroundings. Callum cleared his throat behind me.
Leigh.
I said, and turned to face him.
I'm sorry. About your mom.
He looked in every direction but mine while he spoke. There was the inevitable awkwardness I hadn't missed. Thanks. I towed at some mud on my boot and sighed.
I got you something.
He searched the pockets of his jeans. A small silver circle engraved with lilacs lay in his outstretched hand. My mouth dropped open, but I couldn't breathe because my lungs were being crushed by a swell of emotion.
I saw you looking at it, so I thought maybe you'd like to have it.
All I could do was nod. I couldn't even bring myself to touch it.
Leigh?
His voice was just above a whisper, his hand still outstretched.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I forced myself to look away from the ring, to look at him. That's the sweetest thing anyone has ever given me. My feet moved forward on their own, and I ended up in Callum's personal bubble. The warmth of his eyes made me think he didn't mind I was so close to him. This made me bolder, more than I usually was with boys. I brushed the torn fabric at his neck with my fingertips, preparing myself for what I was about to do. Both my arms slid around his neck, and I pressed myself against him in a hug. The electric current between us was immediate. Maybe that's why he hugged me back. I rested my head in the crook of his neck, amazed at how solid he felt. Every muscle inside him molded itself to me, but still stayed firm. A girl could get used to this. But I didn't get used to it, because he pulled away from me. He took my hand and pressed the ring into it. I wasn't willing to let him go yet, so I grabbed his hand. The silver circle rested between our palms. Jo shuffled into the entryway, her face pale. Callum pulled his hand away from mine so quickly that the ring almost fell. In that moment, I was aware of two things: the sudden absence of Callum's buzz touch, and something was wrong with Jo. What happened? I asked.
You might want to sit down for this,
Jo said, sitting on the small bench just inside the door. We didn't sit.
What, Jo?
Callum demanded.
That was Miguel from Spanish class. I don't know what happened. But Sarah? Suicide Sarah from school?
Jo shook her head.
She's not dead. She's back.
Chapter 3. A stapler and duct tape. Those were the items I needed pronto. Otherwise, I would completely lose my mind. Megan and Lily stood in front of me in the lunch line. The two cheerleaders jumped, clapped, and jabbed at the air with their fists, while their boobs bungee jumped for the benefit of a dozen ogling boys at a nearby table. It was Monday, not a game day. They didn't even have their against dress code cheer outfits on. Were they cheering on the students as they attempted to eat the starchy-smelling cafeteria food? Go. Swallow. Go. Indigestion. Go. Puke. I really wanted to staple the two Energizer bunnies to the floor. The duct tape was to cover every mouth and crapper. Sarah's return had unleashed the gossip hounds, and the news had made it to every link in the world's blab food chain. National and international news teams crowded the hallways and supposedly set up camp outside Sarah's house. The cafeteria buzzed, but I didn't want to hear any of it. Since I saw Sarah right after it happened, I knew it wasn't some happy miracle. The look on her face had been anything but joyful. Icy fear licked up my back, just thinking about her. Plus, the fact that people discussed Sarah right in front of me, 3 days after Mom's funeral, made me want to hurt someone. Bad. I didn't want to think about dead Sarah or her return when Mom's death felt so fresh.
This is all too weird. My grandma is buried in that cemetery,
Megan said, jumping, clapping, and jabbing furiously. Bits of glitter flashed up and down her perfectly tanned arms, evidence of the blood drive posters she'd plastered everywhere.
Do you think Sarah will cheer with us again? I heard her hair turned white, so if she does come back, she'd have to dye it first,
Lily said, her wavy blonde ponytail bobbing. She always had a pink lily flower tucked behind her ear, probably to remind herself what her name was. Somehow it stayed put while she bounced.
I know, right?
Megan stopped bouncing long enough to pat her dark hair.
I love being famous by association. I've been interviewed by every national news station, plus the one in France, but I couldn't believe Channel 13 cut from me to Sarah's lawn.
What is up with that?
Clap, clap.
I wonder if she's like, okay, her rents won't let anyone see her, they don't even answer their phone.
Do you think they'll take down her memory plaque in the lobby?
Jump, jab, clap.
I don't know.
Jab, kick.
I hope she doesn't go all suicidal again.
Everyone says it was lazy Rust syndrome that brought her back to life.
Jump, clap. My limit of bouncy conversation reached. I scanned the cafeteria to see if the principal or any teachers were looking. Everyone seemed preoccupied with flapping their mouths, so I bumped into the two girls. Hard. They lost their footing, but they grabbed onto each other and shot me a beyond pissed-off look. "Oh, sorry," I said, blinking innocently. I tripped over my shoelaces.
Then why don't you tie them, you stupid freak?
Megan said through clenched teeth as she ripped her askew fake eyelashes from her face. My hands balled into fists. I think I'll use them to tie a book to both of your hands. It's Lazarus Syndrome Lily, not lazy Russ. Their only response was more glaring. Typical. Everything at Crapper High School was typical. Pretty stupid cheerleaders, jocks, nerds, and freaks. If you didn't fit into one of those 4 categories, then you were a circle in a square school. That summed up the whole town. It occurred to me, as I grabbed my tray piled high with brown mush and French fries, that Mom was a circle. She was too good for this town. Maybe that's why she was plucked from it. I fingered the ring Callum gave me and made my way to the library with my tray, as if the ring pulled him to me. There he was, rounding the corner of the cafeteria with his disheveled hair, ripped jeans, and torn t-shirt. The principal, Mr. Mallory, walked next to him and gestured wildly as he spoke. A slow smile lit up Callum's entire face. A flush tingled through me, from the tips of my ears to my chest, where its heat caressed the weight there. My feet floated past him. I didn't remember if I smiled back or not, because I was too confused about pretty much everything to know what my mouth did. News people dotted the entire hallway, some talking excitedly into the blank eyes of cameras. Others were interviewing students. Some junior girl blabbed into the nearest microphone.
It's just like Lazarus in the Bible when he came back from the dead.
Even the black footprints in the graveyard?
The male reporter asked. The girl shrugged.
Well, maybe not just like Lazarus.
I gritted my teeth and kept walking. One lady leaned against the trophy case, a red-tipped hand flying over her cell phone keys, the other furiously scratching her eyebrow. Her cameraman stood next to her, with the bulky camera on his shoulder, pointing and adjusting the lens to aim right down her low-cut, lacy red shirt.
2 down.
The lady smiled and gave one last tap to the phone keys.
1 to go.
What do you mean? You gonna do one more story about the dead girl?
The cameraman tightened the lens and grinned. Strings of drool were going to drop at his feet any second. I yanked open the door of the library. Why did the news have to be here and feed the excitement about Sarah's return? It was the very last thing I wanted to think about. I wanted to slam the door, to make them all jump. But it whispered shut like always. The buzz of the cafeteria and hallway drowned in the hum of ancient computers that sounded like they might take flight any minute. Ms. Hanson, the librarian, frowned at her computer and chewed on the ends of her long, gray hair. A freshman drummed his fingers on the long checkout desk, a stack of books piled high next to him. When Ms. Hanson saw me, her eyes widened as though she was surprised, but she waved. Joe and I were two of her favorites. We knew we were when she showed us the banned book collection hidden in her office at the beginning of our freshman year. In nearly 2 years' time, we devoured every racist, bad language-spotted, evolution-based, naughty book we could get our hands on, and were better educated because of it. I joined Joe at our usual table underneath the poster from the 1980s with a mohawked guy reading on a bench. At the bottom of the poster it said, "Be a rebel. Read."
Your face is red. You okay?
Joe asked. Her hair was extra brassy orange today from her new dye job. My face did feel hot. From anger, terror, or seeing Callum. I wasn't sure. "I'm fine," I said.
You didn't have to come to school.
She picked apart a fry and popped a piece into her mouth. The sleeve of her flowery peasant top skidded across the brown mush on her tray. She made a face as she wiped it off with a napkin. "I couldn't stay home," I said. Wavy lines followed my fork as I raked it through the mystery meal.
Is it any better here?
I dug a hole into the mush that reached to the bottom. "I have to tell you something." That was our code for "this is big," so listen good.
Okay.
"I saw Sarah after Mom's funeral," I said just above a whisper. "Right after she came back." Joe froze.
What did you just say?
I dropped a fry into the mush hole. Joe leaned into me, her mouth open, eyes wide.
You did? But Leigh, you don't think... I know what you're thinking.
She finally blinked.
That's not a pet cemetery. What happened to Sarah was just some weird cosmic occurrence. Google says Lazarus syndrome is very rare. Only Lazarus and a few other people have come back from the dead.
I forked the brown stuff over the fry and buried it. But she was dead. The whole school closed down for her funeral. Then she spontaneously woke up and clawed herself out of her grave. That's not supposed to happen.
It doesn't mean it'll happen again.
My fork skidded up the mound of mush to make it taller. I don't think it was some happy miracle like Lazarus syndrome that brought her back to life.
Then what was it?
I shrugged as I made the mound even taller.
It won't happen again,
Joe said. How can you be sure? When she didn't say anything, I looked up at her. Red rimmed her eyes.
Do you want her to come back like that?
She whispered. I put my fork down next to my tray and studied my ring again. If there was one thing in this world I wanted, it was Mom. But not like that. I shivered at the thought of her clawing her way out of the wooden box and up to the surface of the earth. When I realized I hadn't given Joe an answer, I shook my head hard enough to kill a few brain cells. I turned down Joe's invitation to add names to her recycling petition after school, because I had things to do, things I didn't want anyone to know about. Darby was probably at the public library with her friend Maria and her mom. Dad was still at work. The house was mine for the 2 seconds I would be here. I swept through the silence, carrying my boots. My gaze caught on something on top of the fireplace mantel, a framed picture of the 4 of us smiling happily. Mom had bribed me with new studded black wristbands, so I would give a genuine smile for the photo. It worked. I'd even gone without black eyeliner that day. I grabbed the frame, put it in my backpack, and headed out to the garage. With my boots back on my feet, I pressed the glowing orange button to open the garage door. There were no cars in here. The space reserved for Mom's would stay vacant forever. Crossing over the emptiness with my eyes stinging, I found Mom's small shovel with the white handle and her purple gardening gloves on the shelf. They went into my backpack, too. A small pile of bricks left over from Dad's attempt at walling in the patio sat in the corner. I rearranged the picture frame so the glass wouldn't scratch and stuffed as many bricks as I could carry inside. After zipping my backpack closed, I tested my old bicycle by rolling it out onto the driveway. The wheels squeaked, but the tires were inflated and the chain wasn't dangling loose. Back in the garage, I jabbed at the glowing button, bolted out, and hopped over the motion sensors before the falling door squished me. If that were an Olympic sport, I would win every time. My feet couldn't pedal fast enough. The wind whipped through my clothes, causing me to balloon out in places I normally didn't. My hair circled around my head, like Medusa's unwieldy snakes. At least the sun was shining. For now. As soon as I saw the gates, I pedaled harder. A line of flagpoles along the entrance jangled empty ropes against the metal. My bike shot through the opening underneath the metal Heartland Cemetery sign. A path of tiny white rocks branched off numerous times to form similar paths. I bumped past headstones and statues, most of them worn by time and Kansas weather. A little concrete girl with slumped shoulders covered her face to hide her grief. Cold shivered through me, even though I was all sweaty. I slowed my bike to a crawl as I neared Mom's grave. Her name was scrawled across a plastic sign, anchored in the ground by a metal wire, a placeholder for her headstone. Her grave looked undisturbed, the dirt packed tight. Relief rushed through me and tangled at the back of my throat. She was still here. Looking around for some place to lean my bike, my gaze fell on Sarah's footprints that still marked the grass over by the black tree in the middle of a bunch of others. No wonder I couldn't see her tree from the gates the day of Mom's burial. Taller, thicker trees surrounded it. I took a deep breath and looked away. Everything I thought I'd imagined really had happened that day. I rested my bike against a nearby live tree and looked down at Mom's grave. She needed to know what I was about to do, but I didn't want anyone else to hear me, alive or dead. I shook my head at my own logic, but Sarah's coming back wasn't logical, so nothing else had to be either. I decided I would explain everything to Mom inside the safety and privacy of my own head. The mother-daughter psychic bond still had to apply. A hefty sigh escaped my mouth as I opened my backpack. Mom, I love you. I miss you so much that my heart doesn't beat anymore. It only echoes in the empty space you left behind. I knelt next to her grave and plunged the sharp end of her white-handled garden shovel into the new grass. But Sarah was dead, and then she came back. I don't know if this is some kind of buy one life, get one free deal, but you shouldn't take that deal. Dirt flew through the air as I dug deeper. I don't want you to come back. Not like Sarah. Grit wedged under my fingernails. You should stay where you are, and we'll join you when we can.
What are you doing?
I screamed and shrank away from the voice. A shadowy figure blocked the sun.
I said, what are you doing?
Nothing, I spat, and stood to face the shadow. After I blinked a few times, I realized it was a boy, but the stubble around his chin made him look like he was 18 or something. He removed the hood from his head, and blonde hair fell in soft curls just above his ears. His green sweatshirt matched his eyes, which were so sharp and clear, they seemed to carve out a piece of my soul. I stepped away from him, suddenly aware I was staring.
Whatever it is you're doing, you can't. You'll attract the wrong kind of attention. Do you understand me?
He grabbed my arm. Fuck you, I shouted. I I tried to yank my arm away from him, but his grip was a vice. "Let me go, or I'll scream,"
Go ahead and scream.
the boy said, but he let me go.
The dead won't care.
I snatched the shovel from the ground, ready to use his face to test the durability of the blade. Screw his good looks. Who did this guy think he was?
Girl!
He read from my new used t-shirt and smirked.
Is that supposed to make people afraid of you?
I squeezed the shovel's handle. No, but you will be when I carve off your face. The boy laughed, and at the same time, there was a faint tinkle of a bell. He didn't react to the sound, making me wonder if I'd imagined it. Fantastic. Bell sounds now. Did Whatty What sell straitjackets?
You're brave, I'll give you that much. But you're built like a twig.
He stepped closer and pierced me with his eyes.
Twigs break easily.
I lined my voice with razor blades and said, "Try it." He studied me for a long time, and his ferocity seemed to dull a little.
Promise me.
He gestured to Mom's grave with the narrow hole in the middle.
Promise me you'll fill that hole back up, take all your stuff, and go.
Why should I listen to you? Do you work here or something?
Just promise me.
Fine, I promise, I said, and rooted through my backpack. See ya. He raised an eyebrow.
Are you leaving?
I pressed my earbuds in and pushed up the volume on my MP3 player, nodding to the beat of Bikini Kill instead of his question. His head snapped back toward a cluster of trees. Then he looked at me, his gaze intense once again.
Remember, you promised.
He backed away, his eyes never leaving mine.
I'm sorry about your mother.
He turned and walked off. I pretended not to hear him over the noise packing my ears, but I watched him under the fringe of my eyelashes, while I knelt next to the hole I'd dug. How did he know this was Mom's grave? Did he work here? Maybe he knew her from somewhere. Though I'm sure Mom would have mentioned it if she knew the captain of the I'm Scarier Than You ship, especially if he was kind of beautiful. Ignoring his threats and my promise, I continued digging. I'm burying some of your favorite things with you. You don't have to come back because you'll already have everything you need. Soon, I dug 3 holes each about a foot deep. And don't be mad, but I'm also going to bury some bricks over you just in case you do wake up. Ancient people used to put rocks over graves to keep their dead in the ground. I can't remember who it was, though. You know I hate Mr. Lane's history class. I dropped her purple gardening gloves and the family picture into the 3 holes, then gently rested 2 bricks on top of each item. The first scoop of dirt back into the grave, kissed the bricks, and Mom's favorite things, with a soft smack. I love you, Mom, but please don't come back. Please don't come back. Please don't. Chapter 4. Even though the mouth of the Monroses' basement wasn't dark like it usually was, my heart still pounded as I looked down into its depths. When I'd seen Callum's car parked out front, my stomach had flipped itself inside out. He was never here after school. I pressed my lips together as Jo flew down the stairs, her skirt swinging wildly. She wanted to continue her recycling crusade with me, and I said I would go, because I felt better about Mom staying buried after yesterday's visit to the graveyard. But I planned to visit the next day, just to talk. If Scary Boy happened to be there again, oh well, he could threaten me all he wanted. Unable to stop my small yet anxious smile, I followed Jo at a much slower pace. There was Callum on the couch, his entire body twisted around to look at us rather than the TV. When our eyes locked, His mouth lifted into a brilliant grin. My heart grew wings.
Why aren't you at baseball practice?
Joe asked.
Because I'm ineligible today.
He threw a glance at Joe and then looked back at me.
Mr. Mallory thinks I have an attitude problem.
Joe rolled her eyes and flung her backpack into her bedroom.
No, really?
You play baseball? I asked. Callum nodded, his arms and chin resting on the back of the couch. My heart flew around my chest for a jock. Weird. Joe turned to me, and I quickly averted my eyes from her brother.
Food?
She asked. Trick question. If I said yes, she would leave us alone down here. If I said no, she wouldn't leave us alone down here. I nodded even though my stomach churned, and she shot up the stairs. Callum was still looking at me, his brown eyes sparkling with the glow of his smile.
Come sit down. Elf will share his couch with you.
He watched while I crossed the space between us and circled around to the front of the couch. I couldn't hear the television anymore because blood rushed to my brain and roared between my ears. The gray and black striped cat snuggled in the corner of the couch next to Callum. I sat on the other side. Callum's electric buzz ignited my skin, even though no part of us touched. His grin softened into a flat line, but his eyes were still warm.
How was your day?
Old people asked that question, not high school students. Yet he genuinely seemed curious. Fine, I guess. Yours? He shrugged.
The people in this town will find something new to be obsessed with soon. Some of the news stations left today. They've already moved on to the next big story.
Good, I said, scratching at a snag on the couch cushion.
Do you think it was Lazarus syndrome that brought Sarah back?
Hell no. I don't know.
People say it's just like Lazarus from the Bible when he came back from the dead. A miracle.
His eyes searched mine.
But not you? You don't believe it?
The terrified face of Sarah in the graveyard leaped into my head. That wasn't the face of someone who'd been miracleized. More like she'd made a deal with the devil to come back, and the deal went bad. I shuddered and pushed the thought away. No.
Then you're on my side.
What's your side?
The side that doesn't think it was Lazarus syndrome.
His tongue slid across his bottom lip.
The right side.
Oh, I said, and my gaze shifted from his eyes to his mouth and back again.
Just don't announce that in the middle of a grief counseling kumbaya class. Mr. Mallory will think you have an attitude problem.
He was making it hard to concentrate. What?
The seniors and anyone else who wanted to are taking a grief counseling class after Sarah's suicide. The school doesn't want us to get all depressed like she was, but now she's back, and we're still in the class.
He sighed and stroked Elf. Oh. I nodded. Elf flipped over on the couch for a belly rub under Callum's gentle touch. So what do you think it was if it wasn't Lazarus syndrome? Callum shrugged.
Maybe she was never dead to begin with. She was never embalmed since her mom's allergic to the chemicals. If she wasn't dead, she would be after an embalming, or maybe something else woke her up.
Maybe. But what could make the dead wake up? Why would someone want to do that? What if they decided to wake up Mom? My palms grew sweaty, so I wiped them on my pants. Elf's eyelids drifted closed while he lay belly up. Callum gave him one last rub and looked back at me. I cleared my throat. So you don't think it was a miracle either? Are you always right?
Yes.
He smiled, and I decided that should be the natural state of his face. The phone rang, making me jump.
Got it,
Joe yelled from upstairs. I glanced up at the ceiling and silently thanked Jo for more time alone with her brother. Callum must have sensed my thoughts, because he leaned into me a few inches. The heat between us connected our bodies, even though we still weren't touching. His eyes danced with what I guessed was longing as he inched his head forward a little more. Roaring blood, booming heart, and zero oxygen. This is what it felt like to be almost kissed. At least, I thought that's what he was going to do. I could barely breathe, but I didn't care. Callum wanted to kiss me, and I needed him to do it. He skimmed the side of my cheek with a fingertip, then blazed a trail of heat across my lower lip.
Crumb.
His breath rippled cinnamon warmth through me. My breath was shallow, barely there, and I parted my lips for more air. Oh. He took his finger away with a smile and leaned forward a bit more. Then Jo thundered down the stairs. I flung myself off the couch and stood in the doorway of her bedroom, gasping for air for some reason, even though we didn't do anything. She appeared at the bottom of the stairs.
Are you okay?
Her eyes ticked between Callum's enormous grin and my struggle to look cool. Suspicion was written all over her face. Fine. I dodged to her side. Ready?
Yeah.
She was still ticking.
Since you're home, Cal, can I borrow your car?
Tick, tick.
Or do you want to come with us?
I better behave myself and stay here,
he said through his grin.
I've got homework to do so I can be eligible to play a few more games before I graduate. Maybe you'll come see me play sometime, Leigh.
Maybe, I mumbled while I studied the light's reflection off my ring.
Keys,
Jo said.
If you wreck it, I'll wreck your face,
Callum said as he tossed his keys to her. As soon as she caught them, Jo grabbed my elbow and pushed me upstairs, with a plastic bag of food and a clipboard under one arm. She escorted me outside, with a look that suggested I should prepare for an inquisition. Once we were inside the car, she opened the plastic bag and dropped it between us. A striped scarf hugged her head, and dark sunglasses perched on top. She studied me while she chomped an apple slice. Ignoring her, I grabbed one too and stared straight out the window.
Leigh Baxton, what did my brother do to you?
She finally asked. My face warmed before she even finished the question.
You're blushing.
I am not. Stupid blush. Jo chewed another apple slice.
Do you like him?
I couldn't help but smile. I don't know. Maybe. Jo laughed, threw her dark sunglasses on, and started the car.
It's so weird, my brother and my best friend.
Why didn't you mention he played baseball?
Because you never asked. You never showed the slightest interest in him before. So what happened?
I don't know. I brushed the lilacs on my ring with my thumb and shrugged. The day after Mom's funeral, he was there, and he cared, and he makes the pain a little less heavy. The weight in my chest would always be there, but Callum seemed to carry some of the load for me. Jo tried to look at the road and me at the same time.
Oh, Leigh, that's the sweetest thing I've heard all day. And after the phone call I had earlier, that's saying a lot.
Who was it? Jo turned the car onto a side street while her huge grin dripped into her voice.
Miguel from Spanish class.
From Spanish class was Miguel's last name, and must be connected to his first name at all times. According to Jo, that prevented any confusion to any other Miguels in school, who were less crush-worthy. He asked you to marry him?
No, but he did ask me to a party this Friday.
Start your razors. You could make a hat from your leg hair for him. Jo laughed, which made me chuckle too. You said yes, right? I asked.
I said I'd have to talk to you first.
I looked down my nose at her. Was she serious? I'm not your keeper. Joe winced at the road.
The party's at the cemetery. Kids are going to sneak in and try to wake the dead.
A chill coiled through my bones, and I wrapped my arms around myself to fight off a teeth-rattling shiver. Why would they want to do that?
Because they're crazed idiots who've latched on to the latest big drama.
She glanced at me and squirmed in her seat.
If you feel even a little weird about me going, I won't.
She wouldn't either, and she wouldn't make me feel guilty about it. But I would feel guilty anyway if she didn't go. It's Miguel from Spanish class. You're going.
Now I'm a crazed idiot who's latched on to the latest big drama. Will you forgive me?
I forced a smile. Probably not.
If I go, I can make sure no one even thinks about waking the dead. I'll bring my nunchucks to help them see why that's not a good idea.
Where are we going for the petition today? I asked, abruptly changing the subject.
The far east side of town,
she said, and squinted at the side of the road.
Hey.
I followed her gaze. Further up the street, a group of junior high kids clustered in a yard, and sticks and rocks flew from their hands at the house in front of them. As we drove closer, fear pricked the roots of every hair on my body. The grass the kids stood on was as black as my boots. The skeleton of a large tree in the yard looked just as grim as the lawn. Every leaf was gone. Deep bone-shaking shudders rolled through me. I'd never been to the house before, but I knew who lived there.
What happened?
Joe whispered and stopped the car in front of a neighboring house. I didn't answer. The kids on the lawn were laughing and hollering while they chucked rocks at a large draped window on the first floor. Shattered glass sparkled in the sunlight, a sharp contrast to the dead grass underneath it. A slow boil coursed through my blood until my hands became fists. They had no right to pelt Sarah's house with their stupidity. I pushed the car door open and stomped up the sidewalk, ignoring Joe's questions behind me. As I neared the nightmare yard, a horrible stink nearly turned me back. The air smelled like rotten meat in a nasty gas station bathroom. My boiling blood propelled me forward, in spite of the smell. One kid's hand coiled behind his head, about to launch another rock.
Your house smells like shit! Go back into the ground where you belong!
The black, dead grass crunched under my feet as I approached him. I snatched the rock from his hand and twisted his arm behind his back. The kid's cry got the attention of the others. This kid says it's time to go home. Right, kid? I smiled down at him, daring him to disagree. He nodded and whimpered. He also says you should never come back here. Right? Another nod and whimper. I shoved him away, and he led the rest of the kids in a race down the street. My gaze flicked to the dead tree, and shivers pebbled my skin. As I turned to run back to the car, something flickered in a second-story window. I didn't want to look, but my head turned anyway. Sarah. Her thin face was bone white. Her hairline had receded to the top of her skull, from which a few stringy chunks of white hair hung to her shoulders. The ocean blue of her eyes was the same as it had always been, but they were the worst feature of all. They were filled with such fear that I knew they would haunt me forever. Her black lips opened as if she wanted to speak. Inside her mouth was the same horrible darkness that took over her lawn. It grew in intensity as her mouth opened wider. She might have been screaming, but I couldn't hear a thing. I stepped on the back of my boot in my hurry to get away from her, but caught myself before I fell on the dead grass. She raised her hand, and I thought for a moment she was going to wave. Her forearm pushed against the glass. The deep cut along her wrist blazed red against the paleness of her skin. She brought her thumb and pinky together, leaving 3 fingertips pressed against the window. I didn't want to know what Sarah was trying to tell me. I choked back a scream and ran to Joe. "Drive now," I shouted before my feet were in the car. Joe took off, and I didn't look back to see if Sarah was still in the window. Chapter 5. Staccato piano notes jarred me awake the next morning. It's not like I was asleep, though. Not with the image of Sarah in her window pounding against the walls of my head. Who the hell was playing the piano? The sound shook my eardrums and vibrated through me. I pressed the sides of my pillow to my ears, but I could still hear it. The sun barely peeked through the closed blinds, so I knew it couldn't be Darby. She was harder to wake up in the morning than me. Dad didn't even know where to place his hands to make notes, so I knew it couldn't be him either. A tremble of dread bolted me upright. I recognized the short, choppy notes of a song. The same Ramones song Mom used to play to wake Darby and me up every morning. I pictured Mom hunched over the piano, dripping mud from her tattered dress, skeletal fingers pecking at the keys. Her black mouth was open in a silent scream, as if she was trying to sing. Please, please, please. That couldn't be real. I was sure burying some of Mom's favorite things would prevent her from coming back. But now that certainty poured out with my sweat. After slipping out of bed, I crept to the door. My hand shook as I turned the doorknob and pulled. I peered out, but didn't see anything except the hallway wall, covered in family photos. My heart hammered my ribs 10 times as fast as the pulse of each note. On silent feet, I edged down the hallway and stopped. Please don't let it be real. My eyes fell shut while I gathered myself for a peek around the hallway wall. Trembling from head to toe, I opened them and dared a look. There was Darby, squinting at the music in front of her through her glasses and hunting for each key. I tore around the corner and slammed the piano lid closed. Darby withdrew her fingers just in time. "What are you doing?" I yelled. Darby stared at me, wide-eyed.
I was just trying to wake you up.
Don't ever play that song. Darby opened her mouth as if to say something more, but then she covered her face with her hands. In that moment, I saw the graveyard's little girl statue in my sister, trying to hide her grief in plain sight. Anger flared through me. I snatched the music, but Mom's glass with the rotten banana-looking seed pods inside it got in my way. All of them tumbled to the carpet. I turned to stomp back to my room, but the pictures on top of the fireplace caught my eye. I grabbed every picture frame on the mantel, the glass, wood, and metal of each one clanking together loudly. Dad came into the living room, rubbing his eyes.
I heard yelling. What happened?
Instead of answering, I rushed by him.
I wish Mom would come back.
Darby sobbed.
Sarah Henderson did, so why can't Mom?
I stopped as if I'd hit a wall. Darby, no, I pleaded, turning to face her. The rest of my words died in my throat when I saw Dad's expression. His face was a mess of emotions, but the one that was most prominent, the one that rattled me to the core, was hope. Did he really want Mom to come back like Sarah? Did he know what she looked like? Did he know about her terrifying front lawn? I didn't have time to explain to him how horrible it would be if Mom returned like that. Besides, Darby didn't need to hear any of it. I hurried to my room, dumped everything into my backpack, and changed into school clothes. Back in the living room, both Dad and Darby sat on the piano bench with their arms around each other. Everything inside me magnetized toward them, but I fought the pull. "I'm not riding the bus today," I called, and rushed to the garage for more bricks and my bike. A gray sky masked the morning sun, while a crisp wind blew past my face and bare arms. As I pedaled, the goosebumps disappeared, and my breath grew ragged. I arrived at Heartland Cemetery in no time. A giant padlock bolted the gates together. It was too early in the morning for the graveyard to be open, so I rode to the side, where a chain-link fence was my only barrier to Mom. The dead's business hours were about to change. After leaning my bike against the fence, I began to climb. When I reached the top, I swung one leg over to straddle the top rail. A nearby tree's thick branch was just an arm's stretch away. I wasn't the neighborhood tree-climbing champion when I was younger, probably because I didn't handle heights well. When I leaned toward the branch, the bulk of my backpack shifted, and I lost my balance. I wind-milled my arms, fighting for control. One of my legs slipped from its hold on the side of the fence. I hung from the top by the back of my knee, my heart pounding. I pulled myself up to a sitting position. After tying my backpack straps to my belt to keep the bag secure, I tried again for the branch. My fingers grazed the rough bark, and with a bit more leaning, I got a good grip. My legs swung beneath me as I shimmied down the length of the tree branch. I let go and hit the ground running. Next time, I would bring a crowbar rather than channel my inner monkey. Gasping for breath, I skirted Sarah's footprints and the dead black tree. A shiver swept over my spine when I neared Mom's grave, but the smooth dirt still held her tight. I sank to my knees with relief. A pile of green leaves lay near the white plastic sign in the ground. Someone had twisted the stems together to form a sort of small wreath. Had Dad done that and left it for Mom? The thought of him here alone nearly choked me. A sudden gust of wind chilled my arms, along with my next thought. Did Dad come here to see if Mom had returned? He looked so hopeful that she would, but there was no way I was going to let her come back. A pile of thorny twigs lay next to the leaves, and something purple and shiny flashed between the sticks. I reached across Mom to lift one. Her purple gardening gloves, the framed picture of the four of us, and bricks were underneath the pile. I'd buried these, hadn't I? With a sigh, I sat back on my knees. Why wasn't anything making sense? The wind lifted a few of the leaves in the wreath. There was something underneath. A white card. 4 words were written on it. It can't be you. What the hell did that mean? It can't be Mom? For what? And who'd written that? Shaking my head, I found Mom's white-handled garden shovel in my backpack and started digging. "Mom, it's me, A shadow fell across me.
You promised me!
I kept digging, the chilly, moist earth spraying my jeans.
Leigh, you promised you would take your mom's things and go.
Scary Boy knelt next to me and slid his hood off his head. I could feel his eyes penetrate me. "How do you know my name?" I asked through clenched teeth.
A promise means something where I come from.
You didn't answer my question. I finally stopped digging and looked up at him. His eyes had sharpened themselves into 2 points of disapproval. He was still dressed in brown pants and an oversized green sweatshirt. Were those the only clothes he owned? Scary Boy paused for a moment, then said,
"It was written on the back of that photograph."
I glared at him. "The one you dug up." He stood.
"Yes."
My rage bubbled to the surface. I stood too, and shoved the boy with every ounce of strength I had. He didn't budge. He was a boulder. I was a fly trying to push him over. This pissed me off even more, so I slapped him. Hard. A red echo of my hand appeared on his face. But all he did was look at me with the same look of disapproval. "Don't touch my mother's things." I jabbed the blade of the shovel into his chest. "Got it?" He twisted the shovel out of my grasp and spun me around so fast. There was no time to protest. I couldn't anyway, because his hand covered my mouth. His other arm imprisoned me against his chest. My heart exploding with fear, I fought to break free.
"Stop! Listen to me,"
he said. His breath against my ear made me squirm even more. There was no way I was going to stop fighting to free myself, but he held me tighter.
"You have no idea of the danger you're in by giving gifts to the dead. There are evil things that will see, and I will not let them find their three in you."
I jerked and screamed at him to let me go, but his hand muffled my words.
"You can threaten me all you want, but I'll keep erasing any sign that you've been digging in your mother's grave. Got it?"
His breath blew hot on my neck as I continued to struggle against him. I pulled in the rich scent of dirt and wood from his palm still clamped over my mouth. Did I get it? No. I shook my head, even though I knew he could snap me like a twig. But I really didn't get it. Any of it. Scary Boy sighed, but then he chuckled. The same bell as the other day tinkled in my ears. What was with that thing? He released me from his grip. I wanted to plant Mom's shovel into his neck, but curiosity glued me where I stood. What's a 3? And who's them? The boy's eyes looked fierce.
"You don't want to know!"
Actually, I did. But whatever. This conversation needed to end so I could get to school on time. He studied me for a moment.
"You can't come here at night. Ever. Especially after you've given gifts to the dead. I would make you promise me, but I guess that doesn't work with you. Just don't come here."
He mumbled something else and walked off. I knelt next to Mom's grave again and watched him go. He probably believed everything he said, but I wasn't crazy in the same way he was. He could have his belief in 3, whatever that was. I believed in preventing Mom from coming back. If he dug up everything I buried, then I would have to bury things deeper. I dug furiously, dirt splashing up my arms and onto my t-shirt, all the while talking to Mom in my head. 8 pictures, her purple garden gloves, and the sheet music went into the ground. Then I dropped in 12 bricks, some from the last time I'd done this, so they would form a blanket over Mom's body. I preferred the term blanket to blockade. While I finished covering the holes, I told Mom about Callum and our almost kiss, because she would want to know. When I was done, dirt caked the front of my clothes and wedged beneath my fingernails. There was no time to go home and change, since I was probably late for school already. Before I left, I settled the wreath where I'd found it, because Mom would have liked the leaves. The gates of Heartland Cemetery creaked open. Good. I wouldn't have to swing from the trees to get out. When I heard the grumblings of a white-haired man and his heavy footsteps, I ran and hid behind an angel statue. He was saying something about darned kids and a tree doctor. As soon as he shuffled past, I took off running, my backpack bouncing up and down with each stride. A sudden realization slowed my steps. Scary Boy. If he worked here, did he really love his job so much that he arrived before the white-haired man? Or did he sneak in just to ramble on about whatever and bug me? I would have to tell Jo that I would be a third wheel on her date with Miguel. There was no way I was going to let anyone get close to Mom's grave at the Wake the Dead party. Plus, I couldn't let Jo come here at night by herself. That evening, half of me appeared in Darby's bedroom doorway. This was my way of asking if I could come inside. She was sprawled on her bed, coloring a picture. "Can I see?" I asked.
No.
She flipped the picture over and crammed her black crayon into the box. I could tell she still stung from that morning, because she always showed me her artwork. "Can Merlin read to me?" She sighed and looked up.
Only if you swear you won't yell at me.
I won't yell at you.
Ever again.
I went into her room and sat next to her. What if you pull off my ears? Can I yell at you then? She giggled, and the sound made me smile.
Maybe,
she said. While she put her picture inside a dresser drawer, I fluffed her pillows and sat them up against the wall to support my still damp head. I'd showered and changed right after school, so there was no trace of graveyard dirt for her or Dad to ask about. Everyone at school had stared at me like I'd dunked myself in brown anthrax, even after I'd scrubbed my skin raw in the school bathroom. Darby, with her fat Merlin book, plopped down next to me and squirmed into the crook of my arm, so I would hold her. She felt so fragile, but I squeezed her anyway. After she cleared her throat and shook the stray hairs off her face, the drama that wasn't my life began. The soft gray light outside faded into a velvet black night. Soon, Merlin couldn't keep his eyes open, and I knew it was time for Darby to go to sleep. "Okay, Merlin, time for bed," I said, untangling myself from the blankets, pillows, and my sister. She marked her place with her mermaid bookmark and settled under the covers with the book clutched to her chest.
What do you think's going to happen next?
I laughed as I tucked the blankets around her to make her into a burrito like Mom used to with the both of us. You already know what's going to happen next.
It could change while I'm sleeping.
She wriggled her hands out of the tight covers to her face and handed me her glasses. Well, I guess it's good you're holding the book so no one can change it. I kissed her on the forehead, then set her glasses on the nightstand. I'll go get Dad to tuck you in too.
I love you, Leigh.
I love you too. I brushed the hair from her face and left to search for Dad. He was in the living room on the couch, snapping his cell phone closed.
Your mother's gravestone is ready.
He looked so tired and defeated, like he'd aged 10 years in the last week. It hurt to look at him. "Oh," I said, then sighed, suddenly exhausted.
It should be in the ground by late Friday. Maybe we could go to the cemetery this weekend to visit.
Have you gone there before? Without us? He stood and shook his head, his mouth open like he was going to say something, but he must have decided against it. If he was going to say anything about coming back from the dead, I was glad he changed his mind. I didn't want to tell him about Sarah, but I would. He had to understand that Mom couldn't be that way. "Will you do me a favor?" I asked. "Don't go to the cemetery alone. Take Darby and me with you."
Why?
Because when I think of you alone, grieving, I can't breathe. I tried to swallow the emotion in my voice, but couldn't. Take us with you, okay? Dad wrapped his arms around me and squeezed. "I can't breathe," I croaked. When he finally let me go, His eyes swam with tears. "Darby's waiting for you," I said, and stood on tiptoe to kiss him on the cheek. As soon as he rounded the corner, I shook out the quilt on the back of the recliner and hid as much of the piano as I could. Someone had righted the glass of Mom's spilled seed pods. I covered that too. Everything of hers needed to be buried. That's how she would stay in the ground. That's how I could keep her from coming back. I pinched the bridge of my nose to keep the tears away and shook my head the whole way to my bedroom. My funeral dress still hung from the neck of Mom's guitar in the corner, and I stretched the fabric over it to cover every inch. This wasn't normal behavior. I was pretty certain of that. Then again, these weren't normal times, but I would do whatever it took to keep Mom from being like Sarah. Later, while I lay in bed and waited for sleep, a sudden realization split my breath into gasps. Scary Boy said something about 3. 3 fingertips pressed against the glass in front of Sarah. I didn't have a clue why Scary Boy and Sarah were both fixated on the number 3. But sleep didn't come easily that night. Chapter 6.
You should ask Callum about how dangerous I am with nunchucks.
Jo grinned and swiped lip gloss across her lips for the 1,000th time.
That was one bloody day.
Carbonated dinner choked me. I coughed into my hand and stared at Jo like she'd morphed into recycled cardboard. Say what? Jo dropped onto the couch next to me.
I split his head wide open. He had to get 12 stitches.
She grabbed the remote from the coffee table and flipped through the channels.
Maybe there's a karate movie on to help me reenact my skills for you.
As always, the TV was muted so we could make up our own dialogue. Are you really bringing your nunchucks tonight? She stared at the flickering images racing across the TV screen while tapping the buttons on the remote.
Yep. If anyone tries to wake the dead, it'll be a bloody night.
I squeezed my can until the metal popped and took another drink. You can say that again.
I've got brass knuckles too, if you want them.
Jo settled on a black and white western, and then hiked up her long, flowery skirt.
Look, I shaved my legs.
I whistled. Miguel better watch himself. According to Jo, it was okay to drop from Spanish class from his first name, since he was officially the Miguel.
You already threatened to decapitate him if anything happened to me tonight,
Jo said. It was true, though Jo was capable of decapitation on her own. He was cool with driving me to the graveyard, but not the part about the decapitating. I was only half kidding, I said.
Shh, we shouldn't be talking about this.
Oh, right. Everything was top secret since Jo's parents came home from their restaurant early on Fridays. They were here now, watching TV upstairs. The plan was we would be asleep by 11, and then sneak out to Miguel's car when he got here around 11:30.
I'm so tired,
Jo yelled for the benefit of her parents. Real smooth, Jo, I said, chuckling.
I'm going to tell them good night.
Wearing that? I asked, pointing to her skirt and peasant top. You don't even have your pajamas on.
Good point,
she said, and rushed to her bedroom. I heard her rummaging through drawers. She'd been making a lot of noise all day, jumping around and waving her arms wildly like a Jo in the box. I couldn't help but feel happy for her, even if the date was at a stupid party. Twisting his ring around my finger, I looked at Callum's empty bedroom and sighed. Our almost kiss was the last time I'd seen him. The memory of that moment helped power me through the week, but the absence of him dulled the world to a boring gray. Was he avoiding me? Jo came out of her bedroom wearing a long white t-shirt that said, "I'm sleepy," in green block letters. Her skirt trailed from underneath the shirt and billowed behind her on the way up the stairs. I smothered my laughter with one of the pillows on the couch. Elf, who was snuggled next to me, looked up all sleepy-eyed. I coaxed him back to sleep by massaging his silky ears, but the thunder of Jo's feet back down the stairs woke him up again. His body rose and fell in a sigh. Poor Elf.
Let's turn out the lights and hide in my room. Come on.
She pulled me from the couch, and I mimicked her excitement the best I could. We sat in the dark for a while and debated the sexiness of boxers versus briefs. I was a boxer fan since that was what Callum wore. Jo pined for tighty-whities. When it was time to go, Jo changed out of her sleepy t-shirt and stuffed her nunchucks and brass knuckles inside her messenger bag. She flipped on the basement light to find her shoes just as Callum appeared at the bottom of the stairs. The world seemed to brighten, and my mouth stretched into a grin. But he didn't smile back. In fact, he didn't even look at me. A shiny brown head streaked behind him. I knew that color of brown. Megan, the bouncy cheerleader who called me a stupid freak. Why was she with Callum? My mouth sank into a grimace, and everything paled. Jo's excitement melted as she glared at Callum and shoved her feet into her shoes. Megan twirled out from behind Callum.
Hello, girls.
She gave us a pageant girl wave, and then turned to Callum.
Where is your bedroom?
Numbness descended over me like a thick fog. Callum finally looked at me but spoke to Megan.
It's the first door. You can go on in. Your notebook's under the bed.
Okay,
Megan said and bounced inside. Callum closed the door behind her, his eyes never leaving mine.
Callum Monroe,
Jo growled.
You said you broke up with her months ago.
His gaze snapped to her. He held up a hand as if to push her anger aside.
Don't. You're going to the party?
I already told you I was.
Is Leigh too?
I held my fury in my fists while I glared at him. Was he really that much of a wuss? I was standing right here. Couldn't he ask me himself?
Yes, she's going, but...
Is someone taking you?
Yes.
I think your ride's out there. Mom and Dad went to bed,
he said, and glanced at me.
I need to talk to Leigh, alone. Now go.
I'm not leaving without her.
His gaze shifted to me again.
She'll be out soon.
I nodded to Jo, and she backed up the stairs while she burned Callum to cinders with her eyes.
Leigh,
he said, and took a step toward me.
I didn't think you'd be here. I thought it was just Jo going to the party tonight.
I tipped my chin to his bedroom door. She's your girlfriend. He closed his eyes and took another step toward me.
Yes, but...
So, I swallowed. So, I'm your side order of potential slut?
No, it's not.
Without even thinking, I punched him. Hard. His head swung to the side. Blood dripped from the cut on his bottom lip. He wiped at it, but red smeared down his chin. The punch tore a hole through my numbness. Now I quaked with anger. The bones in my hand felt like they'd disintegrated into dust. I grimaced at the pain and flexed my fingers. One of them hurt more than the others. The one with his ring. Fuck you too, I said, and started for the stairs. He grabbed my arm.
Leigh, wait.
I shook out of his grip and raced upstairs, the backs of my eyes burning something awful. Jo was waiting for me on the porch. She took one look at me underneath the porch light, then led me to Miguel's car. After she said hello to Miguel, Joe asked,
"What did you do to the stupid prick, Leigh? Do I need to remind him of my nunchuck skills?"
Blood welled from my knuckles, so I wiped it on my plaid bondage pants. "I punched him," I said, my voice shaking slightly.
"Oh, God,"
said Miguel, and he shifted in his seat as he pulled onto the road.
"Do I want to know what happened?"
"Probably not,"
Joe said.
"When I get through with him, I'll be a brotherless Joe."
Miguel gave a nervous laugh, and then quickly changed the subject.
"Here's the rules for the party. No flashlights, no screaming. We don't want to attract the cops."
No worries. I wouldn't scream, but if anyone really tried to wake the dead, I would make them scream. Blood kept dotting my knuckles. I didn't bother to wipe it away. Just thinking about them reminded me how much they hurt. How much I hurt. Miguel parked at a darkened video store so we could walk the rest of the way to the cemetery. I pretended my bootlaces were untied and told Miguel and Joe to go on without me. They needed to be alone, just as much as I did. I retied my laces twice to give them a good head start. It took forever anyway, because of the hellish pain stabbing through my knuckles every time I moved my punching hand. A half moon lit my way to the graveyard. My footfalls thudded against the road, because there was no wind to drown out the sound. It was as if the night held its breath. Even the usual spring chorus of crickets had stopped. It wasn't normal, and it didn't feel right at all. Maybe my steps were loud, because Callum didn't want to help me hold up my heart. It felt extra heavy because of him. Why did I let myself start to fall for him? I was an idiot for thinking he actually cared. Joe and Miguel were waiting for me at the gate. As I drew closer, drunken laughter and loud voices drifted from the graveyard. Miguel held the gate open for us and closed it behind him. Someone probably busted the padlock with a crowbar. Good thinking. Shadows and faceless people floated everywhere. Some sat on top of headstones, while others sat in the branches of the trees and tongue wrestled. There were even some kids making out on top of graves. Beer cans and liquor bottles everywhere caught the light of the moon and reflected it back. It seemed everyone was in the center of the graveyard, and not along its edges where Mom's grave was. If I found anyone making out on Mom's grave, they would lose certain body parts. Lily stood off to one side of the white, rocky path, glaring at me over her cell phone. She must have found out I'd punched her best friend's boyfriend. I glared back until she looked away. Joe and Miguel sat on the other side of the path.
"Come sit,"
Joe said to me. "I'm going." I pointed in the direction of Mom's grave. Joe nodded, her eyes shining in the darkness. "Miguel." I started and ran a finger across my throat. He held up his hands.
I know. My head is at stake."
Joe laughed. My mouth gave a weird jerk, but couldn't lift into a smile. "I'll be back," I said, then followed the path away from the party toward silence. I almost walked right past Mom's grave, because at night, it looked like all the others. A green blanket of sod had been rolled across the top, and a headstone instead of the white plastic sign marked her place. Kneeling next to it, I ran my hand over the cool marble and brushed my fingertip over the front to feel the grooves of letters. The first letter was a K for Cassandra. I would just have to wait until the next day to properly see it with Dad and Darby. Another pile of thorny twigs lay at the base of her headstone. My blood, already boiling with fury, heated my body to the temperature of lava. Without even looking, I knew everything I'd buried with Mom a few days before was under there. So much for burying Mom's things deeper. A fresh wreath of leaves rested next to the pile, and another white card rested underneath. I knew what the card said without looking at it, but I tilted it toward the moon anyway. It can't be you. That message was getting old. Was Scary Boy incapable of coming up with anything else? Was he here so I could kill him? After twisting Callum's ring off my finger, I flipped the card over and scratched 3 letters into it with the edge of the metal. Why? I pinched some dirt from the ground and rubbed it on the card, hoping it would fill in the letters and darken them. Good enough. If Scary Boy couldn't read it, oh well. I tucked the card underneath the leaves again. Callum's ring felt heavy in my stiff, punching hand. I needed to get rid of the weight and of everything associated with him, so I clawed the fingers of my good hand at the earth over Mom. A sudden gust of wind flurried my hair into my eyes, and I raked it back. Mom, it's me. Boys are horrible, and I wish I could talk to you about it, but I still don't want you to come back. The hole wasn't deep, but Scary Boy would just dig it up again anyway. So what did it matter? I dropped the ring in and pushed dirt on top of it. This ring has lilacs on it. I think you'll like it. Someone gave a soft gasp. It wasn't me, but I knew I heard it. I looked around, but no one was there. Did the gasp come from Sarah's tree? Its silhouette looked as if someone had poured a year's worth of night on it. It had the starless sky beat. Were my ears playing tricks on me again? Did Whatty What's sell lobotomy kits?
Did you lose something?
I yelped and jumped back. My heart shot into my throat. A shadow walked toward me and said,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you, but I'm not leaving until you talk to me.
As the shadow came closer, a torn t-shirt and ripped jeans completed the person. Then I recognized the bloody lip that matched my knuckles. I have nothing to say to you. Go home to your cheerleader. I stood and brushed my good hand over my pants.
Then just listen to me, and you can punch me all you want when I'm done talking.
Fine. I crossed my arms over my chest. Talk. He took a breath.
I like you, Leigh. I've liked you since you moved here 6 years ago.
In the moonlight, his brown eyes flickered pain. But I was like the graveyard statues, cold and uncaring.
But you never saw me, even when I was right in front of you. You were too busy acting cool and tough and being a rebel. Then you finally noticed I was here, but your timing sucks.
My statue self cracked. So, this is all my fault?
Yes, it is. I'm graduating in a few weeks and leaving for college soon after that.
I'll start counting down the seconds for you.
Leigh,
he said, grabbing my arm.
I broke up with Megan.
I shook him off. Is that supposed to make me happy? Should I jump your bones right now?
No,
He looked around, sniffing the air.
Shit, you smell that?
I pushed my rage aside and breathed in. It was the same rotten meat and a dirty bathroom stink at Sarah's house. Shrill screams ripped through the night. A shiver of dread triggered an outbreak of goosebumps on my flesh. No, I whispered, and staggered away from Mom's grave. Callum reached for me.
What is it?
I took a ragged breath, my lungs filled with reeking death. They're waking up. Chapter 7. I threw myself over Mom's grave, because if I shielded it with my entire body, maybe she wouldn't be able to get out. I spread-eagled my arms and legs to try to cover every square inch. Another scream nearby slammed my heart against my ribcage, as if it was trying to escape too. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Please don't come back.
What's going on?
Callum whispered. Please don't come back. Please don't come back. Please don't come back.
What are you doing down there?
Callum took my arm and pulled, but I shook him off.
Leigh, get up. I see flashing lights.
I turned my head toward Callum's kneeling figure. You have to find Jo. Make sure she gets out. As I put my head back down on the damp earth, a rock or something stabbed me in the cheek, but I didn't care.
No, you can't stay here. If the cops find you, they'll...
Callum, if you like me as much as you say you do, you'll leave me here. He was silent for a long moment.
Okay, if that's what you want.
It is. Go find Jo.
Be careful.
He left me behind and disappeared into the darkness. An eerie silence took his place next to me. I breathed in the dirt scent of Mom's grave, hoping it would mask the growing rot smell. It didn't, but her grave was peaceful and still beneath me, as it should be. The beam of a flashlight skimmed over a path of white rocks a couple yards away. Then the light tipped up and blinded me.
Hey, kid!
A deep voice hollered. I pushed myself up and started running in the direction of the gate. Another flashlight beamed down a different path and found me, so I switched directions. Shit. Now I headed the wrong way, when all I wanted to do was go back to Mom. The cops would probably never understand my reasoning, though, and would only try to chase me off. The moon offered my only light as I zigzagged between trees, headstones, and statues. Any of these things could slow my escape, or break my face if I ran into them. I chanced to look back and stopped, but no one was chasing me. 2 flashlights aimed into a cluster of trees, several yards away. The light reflected off 2 cops' badges and the brims of their hats. They both stared wide-eyed at whatever they looked at. Was Mom's grave over there? I'd lost my sense of direction in the darkness. Worry gnawed at me, and I crept closer, sticking to the shadows. Faint whispers reached my ears. I peered around a tree trunk and saw the source. Instead of pulling me back, terror pushed me forward. In front of me were 2 Sarah lookalikes. I held onto a tree to keep from fainting. The growing stink tried to choke me, but I covered my mouth to keep quiet. The 2 Sarahs knelt across from each other with their eyes closed. Their hands hovered over the ground in front of them, fingers curved like sharpened claws. Whispers came from their direction, but their black mouths sagged open without moving. Scraps of dingy clothing dangled from their scrawny bodies. Their pale skin glowed in the cops' lights. Bright red patches of hair hung to their waists. Sarah's hair was white. Had 2 more people come back from the dead? The grass was black below their knees, and everywhere else the flashlight beams reached. I snatched my hand away from the tree in front of me. All the trees were now leafless and black, their gnarled limbs stretching into the night. The tips of the branches swayed in a breeze I didn't feel. All the trees, except 3 of them. 3 of them looked completely normal. 3. A shudder rippled through me as I looked at the Sarahs again. Neither of them looked like Mom, but I needed to check on her. I started to turn. The Sarah's eyes snapped open, and I froze. They glowed a bright blue. One of them swiveled her head around to look at the cops. She opened her dark mouth even wider and hissed. The cop flew backward and slammed into a tree. He fell into a heap without a sound, his flashlight spinning in the dirt next to him. I slapped both hands across my mouth to keep from screaming. The other cop ran off in the direction of the gate. I backed away, unable to tear my eyes from the man at the base of the tree. One of the dead hissed again. I turned to run. Both pairs of glowing blue eyes fixed on me. I sprinted out of there, but the ground shifted. Then something gave a loud crack. The whispering and hissing grew louder. It surrounded me. Icy breath sighed against my cheeks. I darted a look to one side and saw blue eyes above a black mouth. Oh my God, what was happening? I pumped my legs harder, but the ground shifted again, and I went sprawling. Violent shudders shook the earth. Blind in the darkness, I reached out for anything to keep me steady. I fought to get up again, but the ground wouldn't let me. Something brushed my leg. I felt its iciness through my pants as the touch tightened into an iron grip. Then my body was jerked backward along the ground. I dug my fingers in to fight the pull, ripping out clumps of blackened, crispy grass. But I couldn't stop myself. Horror flooded my body. I looked behind me. A look-alikes hand was curled around my ankle. She yanked again, and I slid toward her. Another hiss, this time in front of me. The other look-alike knelt down and slid a frozen finger over my bloody knuckles before I could rip my hand from the twists of grass. I screamed, but the death smell cut it off with a gag. The earth bucked again. Sharp cracks ricocheted beneath us. Unfazed, the look-alike in front nodded to the one in back, and a sharp jerk on my ankle dragged me past headstone after headstone, faster and faster. I scrambled for a handhold, anything, please, anything. I kicked and tore and fought at the icy grip that held me. The other walked behind us and tilted her head one way, then the other, like she was studying me. All I could see were her glowing eyes. I screamed again. Fierce crashes below the ground mimicked the pump of my blood. Then tree roots burst from the earth, spraying me with dirt. They coiled up both look-alikes' legs and waists. Branches from nearby trees bent to the ground and weaved together to form nearly solid walls, separating them from me. Blazing blue eyes peered through small cracks between the branches. Another tree limb slithered over the wrist of the one who still held me tight and cuffed it to the ground, forcing her to let me go. The ground rumbled. Now free, I scrambled away from the look-alikes. Sharp cracks sounded behind me. My heart thundered, but I heard a voice.
Hold on to me!
Someone exhaled a warm breath on my neck and lifted me. My stomach lurched as the ground disappeared. I opened my mouth to scream, but only shaky breaths came out. We dropped, my stomach rocketing to my throat, and I threw my arms around the neck of the person who carried me. I felt a hood, like one on a sweatshirt. Darkness enveloped us as we shot forward through complete darkness. The air whistled. There was a string of pops and a sort of shuffling. The smell of damp soil filled my nose. Cold grit struck my skin until someone's hand shielded my face. Were we underground? We must have been, but I couldn't open my eyes because of our speed. We stopped. The suddenness of it snapped my eyes open. I gasped. We stood on the edge of the video store parking lot. Only a few cars remained. I turned my face to Scary Boy's. My arms were still wrapped around his neck, even though he'd put me down. His mouth was too close to mine. The fierceness in his eyes seemed to flicker. I shoved him away. "What just happened?" I shouted, my volume cutting craters in the silence.
I told you not to come to the cemetery at night. Do you ever listen?
My breath came in quick pants. I was shaking so much, I didn't think I would ever stop. Who were they? And what did they want with me?
You buried something with your mother tonight, didn't you?
The streetlight behind him sharpened the angles of his face and made him look somehow meaner and panicked at the same time.
I warned you, but you refused to listen.
I rubbed the empty spot where Callum's ring had been. I had to.
Why?
He demanded. Heavy footfalls pounded toward us. It was Callum, Joe, and Miguel. Relief snipped the snag in my lungs, and I breathed deep. Joe threw her arms around me.
Are you okay?
I am now, I said, pulling away to look at her. Are you?
Yeah, we smelled...
She screwed up her face.
Something horrible, and then people started screaming that Sarah was at the cemetery. The cops must have been nearby because they were there in 2 seconds, but Callum found me and Miguel, and we ran.
You didn't see anything? I asked.
No, I didn't. You?
My mouth was too dry to answer, so I shook my head. Callum glared at Scary Boy.
Who are you?
Scary Boy glanced at me.
I'm Tram.
Tram who?
Callum asked, crossing his arms.
Just Tram.
Just Tram.
Callum sneered and puffed up his chest like he wanted to pounce.
Are you fucking with me?
Callum, I said, but I could hardly get his name out through my clenched teeth. Scary Boy, I mean Tram, diced Callum to pieces with his sharp eyes.
No.
Callum jerked his chin toward me.
How do you know Leigh?
Callum Monroe, take off your dirty socks and stuff them in your mouth.
Joe warned and gave him an icy glare.
Please. Excuse my brother, Tram. I'm Joe. This is Miguel. You already know my dear brother Cal, and you know Leigh. How do you know Leigh?
Tram and I shared a look.
I'm a friend of the family.
He stuck out his hand.
And a friend to Leigh's friends.
Joe pumped his hand up and down, with a grin stretched across her face. Miguel shook his hand, too, but Callum stood like a statue, his eyes pointing bullets.
We better go before more cops come,
Miguel said, his arms circling Joe's waist.
I don't want to be anywhere near Sarah if she really is at the cemetery.
Joe hugged herself and scooted closer to Miguel.
Ready?
If only it had been Sarah, I might have been able to stop shaking. Might have. Just give me a minute. She and Miguel went to his car, but Callum stayed where he was, still imitating a statue. I sighed. Give me a minute, Callum.
Fine. I'll be in my car if you need me.
He raised his eyebrows at Tram and stalked away. Tram took a step backward.
I should go.
Will you check on my mom? He frowned.
Your mom's fine.
After what I'd seen at the graveyard, nothing was fine. Will you check on her anyway? And those cops, too. His intense gaze cut through me.
I promise,
he said. I nodded and took a step closer to him to make sure the others wouldn't hear. I think you saved me from... them. Somehow. A soft breeze turned his blonde curls toward the streetlight, crowning him. Thank you. His gaze didn't waver from my face while he took another step backward.
You're welcome.
Are those... Sarah's still back there? The night breathed a chilly sigh, and I stuffed my hands in my pockets, suddenly freezing. A symphony of crickets split the darkness with their spring song.
They're trapped,
he said with a nod.
They won't escape.
I narrowed my eyes. How did you do all that? Tram half turned toward the graveyard, silent. I'm coming back. Tomorrow. I stepped toward him to jab at his chest with a finger. He felt rigid, like someone chiseled him out of a cliff. You'll have a lot of questions to answer, and I won't leave until you do.
Fine.
A twitch of a smile turned up the corner of his mouth. He walked off. Tomorrow, then, I said, and not at night. Chapter 8. It was official. The graveyard in daylight was way better than at night. The sun shined brightly, giving Dad, Darby, and me plenty of light to see. Wind blew like it was supposed to. The tree roots and branches were in their normal places. The ground wasn't shaking. Even the beer cans and bottles were gone. And as far as I could tell, no dead ladies with glowing blue eyes hung around to drag me across the graves. Hooray for that. The thought of their icicle hands touching me drove spikes of shivers between my shoulder blades. I kept shooting glances behind me, just to be sure those ladies weren't around. Yellow crime scene tape bordered off an area inside a cluster of normal-looking trees. All but 3 hadn't been normal the night before. One more thing to add to the growing list of confusing. I remember quite vividly pulling up clumps of crispy, black grass. Why were Sarah's footprints the only black grass around? Behind her footprints, Sarah's nightmare tree had been leveled to a black stump. I guess the white-haired guy was tired of looking at it. He was talking to several police officers who stood inside the tape, heads bent, faces solemn. I averted my eyes. Was that one policeman okay? I couldn't go over there and tell them what I saw last night, because they would never believe me anyway. Dad looked over at the policeman.
I wonder what happened over there.
I kept quiet and looked down at Mom's smooth, flat grave.
Are those your mom's gardening gloves?
Dad asked. My gaze followed his pointed finger. The thumb of her purple glove poked out from under the pile of twigs and waved in a soft breeze. I brought them, I said, for Mom. A few days ago, so she'd have them.
Well, I think we should take them home, Leigh. They could get ruined out here.
Okay. After last night, I was already reconsidering the whole burying items in Mom's grave thing. I would just have to think of another way to keep her in the ground. Her headstone gleamed in the sunlight, and I squinted to read the inscription. Cassandra Baxton, 1981, 2014. Sparks fly everywhere she is. Engraved in the marble was a photo of her smiling face, looking up at a sky filled with colorful fireworks.
I remember that night.
Darby's mouth lifted into a smile before it fell back into a frown.
She was almost as excited as me.
She packed enough food for all of Crapper and wrangled us to the park, I said, then bit the inside of my cheek to keep any stray tears from falling. Even I had a good time. We stood looking at her headstone for a long time. I tucked that happy memory of Mom away with the thousands of others I didn't want to forget. Like when she cart-sailed the aisles at the grocery store, or her obsession with brushing her teeth 3 times a day. Dad knelt and put a single red rose next to the fresh wreath of leaves I was sure belonged to Tram. It was kind of nice of him to weave the leaves together like that for Mom. I looked around for a glimpse of a green sweatshirt, but didn't see him. Darby stepped forward, her body stiff. She placed her small bouquet of Mom's lilacs on the grave. Her shoulders hitched, and she threw her arms around Mom's headstone. I reached for Dad's hand, as Darby's grief tore my heart in two. The wind tried to dry my tears, but there were too many. With blurry eyes, I looked at Dad. He covered his face with the hand that wasn't squeezing mine. How were we supposed to function without Mom? How were we supposed to go on if we broke down like an old car on the side of the road every time we thought of her? She was everything. My inner gas tank pointed to E without her, and I would never be the same because of it. I let go of Dad and crouched next to Darby to circle my arms around her tiny body and hoist her up. She fell against me, and I half dragged, half carried her away from Mom's headstone, glancing at Dad, who watched me with tears streaming down his face. I told him it was time to go through the father-daughter psychic bond we shared. Ours wasn't quite as strong as mine and Mom's, but he seemed to get the message. Dad scooped Darby into his arms. I grabbed the pictures and other items, as well as the rose and lilacs, since they were gifts for the dead, too. But I left the bricks because I couldn't carry all of them. With each step out of the graveyard, I feared the heaviness squeezing my heart would pull me under the path, and I would never be seen again. Darby glanced at me over Dad's shoulder and held out her hand. I took it and squeezed. Maybe I wouldn't sink into the ground, after all. As soon as we got home, I told Dad I was going to Joe's, but pedaled back to the graveyard. Alone. Somehow Dad and Darby had made it not as creepy, maybe because they weren't there the night before, and had no reason to believe anything dead would drag them across the graves. It was daytime, so nothing weird could happen. If I told myself that again and again, then it had to be true. But doubt raced from my heart and chattered my teeth anyway. I shot through the gates at full speed and almost barreled into an old lady. "Sorry," I yelled over my shoulder. My bike bumped me along the path to Mom's grave. I slowed my pace, my gaze darting back and forth while I listened. No cracks or pops, no whispering. Other than the black stump of a tree and Sarah's footsteps burnt into the grass, everything looked normal. If it weren't for the police tape, I would think I imagined the whole thing last night. After leaning my bike against a nearby tree, I parked myself next to Mom's headstone. It's me again. Mom, I can't stay away from you. Movement caught my eye. Tram walked toward me, scooping back the hood that covered his head so his curls could turn in the wind. I scolded my heart when it did a little flip, but it was hard to deny his hotness. "I was here earlier. Where were you?" I asked.
"I didn't know you were here,"
he said as he came closer. Did he ever change his clothes? Or did he have thousands of brown pants and green hooded sweatshirts? His clothes never looked dirty, even though he always wore the same thing. "You're a weird guy, Tram."
"Well,"
he said, stopping next to me. He held out Callum's ring.
"I'm not the one who's digging in my mother's grave all the time."
I snatched the ring from him and stuffed it in my pocket. "I'm glad I amuse you." My drop-dead glare only made him smile as he sat next to me.
"I think I know why you do it, though,"
he said.
"You do it to keep her there."
"And you're not helping."
"Leigh,"
he said, and his voice was almost gentle.
"You don't have to do that. She won't come back."
I searched his eyes for any sign that he was lying, but all I saw was green specked with golden brown. Beautiful. "How do you know?"
"The things you saw last night, the girl who committed suicide and came back from the dead. None of that has anything to do with your mother."
He shook his curly blonde head, as if for emphasis. I studied the blades of grass over Mom's grave. They swayed with the wind, but their anchored roots lodged them in the ground. Forever, hopefully. You're sure she won't come back?
I promise.
My breath came out in a whoosh. I covered my face, embarrassed that he knew my darkest fear. Tram touched my back. Just a quick pat, but his fingers radiated comfort through my body.
I lost my mother too,
he said.
She died when I was young.
Lowering my hands, I looked into his eyes. Their usual sharp edges dulled into a sadness that carved into my heart. What happened?
I don't know.
He plucked a blade of grass and twisted it between his fingers.
My foster parents don't know either. I'm not even sure what she looked like.
His gaze swept to Mom's picture engraved in her headstone.
Yours was pretty.
She was. I rubbed my hand over the soft blanket of grass where I thought her hair would be. For some reason, she'd always hated her hair. I'm sorry about your mom. Did your foster parents know her at all? Tram let the blade of grass fall through the cracks in his fingers to the ground.
No.
Where do they live? I realized I was pouring on the questions, but I knew nothing about him.
Wyoming.
I frowned. Wyoming? So why are you here? He rolled his lips together and studied his shoes.
Work.
I rolled my eyes at Mom's picture. Are all boys masters of conversation like he is, Mom? We don't have to talk about this if you don't want.
Sorry. I'm just not used to talking about myself. We can talk about whatever you want.
He smiled, but quickly looked away. A breeze lifted the curls around his ears and stuck one to the stubble along his jaw. Good, I said. Let's talk about last night, then. He scooted away from me, and I tried not to take it personally.
Fine,
he said, shrugging. What happened? Tram shook his head, his jaw tight.
I didn't get here soon enough. You had already buried your ring, and now they know.
Who are they, and what do they know?
They're 1 and 2.
I held up my hands and lifted my eyebrows. He was going to have to help me out a lot more than that.
They're sorceresses, back from the dead.
Dead sorceresses? I heard the disbelief in my voice, but after what I saw last night, that sounded like a reasonable explanation. But still, dead sorceresses in Crapper, Kansas. Reality had sprung a serious leak. But Sarah's not a sorceress. Tram rested his elbows on his knees.
She looks and acts like them because they brought her back, but she's just an innocent victim.
A victim. That made sense. Sarah wanted to die, wanted to escape, but she wasn't allowed to do either one. That explained the haunted fear in her eyes. Why isn't she like them? I asked.
She was cast out of her grave because 1 and 2 need it. She wasn't chosen to be 3.
A tiny brown spider crawled up the leg of my jeans, and I brushed it away. Why do they need her grave?
They have certain requirements for their rituals,
Tram said. I shuddered. Like black trees and grass?
No, that happens just because they're around.
But why? Tram stood and began to pace. If my questions were starting to irritate him, too bad. I was just getting warmed up.
They gave special gifts to the dead,
he said.
That's why they were chosen.
I shook my head. What gifts? Chosen for what?
No one knows for sure what their gifts were.
His feet crunched the gravel path as he paced back and forth.
The graveyards where they were buried and resurrected are no longer there. But they were chosen because they knowingly offered gifts when everyone where I come from knows not to do that. Ever. No flowers, not anything.
He glanced at me, but instead of seeing an accusation on his face, I saw a glimpse of a silent plea. To believe him? How could I not? I felt the lump of Callum's ring in my pocket and flexed my scabbed knuckles. That's why you didn't want me to bury anything, right? Because those were gifts. Tram nodded.
I hid all those items under hawthorn tree sticks, so 1 and 2 wouldn't sense them.
His hands formed fists, and he kicked a rock.
But I didn't have time last night to hide your ring. I didn't get here when I should have.
Well, shit, I said, hugging my knees to my chest. Why didn't I listen to you when you warned me? He stopped walking to roll rocks under the toe of his shoe.
They can't get to you, though. Not anymore.
Good. I'd never have to hear their hisses or feel their cold touches again. They couldn't get to me. I took a deep breath and let the fact fill my lungs. So these dead people who keep popping up, they kill things just by being around them. And Sarah's yard looks like that because she was brought back to life.
Yes.
And the smell.
Death.
My eyes fluttered while I tried to make sense of all this new information. Tram sank into a crouch in front of me, placing his hands on the sides of my face.
Do you believe me?
His tone made him sound like my answer might make or break him.
I do. I covered his hands with mine and watched the sunlight dance across his eyes. The sparkle took my breath away. Blonde curls fell across his forehead, threatening to hide their beauty, and I wanted to brush them away. His mouth was just inches from mine. I never noticed how full it was, how soft it looked. It fell open slightly, and I couldn't tear my gaze away. He slipped his hands from underneath mine and sat back on his feet. Patches of red blossomed on his cheeks while he stared at the ground. Whoa. Talk about an intense connection. I cleared my throat in an attempt to calm the flutter in my stomach. But a couple days ago, when you were Scary Boy, I said, I would never have believed you. A trace of a smile skimmed over his lips.
Scary Boy.
That's what I called you, when I didn't know you. Tram stood again and laughed. It brightened his entire face and flashed inside his eyes, olive-colored with shards of sunlight inside them. Then that stupid bell tinkled again. Do you hear those bells? Or is it just me? I demanded. His face grew somber.
I hear them. That's 3 warnings.
What?
Never mind.
Who's 3? His eyes fell shut and his jaw muscles pulsed.
Someone who has the 3rd gift for the dead.
So 1 and 2 have dead gifter radar or something? I grabbed his hand so he could help me up and to make him look at me again. A girl could get addicted to him looking at her when he was being honest, not scary.
Yes, something like that.
He looked down at my hand in his, so small in comparison, and rubbed his thumb over my scabbed knuckles.
And they came this close,
he said, holding his thumb and finger of his other hand together, so they almost touched.
To dragging you away from me so they could put you in their special grave.
Icicles needled through my spine, remembering just how close they'd come. But I shook my head, as if that could quake the memories away. I don't want to be like them. Tram looked at me and frowned.
Then stop digging in your mother's grave to give her things. At night, with hands covered in your blood.
Okay, I won't. My throat muscles seized, and I forced myself to swallow. What about those cops? Are they okay?
One of them is safe, The other.
Tram studied me, his gaze unwavering. He's dead. My voice sounded raspy.
I told you not to come here at night.
Something fell away inside me. I struggled to breathe. He was chasing me. It's my fault he's dead. Tram took my wrist and squeezed, but the warmth of his hand didn't soothe me.
It's not. You didn't kill him. The sorceresses did.
His head whipped around toward the crime scene tape.
I have to go!
What? No. I grabbed his other hand as if I could plant him in the ground. I still have 1,000 more questions, and I still don't know what you did to save me last night, or how you know all this.
Just promise me, and mean it this time, that you won't bury anything else.
I promise. But... Tram shook out of my grip like my hands were wet spaghetti. He traced my cheek with a fingertip.
Do you mean it?
His gentle touch on my skin startled me with its hidden flame. I do, but...
I'll keep you safe.
Tram withdrew his fingertip slowly, like maybe he didn't want to. I sure didn't want him to. The trees trapped them, right? They won't come back?
No, they won't come back, but you still can't bury anything. Next time you come, touch a tree.
He held me with his gaze before he walked away. But... I looked at Mom's gravestone and shook my head. Are they all this crazy, Mom? A breath of wind ruffled the leaves in the wreath on the ground. Wait. He turned. What about these leaves? Aren't they a gift for the dead? He jammed his hands into his pants pockets, his eyes not meeting mine. The red on his cheeks grew brighter.
The wreath is for you.
Then he disappeared behind a grove of trees. I just stood there like a dumb ass. Too many thoughts swam through me, and since fishing wasn't my thing, I wasn't quick enough to catch any of them. Just one thought was all I needed to focus. Kneeling in front of Mom's headstone, I brushed my fingers over the earlobe soft leaves in the wreath. The same card from the night before poked out. It can't be you, it read. Scratched on top and filled in with dirt was the word why. All I needed was one thought to get my focus. I found it on the back of the card. You're too important to me. Chapter 9.
2 more dead people are back, Leigh.
Joe yelled into the phone.
Why aren't you freaking out?
I am. I juggled my cell from ear to ear, while I painted over my black nail polish with purple. Everything I'd seen lately that was associated with black made the color not as cool anymore. I wasn't even wearing any, except for the studded black cuffs around my wrists, but those didn't count, because the studs were silver. Believe me, I am.
The cop that got away spread it all over town.
Jo dropped her voice to a whisper.
Aren't you worried about your mom?
I narrowed my eyes at Mom's guitar with my funeral dress still draped over it. How much should I tell Jo? How much of Tram's wild tales would she believe? Tram says nothing will happen to her.
But how does he know, and who is he anyway? I don't believe for 1 second you're old family friends. You would have told me you knew someone that hot.
You're right. I met him in the graveyard. I made a face at my fingertips. They were more brown than purple, but I'd run out of polish remover. Nose stuff.
Well, does he know why all these dead people keep showing up, and why a cop was killed in the same place we were last night?
Jo's voice went all squeaky.
Leigh, I'm freaking out.
At the mention of the dead cop, my stomach dropped to my knees. He shouldn't have been there last night, but I thought I had to be to keep Mom safe. He does know, but I'm still not clear on all the details. Tram seemed to know all about the dead sorceresses. Sorceresside, a cut the S abuse. But I had no idea how he knew about them. I knew nothing about him. Joe, calm down. Take some catnip. In the state Joe was in, I wasn't about to tell her anything else. Joe heaved a sigh, and I could easily picture her in a yoga pose.
I'm breathing.
After a few more breaths, she said,
"Oh, hooray, Cal's home."
Her tone gushed with sarcasm. At the sound of his name, I ground my teeth together, and my heart turned cold.
He likes you, you know.
I flexed my scabbed knuckles and winced. He likes Megan, too.
No, I meant Tram.
A flush scurried up my neck to my cheeks. How do you know?
Did you see the way he looked at you at the video store? Like you were the center of the universe? Cal definitely noticed.
Warmth kissed my heart as I thought about the note Tram left for me. Maybe it was because he was so mysterious. And yes, hot, too. But he seemed to have taken up residence in a large part of my brain. And not just since yesterday either, if I was being completely honest with myself. Joe, are you going to be okay? I need to go.
I've got my nose in Elf's tub of catnip. I'll be fine.
Save some for Elf. I'll talk to you later. After I ended the call, I wiggled my fingers and toes to make sure they were dry and jumped off my bed. Carrying my boots, I hurried down the hallway to find Dad. His bedroom door was open, but I knocked anyway.
Come in,
He called. I went in. Images of a basketball game flickered over Dad's face. Instead of watching his favorite team play, he lay on the bed with his back propped up against a pile of pillows. His bookmark, a shiny quarter, danced over the knuckles of one hand. In his other was the book David's Illusion of Breakfast, one he'd read last summer. It was upside down. Dad? I came closer and tried not to look at the empty place next to him. Your book's upside down. He looked at the cover and almost smiled, the coin still spinning over his fluttering fingers.
So it is.
He stopped to flip the book over.
How are you?
I shrugged and tried to keep my eyes on him and not Mom's side of the bed. How are you?
I'm taking it minute by minute,
He said, then gestured at my boots.
Are you going somewhere?
Now I wasn't so sure.
The game's almost over. I promised Darby we'd get ice cream afterwards. You can come too if you want.
He would be with Darby soon. I would make it a fast trip to the graveyard so I could be with them. I'm not really in an ice-creamy mood.
That's okay. Are you going to Joe's?
After the death in the graveyard, I couldn't tell him the truth, even if he didn't know about the cop yet. Yeah, but I'm riding my bike.
Straight to Joe's then, and be careful.
He caught the coin in his palm, but kept his gaze on me.
I love you, Leigh.
I love you too. My voice sounded strained, so I cleared my throat as I went to the side of the bed to plant a kiss on his forehead. Back in the hallway, I stopped at Darby's door and peered in. She sat at her desk, with her back facing me. Crayons lay scattered across the surface. Bye, Darby. She slapped her hands over her picture and whipped around.
You scared me.
Sorry. She looked down at her finger, then glared at me.
And you made me get a paper cut.
Let me see. I stepped inside her room, but her blue eyes narrowed even more.
No.
She plucked a tissue from a nearby box and held it to her finger.
Go away.
I hesitated for a second, but nodded. She hardly ever got mad at me. I didn't want to make her even madder. Enjoy your ice cream. On my way to the garage, I wondered if anything in my family would ever be the same again. Dad and Darby weren't acting like themselves. I already knew I would never be the same, but it would tear me apart if my family went just as mental as me. Someone had taken the quilt off the piano and folded it up on the back of the recliner. With a sigh, I shook it out and covered as much of the piano as I could. Why couldn't anyone just let things stay buried? As soon as I slipped my feet into my boots, I poised a finger over the glowing orange button in the garage. Something scurried over by the trash can, but it was too dark to see. My heart jumped against my ribcage. I really didn't want to know the source of the sound, but I jabbed the button anyway. Sunlight flooded in. Everything looked normal, except Mom's empty parking space. I stood still, listening, while I let my heartbeat slow to a steady hammering. Maybe Whatty-What's had electrodes I could attach to my head to zap me back into Normalville. All those weird sounds I'd been hearing, like the bells and the scurrying, were getting old fast. After I pushed my bike to the driveway, I ran back inside the garage. The future Olympic sport of bolting out before the door squishes me began. I won. Go me. Fluffy Rorschach tests spotted the bright sky, waiting to be interpreted. Mom worked as a psychologist, and when I was younger, she would show me the funny inkblot pictures. I'd always make up wild stories about what I thought I saw. Maybe after my trip to the graveyard, Darby and I could lie in the grass and tell the clouds stories to each other. The warm Kansas wind at my back thrust me forward, but the way home would be a real bitch. The ropes on the empty flagpoles jangled a welcome when I neared the open gates. I sailed through and bounced along the path. None of the graves had flowers or other items left from friends and family. None of them. Everyone really did know not to leave gifts for the dead. Or did Tram just hide them under twigs, too? Mom's grave was still undisturbed. I didn't think I would ever not be relieved by that. When I leaned my bike against a nearby tree, my fingers grazed the rough bark. Hadn't Tram said to touch a tree when I came back? He was so strange, but my palms grew sweaty at the thought of him. I pressed a hand to the trunk, just to make sure he knew I was here. Mom's headstone sparkled before one of the Rorschach clouds passed over the sun. I sat and brushed a finger over her image. She was so beautiful, smart, and funny, too. She was the complete, perfect package. Maybe she'd been too perfect for Earth. My hand slipped from her picture, and I wrapped my arms around my knees. The entire Baxton clan has completely lost their minds because we miss you so much, Mom. When I saw a figure with a green hooded sweatshirt approaching, a flutter of warmth lifted my mouth into a smile. He slid the hood off his head. As he walked closer, color rose to his cheeks. This made him look a lot less intense, especially when he gave me a small smile in return. Gorgeous much?
Hi,
he said, stopping next to me. His voice sounded deep and gravelly, more so than normal, if normal could even describe him. Hi. I gazed up into his eyes. A gust of wind waved his curls above his head. Who are you? Tram? He looked away, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed.
I'll show you,
he said, his eyes sliding back to mine. That wasn't quite the answer I expected, but okay. I took his outstretched hand, and the heat of his touch danced along my skin. After he pulled me to my feet, as if I weighed 0 pounds, his hand didn't let go of mine. My gaze slipped to his mouth, and the fire that burned inside me was too much. I dropped his hand. The sudden absence of his touch made me shiver. But at least I wasn't melting with thoughts of what I would like to do to his lips. He squeezed his empty hand into a fist before starting down the path.
This way!
I followed and kept a respectable distance between us. If I wanted to learn who Tram really was, his flame touch and my imagination needed some control.
Do you recognize where we're heading?
Tram asked. I nodded. The police tape was gone. But this was where the dead sorceresses performed their strange ritual the other night. Tram stepped off the path and wove between the graves. He stopped and stood on a grassy area that was empty of headstones, then pointed at the undisturbed ground under his shoes. This was where Sarah was buried. The bright green of the grass blinded me as I stared at it. This was where she'd woken up and climbed out, her face etched with shock and terror, to find she wasn't dead at all. This was what the sorceresses were dragging me toward. My heart racing, I backed away. Tram stood at my side a second later.
Are you okay?
I couldn't answer, so he led me away from Sarah's grave. He pulled me gently to the ground, and we sat at the foot of a large tree. Bird calls and the gentle rustle of leaves orchestrated a soothing tune.
Better?
He asked. I took another breath, but my body gave one last quiver. Yeah. I could feel him studying me, as though he wanted to make sure. He pointed at the tree we sat under.
This is an oak tree, if you didn't already know. Over there is an ash tree.
He pointed to another tree several yards away to the left.
And over there is a hawthorn tree.
That time, he pointed to another even further away on the right.
Those 3 trees are known as the Trinity.
I wrinkled my forehead. How could tree identification tell me who he was?
In the very center of those trees is Sarah's grave,
Tram continued.
That's the reason her grave is special to 1 and 2. Once Sarah was buried there, once that piece of land became a grave, 1 and 2 came as quickly as they could to cast her out so they could put their chosen 3 in.
Why? And what does this have to do with you? Tram looked straight ahead.
When 1 and 2 resurrect their chosen 3, they'll have more power than any other magical being.
Other magical beings? I said, narrowing my eyes. Like you? He turned to me, his expression too mixed to read. When his gaze traveled briefly to my lips, a blush reddened his face, and he stared at his hands like they were the coolest things he'd ever seen.
1, 2, and 3 will together have enough power to free Gretchen from inside the earth. This will unleash terrible chaos on its surface.
I decided to ignore the fact he'd not answered my question. For now. Who's Gretchen?
A dark sorceress,
he said, and scraped at the dirt with the heel of his shoe.
One of the darkest who ever lived.
Why is she inside the earth? Like dead and buried? I asked. A drawing of a tree trunk and branches emerged under Tram's heel. His voice sharpened as he continued sketching in the dirt.
More like dead and imprisoned. She's inside the core, along with every other magical being ever convicted of a crime. If 1, 2, and 3 free her, every other prisoner will be freed too.
I swallowed. That sounds serious.
It is. Imagine if every human prisoner was released today. Only think of it as 1,000,000 times worse.
Oh. My gaze slipped up to Tram's intense face, the set of his jaw, his blonde eyelashes. Even though what we talked about sounded dangerous, I felt I needed to memorize him, in case the world did erupt in chaos. So, why do they want to do this?
Gretchen is the reason no one gives gifts to the dead anymore. Whenever anyone did, she would show up, take the gifts, then kill the people who left them.
With every scuff of his shoe, leaves surfaced in his dirt tree.
But her sister gave gifts anyway, and Gretchen chose her as one for some reason.
I pressed a hole in the knee of my black, skinny jeans together, pretending to sew it back up. Maybe Gretchen's sister wanted to be one.
Maybe.
Tram glanced at me and continued.
Gretchen killed and buried her sister inside a trinity in a graveyard. Once Gretchen resurrected her, she became one. Then the trinity trees began to bleed, and the first hinge to the door of the core was broken.
I stared at the tree drawing in the dirt below Tram's heel, wanting to memorize it too. It was beautifully detailed. Who knew someone as intense as Tram could be so incredibly artistic? Wait, I said, shaking my head. The trees bled? Tram nodded.
The three of them kept bleeding until the blood mixed together. The power of the blood crushed the hinge.
Let me guess. There's 3 hinges on the door to the core, right?
Yes. One chose 2 because of her gifts to the dead, and the second hinge broke.
Tram kicked at his tree drawing, erasing it, and I sighed.
I believe it was your gifts, with your blood, that nearly made the trees bleed and would break the final hinge.
I willed my memory to fill the empty earth below his heel with the tree again, but I couldn't. There's nothing special about my blood. It's just... I shrugged and bent my scabby knuckles. Normal. Tram frowned. Doubt stitched through me, even though it had no reason to. I was normal, just not in Crapper's strict definition of the word, and obviously, not in the sorceress' eyes either. I cleared my throat. So, Gretchen wanted inside the core if she was trying to open it, right? Why would anyone want it open?
No one knows for sure. Maybe she was looking for someone who was imprisoned inside.
But if she's there now, how did she get in if the 3rd hinge hasn't opened?
She was captured by trammelers after she resurrected her sister, One.
He glanced at me, then looked in the opposite direction. I stared at the back of his head. What's a trammeler? He folded his arms on top of his knees, still not looking at me.
They're like prison guards and bounty hunters all in one.
Tram the trammeler, I said, hoping that would make him turn toward me. It didn't. Is Tram your real name?
You wouldn't be able to pronounce my real name.
His voice sounded far away. A small, brown spider tickled my arm, and I flicked it away. What was with the spiders crawling all over me lately? Will you please tell me who you are? I demanded. He sat up straighter and glared in the direction of Sarah's grave.
I'm one of the last trammelers, and the only active one left.
Left.
Gretchen and her cult killed the rest of the trammelers. I'm the only one left who's willing to go after them.
He glanced at me.
Ever since I moved out of my foster parents' house and accepted my duties as a trammeler 6 months ago, I've been traveling through every trinity in a graveyard, searching for some sign of 1 and 2 and Gretchen's cult members.
Oh, I said, letting his words penetrate my brain. Did you say through every trinity? He nodded.
I take my power from the trinity trees. Their roots let me burrow through the earth.
He turned to me, his eyes searching mine.
Like you witnessed the other night.
Right. I remember. Not like I could forget my stomach jumping into my throat when we dropped into the ground, or being in Tram's arms. My heart fluttered at the thought. Why didn't you tell me all this sooner? He started drawing in the dirt again, a curved tree trunk here, a pointed leaf there.
I don't know, because you, I guess. I didn't know what you'd think or if you'd even believe me.
I crossed my arms over my chest. Who cares what I think? It's who you are. A smile twitched his lips. while an even more elaborate tree drawing took shape under his shoe. A tree boy, I said, trying to wrap my mind around everything.
Tree man!
Tram corrected, eyebrows lifted.
I'm 17, so I'm of age.
Fine, tree man. I looked up at the blue sky broken by the canopy of green. All the trees, except for the Trinity ones, had been black a few nights ago. Did you fix these trees after 1 and 2 were captured?
Yes, but I can only fix the trees inside the Trinity. My power is greatest when I'm inside a Trinity, but sorceress power inside a Trinity is too powerful, especially with 2 of them. 3 would be too much.
So how did you capture them?
They went after you and left the center of the Trinity, the most powerful spot. I stayed in the center and made the roots and branches take them down. You had their attention, so they hardly noticed me.
He stopped scuffing the dirt long enough to frown. How did you make the trees do that? I asked. Tram glanced at me.
Trees do what I tell them.
Oh. A blackbird strutted a few yards in front of us, its orange eye staring. With one flutter, it winged into the sky. How long have the trammelers been chasing 1 and 2?
About 16 years, until their numbers dwindled to just me.
He tilted his head and studied his drawing.
1 and 2 have killed thousands of trammelers since then, while they looked for the 3rd Trinity grave.
He placed his feet on either side of his drawing of a knot-holed trunk, with branches full of curved leaves.
And someone to fill it.
It's like a prize. A grave for the winner. I shivered. That wasn't a prize I would like to win. The grave, the coming back, being a dead sorceress. None of it. But I'd come close to winning it all. I wrapped my arms around myself to keep more shivers away. A spider scuttled out from under his sleeve, then disappeared under his shoe, but he didn't seem to notice.
Do you believe everything I've just told you?
What he said was completely insane, but I'd seen enough weirdness lately to make me doubt reality as I knew it. You keep asking me that, and the answer is always yes.
Are you thinking I'm crazy?
My opinion seemed to matter so much to him, but if he was crazy, then I was the host of the postal party, because I believed everything he said. He'd caught 1 and 2 and saved Earth from the baddies. He was a hero who should be thanked. Who better to do it than me? I pressed my hands into the dirt, careful not to disturb his drawing, and crawled in front of him. He looked at me funny, probably wondering what I was doing. I didn't really know myself, but I was glad when he finally met my gaze. His earthy smell reminded me of spring, when nature comes alive. With his head sandwiched between my hands, so he wouldn't turn away, I said, "No, I'm thinking this." As soon as my lips brushed his, a symphony of bells sent birds in the surrounding trees into an excited flurry. The fire from before lit through me and pushed all the oxygen from my lungs, but I didn't care. His lips were so soft, so tender, that I probably wouldn't notice if I fainted from oxygen starvation. He jerked his head back, as if I'd shocked him. The bells stopped ringing. His chest heaved up and down.
I...
A smile quirked his mouth. I smiled back. That was for the note you left me. His eyebrows bunched together, but his smile didn't waver.
Note?
Yeah. The note on the card?
What card?
The card, underneath your wreath of leaves. He shook his head.
I didn't leave a card.
What? I rocked back on my heels, my face burning. Oh, God. I thought you did.
If that's why you kissed me, I'm not complaining.
He chuckled, and the bells tinkled behind it. What's with the bells? His smile vanished. I could have kicked myself for asking that. He gathered the neck of his sweatshirt in a fist and tugged it up to his chin.
It's a warning. Active duty tramelers are warriors. We aren't supposed to laugh. Or kiss.
He looked away.
Or anything.
That sucks. Did that mean I couldn't kiss him again? Because that would really suck.
You are you without any shame, and I envy that about you.
Eyes flicking to mine, he took my hand and pulled me up.
Bells don't dictate how you can live your life.
He brushed dirt from his pants, even though I didn't see any. The crumpled fabric at his neck dipped open when he leaned over. Ugly red cuts, almost like claw marks, scraped down his chest. What happened? I asked as I tugged his sweatshirt down. Did 1 and 2 do this to you?
No.
Then who did? He reached up and traced the curve of my jaw, sending ripples of flame skipping up and down my skin.
You make it all worth it.
I scrunched my eyebrows together, understanding suddenly dawning. The one who makes the bells ring did that to you. He took a step back and nodded.
I have to go.
But 1 and 2 are still inside the earth, right? I asked.
They're caged beneath my tree roots until they're convicted to the core.
Just making sure. He smiled and took another step away.
Touch a tree anywhere, for any reason, and I'll be there.
I promise. On my way out of the graveyard, I said goodbye to Mom, then pedaled home with thoughts of Tram's lips on mine. I didn't even notice the fierce wind in my face. After she had ice cream with Dad, Darby seemed to be in a better mood. I talked the two of them into sitting on the patio to decipher the fluffy Rorschach tests and sip carbonated lunch. Darby didn't want to lie in the grass like I wanted, because she said there were spiders.
It's that time of year for spiders, girls, like it or not,
Dad said, leaning back in his lawn chair. I vote not, I said.
That cloud looks like a spider,
Darby said and shivered.
They're everywhere.
The cloud she referred to was a blob of fluff with one leg sticking out. How can that be a spider? It's a lollipop on its side that some little girl dropped because she saw a cute puppy.
Or it could be cotton candy on a stick,
Dad said. Darby shook her head.
It looks like a spider.
You look like a spider, I mumbled. She snorted a laugh, and that was exactly what I'd hoped to hear. Even Dad smiled. Later that night, I lay in bed, thinking about my normal blood. The note Tram didn't write. How much fun it was to make those bells ring warnings at us, and the angry cuts on his chest. Had someone done that to him because he'd made the bells ring? Because that was stupid. He should be able to laugh at and kiss whoever he wanted. When I drifted somewhere between awake and sleep, my door creaked. I opened my eyes to see Darby's silhouette framed in the doorway.
Leigh, I can't sleep,
she said. I scooted over on the bed and unfolded the covers for her. She shut the door, and through the darkness, her feet whispered over the clutter on my floor. After we curled up together, she said,
There's spiders all over my room.
Chapter 10. Megan and Lily stood in front of me in the lunch line, but neither girl cheered for the cafeteria crowd. With arms crossed over her chest, Megan shot seek and destroy missiles out of her eyes over Lily's pink lily flower tucked in her hair. Lily planted herself between us like she expected World War III to start in Crapper High School's cafeteria. The nearby table of boys still ogled them, probably hoping their boobs would automatically bungee jump for their enjoyment.
I can't believe Callum.
Megan said so everyone within a 20-foot radius could hear her over the cafeteria buzz. Lily widened the space between her feet, as if to hide me with her cheerleader body. Or maybe to do some side splits. It was hard to tell.
Men are scum.
I didn't try to hide the smile on my face. If Megan had been any other girl, even Lily, I probably would have felt bad. But Megan was Megan. I didn't feel even a little guilty about being happy over her fall from her mighty princess tower.
I hope those dead ladies kill him like they did the cop,
Megan said. My smile vanished. A surge of heat swept through my veins. A dead Callum won't help you any. You'll still be dumped. Megan turned her missiles on me again and stepped forward, knocking Lily out of her way until we stood nosy to nose.
What did you say, you stupid freak?
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lily becoming one with the wall. You heard me. I faked a smile and elbowed around Megan to cut in line. She did the right thing and kept her mouth shut. The lunch lady handed me a plastic tray with 6 parts of a rubber chicken and sample-sized carrot sticks. The cooks must have run out of real food again. Even more news crews crowded the hallway that led to the library. I steeled my spine in preparation to hear all about how Crapper was now zombie mecca.
Maybe it wasn't Lazarus syndrome, you know?
A freshman boy pushed his glasses up his nose and squinted at the newsman.
I mean, if 2 more people really are back from the dead and they killed that policeman, would a miracle have brought them back if they were just going to murder people?
I don't know, man.
A tall senior bent toward his microphone farther up the hallway.
Dead people, dead lawn, dead cop. This is some weird shit. Oh shit, I can't say shit, can I?
A frizzy-haired sophomore girl chewed her thumbnail into the lens of another camera.
I still can't wrap my head around how Sarah got out of her casket. Haven't you ever seen that movie, Kill Bill?
I stared at the ceiling and shook my head. That same brunette news lady in a red lacy suit, and her cameraman stood in front of the trophy case. She seemed to have way too much enthusiasm for anyone from Earth, as she spoke into the camera.
Behind me is a picture of Sarah Henderson and her cheer squad before she committed suicide and came back from the dead. A report of 2 females who were described as looking like they were back from the dead are now haunting this sleepy Kansas town. These 2 are wanted for questioning in the death of a local policeman.
My jaw dropped. It made sense that they were wanted for questioning, but I doubted they would cooperate. Never mind get caught.
However, no sightings of them have been reported since late Friday evening,
The anchorwoman said, her eyes bright with excitement.
And no graves in News Channel 13's viewing area have been disturbed. If they are dead, these suspects aren't local.
The woman gave a toothy grin.
The big question is, are they really dead? If so, why are more and more dead people waking up? Is it a miracle? Or is it something more sinister? Could it be a government secret gone bad? A terrorist plot? A zombie invasion?
The woman turned toward me. Her eyes grew brighter as she click-clacked her ruby-red high heels faster than I'd ever seen anyone go. Before I could run or react, she took my elbow and dug her sharp red fingernails into my arm.
What do you think is causing the dead to return to life?
She shoved her furry microphone at me. I glared at her overexcited, makeup-plastered face. I try not to think about it, but people like you make that impossible. Something flickered across her eyes, and she gasped. Was she shocked that I wasn't eager to participate in this news circus? She stared at me a beat past uncomfortable, smoothed an eyebrow, then smiled into the camera.
Perhaps it's the result of too much processed food. We'll have more at 10 on this developing story.
And we got it.
The cameraman lifted the bulk off his shoulder and pressed several buttons.
What do you think you're doing?
a female voice hollered. Mrs. Rios, the Spanish teacher, dodged reporters and trotted up to the woman.
There's no way you had enough time to contact this student's parents for permission to put her face on TV. You just got here.
The news lady removed her grip from my arm.
Relax.
She turned and glared at me. I was getting a lot of that today.
We'll cut her attitude and just use a shot of her lunch tray.
She gave Mrs. Rios a chilly smile.
No harm done.
Right. No harm done,
Mrs. Rios said, and lifted her chin.
Where are your great aunts these days? Still pulling strings to get you reporting jobs? I heard this was your second one in less than a year.
The news lady's mouth kinked a fake smile.
Real cute.
She shot a venomous look at the cameraman.
Ben, we're out of here.
Ben gathered his camera and wires and hurried after the ruby-red click-clack machine. Mrs. Rios watched them go, then swept the bangs of her dark, pixie-like hair to the side. The stack of papers tucked in the crook of her elbow shifted and spilled onto the shiny tiles. Sighing, she bent to pick them up. I set my lunch tray on the floor to help.
Everything okay, Leigh?
Yeah. I reached for a paper and shot a look down the packed hallway. But I'm pretty sure that was the devil. A smile lit up Mrs. Rios's petite features.
I mean, are you okay?
Oh. I didn't know what to say. Our conversations never went past verb conjugations. Her smile lingered in her eyes, even after it faded from her face. She placed another stray paper in the stack.
If you ever need anything, you know where to find me.
I looked away and glanced down at what I was picking up. Large letters at the top of orange copy paper read, "I dream in unicorn." Below that read, "Anonymous is missing," with an article underneath. Mrs. Rios snatched the paper from my hands.
That's just a side project I'm working on. Thank you for your help, Leigh.
She gathered the rest of the papers with one swoop of her hand and escaped down the hallway. I stared after her. You're welcome. What was that about? The crease I felt between my eyebrows made my head ache, so I shrugged away my confusion. I grabbed my tray and headed into the library. Miss Hanson busied herself at her computer, with the ends of her hair secured inside her mouth. She glanced up at me. A deep line creased into her forehead, and waved. I smiled. There would never be a day when Miss Hanson didn't make me smile. Jo sat at our usual table under the Mohawk poster. Today, she wore every necklace she owned over a flowery t-shirt.
What took you so long?
She asked as I sat next to her. With my tray on the table, I could analyze the damage of the news lady's claw marks on my arms. The devil in the form of a news lady caught me in the hallway and stabbed me with her needles. Jo took a big bite out of a carrot.
So it's another typical day. Dead people, the devil. What's next?
As I rubbed my arm to make sure my elbow was still attached, my fingers grazed a small bump on my wrist. It kind of itched, so I scratched it. I don't know, but I have to tell you something. Jo's mouth was full, so she just nodded. I saw Tram yesterday. A smile spread over my face. We kissed. Bits of orange fell out of Jo's mouth onto her tray. She slapped the table with the palm of her hand and stared at me, grinning like a crazy person. I had to laugh, even though she grossed me out with her carroty grin. She finally swallowed.
He's super hot.
Yeah.
I won't tell Cal that you and Tram kissed.
The smile slipped from my face. Huh?
Cal will lose it if he finds out. He's already hanging on to sanity by a turtle's tooth because of you.
She glanced at the chicken nuggets on her tray, squished up her face, and took another carrot, But I shook my head, trying to make sense of Callum. That would probably take more time than one lunch period. I didn't do anything to him. Jo touched my arm.
I know that.
She sat back in her chair and studied me.
Besides the fact that Tram's hot, why pick him for your rebound boy?
Is that what I'm doing? Rebounding?
Probably.
I wasn't sure how I should feel about that. Frowning, I helped myself to the bottle of barbecue sauce next to her and squeezed half of it over the nuggets. He told me that Mom wouldn't come back like Sarah. I tried not to show it, but for a while, I was freaking out. Bad. I didn't want Mom to be like that, I said, pushing my carrots into the sauce. After Tram explained why she wouldn't, I felt a weight lift off of me, at least a little. Sudden tears blurred my vision, and I tried to blink them away.
Oh my goddesses, he gave you permission to mourn your mom's death.
Jo threw her carrot on her tray and swung her chair around closer to mine, resting her head on my shoulder.
That's beautiful. How could you not fall for him after that?
I shrugged, the weight of Jo's head on my shoulder comforting.
I'm sorry you were so scared your mom would come back, Leigh. I didn't help by dragging you to the Wake the Dead party where more weirdness happened, she said, and buried her head in her hands. I'm so not a good friend.
You didn't drag me. The dead sorceress I did that, after I was already there. Jo looked at me again, her eyes red.
So Tram knows what's going on. It's not Lazarus syndrome that's waking up all these people, huh?
I shook my head. But that's all the explanation I could give, because the door to the library burst open. It was Callum. Thoughts of Tram kept me from thinking about Callum, but the same pain from Friday night crashed down on top of me. I wanted to look away from him, but my stupid curiosity didn't let me.
What's up, Miss Hanson?
He called. Then he took a seat on my other side. He looked more disheveled than normal, like he'd slept in his torn t-shirt and jeans for a few days. His brown eyes seemed darker while he gazed at me. Maybe it was because of the dark circles underneath them. The cut on his bottom lip blazed crimson.
Jo, will you leave us alone for a minute?
Jo sat back in her chair and crossed her arms over her chest.
No chance. And if you say something dumb, I will eat you.
Callum sighed and rested his forearms on the table.
Leigh, I messed up.
You think?
Jo mumbled.
If you're going to stay here, then shut up.
His jaw tightened as he scowled at his sister. When he turned to me again, his expression lost some of its harshness.
I'm sorry for saying everything was your fault. It wasn't.
I tried to keep my face still and indifferent, but he'd poked splinters into my heart after making me start to like him, and it was hard to act indifferent about that. Okay. He dropped his gaze to the table.
Okay.
After a heavy sigh, he grabbed some rubber nuggets off Jo's tray and took a bite.
Who's that Tram guy?
I glanced at Jo, who crammed 3 carrots into her mouth. He's no one.
You two know each other, I can tell.
Callum narrowed his eyes.
I don't like him.
You don't even know him,
Jo said, still chewing.
I don't need to. I know I won't like him.
Callum looked at me, as though he wanted me to say something else about Tram. When I didn't, he drummed his fingers on the table, then stood.
It sucks about that cop.
Jo nodded. I picked at the corner of my napkin. He had no idea how much it sucked. Callum walked toward the door.
See you, Miss Hanson.
Then he disappeared. I grimaced at the mess of food on my tray and tried not to think about Callum Monroe. On my walk home from the bus stop, Mom, Callum, and Tram surfaced the most in the raging river of my brain. If Mom was here, I would tell her about all of this drama. She would know the perfect thing to say to make me feel better. Joe had dashed home already to call Miguel and made me swear I would call her later. At least her romantic drama starred just one boy. Other thoughts swirled in my brain, too. Probably the most annoying one was how much the bump on my wrist itched. Did I get bit by a spider or something? The wind whipped my hair around my head and made it nearly impossible to see my house key in my backpack. Ponytails had to have been invented by a Kansan. I guess I wasn't a true Kansan, though, because I never had a ponytail holder on me. After I forced open the screen door and used it to block the wind, I could finally see. I let my backpack fall to the porch, just as my keys slipped from my fingers. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Call it a sixth sense or whatever, but I knew without even looking that someone was watching me. Then the pungent odor of rotten hamburger overwhelmed my nose. I opened my mouth so I could breathe. Whispers swirled around me, pressing in from behind. I spun around and gasped. It was Sarah. She stood by the side of the road next to the mailbox. A few strands of white hair fluttered around her thin face. Some of the skin on her black lips dangled loose in ragged patches. Her mouth sagged open under sad eyes. She wore baggy jeans and a gray t-shirt that hung from her skeletal body and parachuted outward with the wind. She pointed at me and shook her head back and forth. I didn't know what that meant, but I gripped the handle of the screen door tighter, as if it was a shield. She pressed her pinky and thumb together and held up 3 fingers. The cut on her wrist still blazed red. Her eyes shifted away from me and scanned every brick and window of my house, as if she was memorizing it. But this was my territory, and her curiosity in it churned my stomach. Why was she here? All I could do was stare. My heavy breaths clouded the glass on the screen door. Her gaze settled on me before it swept over my house again. Then she started up the sidewalk toward me. I lunged for my keys and fumbled for the right one. My feet couldn't carry me into the house fast enough. Once inside, I locked and bolted the door. Clean air filled my nose. I kicked my boots off and crawled to the couch to peer out the window. Sarah was walking away from the house. Her shoulders drooped. Air whooshed from my lungs. What the hell was that all about? I gripped the back of a couch cushion until she disappeared around the corner. My gaze fell to where Sarah had stood. Even though she'd been in the street for most of her visit, the grass around the mailbox was black. Shit. How was I going to explain that? Something moved behind me, scuttling over paper. Lots of scuttling. I turned. Dozens of large house spiders scurried across the piano, the sheets of music on top, and over the bumps and ridges of the curved seed pods. Mom smiled at me from inside her lilac picture frame near the back of the piano. Spiders ran across her face, and in and out of the metal flowery loops. I squeezed my hands into fists. Had Sarah brought the spiders with her? Did they slip off her papery skin when she came back from the dead? I darted for the nearest boot and smashed it down. Chapter 11. Darby hogged my bed again last night, but that wasn't the reason I didn't sleep. The bite on my arm itched like crazy, so I'd finally slapped a Band-Aid over it, hoping that would prevent me from ripping my skin off. On top of that, and everything else, I couldn't reach Tram to tell him about Sarah's visit. I'd touched every tree on the street that morning, but he never came. "Dad," I said, when he dragged himself into the kitchen in a t-shirt and boxers, "both my bike tires are flat." His forehead wrinkled over half-open, bloodshot eyes.
Both of them?
Yeah, and everyone else's bike too. I tried to air the tires up, but they're all completely flat. Even Joe's bike tires. I'd found that out during my morning quest to reach Tram. Dad filled the coffee pot with water.
Well, we'll have to get you new inner tubes.
When?
I don't know.
Can I take your car? Dad just looked at me, and that was enough of an answer.
Where do you want to go this early in the morning?
I took one last swig of carbonated breakfast and watched a spider crawl under the dishwasher. Just places. He shoveled some coffee into a filter, placed it into the machine, and flipped the switch.
Do these places involve Callum Monroe?
My eyes widened. Huh? Dad sagged against the counter and crossed his arms, the coffee pot gurgling behind him.
I overheard you on your phone with Joe last night. You kept asking if Callum was there yet.
My lungs stopped working, and I commanded them to pull in more air. You were listening.
No, but every time I walked by your bedroom, you were asking about Callum.
Dad tilted his head, studying me, a trace of a smile on his mouth. It looked sort of out of place under his sleepy eyes.
I like Callum. He's a good kid.
Great. Dad thought I had the hots for Callum, when really I just wanted the guy's car to take me to Tram. When I wasn't asking about Callum, I told Joe about Sarah's visit, but left off the part about her obsession with 3. The less Joe knew about that, the better. Ditto with Dad. I would have to close my door when I talked to Joe from now on. Darby wandered into the kitchen and rubbed her arms.
Dad, can we please stay somewhere else tonight? I feel all creepy crawly.
That's a great idea. How about a motel? I said, hope lifting me to the balls of my feet.
But the exterminator will be here tomorrow morning.
Dad checked to see if the coffee was about done brewing, but it continued to gurgle.
Besides, they're just house spiders.
Darby's sleepy face fell into a pout. I scratched the air over my Band-Aid as if that would help the itch. But they're the bitey kind. You don't want Darby to get bit, do you? Dad sighed.
Well, maybe I could call Mrs. Gonzalez and have you stay with Maria tonight.
Darby's grin split open her pout.
On a school night?
Just this once,
Dad said. I high-fived Darby and swept her up into a hug that made her legs dangle over the floor. She shrieked, and I laughed. If she wasn't here, she would be one less thing for me to worry about.
How about you, Leigh? Do you want to stay at Joe's tonight?
Dad asked. I put Darby down and watched her run down the hallway while I pretend scratched my bite. The spiders have already made me their dinner, so I might as well stay here. I didn't add that worry about the spiders gnawed at my gut, and that I didn't want to see Callum.
You're the only one who's been bitten, but you don't have any spiders in your room,
Dad said, pouring himself some coffee.
Speaking of strange, do you know anything about the black grass around the mailbox?
Another spider skittered across the floor behind him. Nope, I said, and smashed the spider with my breakfast can. After school, Joe got off at our bus stop without me. The old man bus driver couldn't remember where everyone lived, so I was sure he wouldn't say anything to me about not getting off where I should have. If he did, he would call me Nick, like he did everyone, boy or girl. Then I would say that I, Nick, had moved to a different part of town. The bus rolled forward, and as it did, I searched the street for any sign of Sarah. But there wasn't any except the patch of black around my mailbox. Darby had packed her overnight bag as soon as Dad hung up the phone with Mrs. Gonzalez that morning. She wouldn't be home until tomorrow. I vibrated my lips together with an exhale as we passed my empty house. Some junior high kids turned in their seats and gave me weird looks. I suppose they wondered what was up with the black grass. They turned right back around, when I gave them a "you'd be prettier with my fist smashed in your face" glare. Senile bus driver man drove through town at a pet rock's pace. But Crapper wasn't big, and he eventually pulled to a stop at the north side of town. I got off the bus before he could call me Nick. The walk to the graveyard wasn't too far from the bus stop. A strong wind pushed me in the wrong direction, but the puffs of clouds that smudged the brilliant blue sky became my heroes. If they could stay strong in the wind, so could I. Just as I turned the corner around the video store, the Heartland Cemetery gates appeared farther down the street. I ran, and didn't stop. Near Mom's grave, I collapsed against a tree and whispered, "I need you, Tram," into its solid roughness. While I waited for him, I sat next to Mom's headstone and caught my breath. A fresh wreath of leaves rested there. He'd been here, but where was he? Even though I knew he hadn't left the cards, I searched for one anyway. It was there beneath the leaves, like always. "I miss you." Who would write that? And why couldn't it have been from Tram? He should have been here by now. Was something wrong? Had he gone somewhere? I needed to talk to him. Now. He needed to know about Sarah's visit and the spiders. Chewing the inside of my cheek, I touched Mom's picture on her headstone. "I love you, Mom." After I kissed the cool marble, I stood and walked toward the Trinity. My fingers grazed the bark of every tree on the way. At the base of the oak, Tram's tree drawing had been wiped clean. I wrapped my arms halfway around the trunk and kissed it. "Tram," I called, looking up the length of the tree into the canopy of fluttering green. The wind slid across the leaves in response. Disappointment and fear shifted in my stomach on my way out of the graveyard. The long journey home went by unnoticed. A dark cloud of anxiety followed me and forced all kinds of unpleasant thoughts into my head. The note. Tram missing. Sarah showing up at my house. Did Sarah see something I didn't? If so, what was I supposed to do about it? Tram knew all about this stuff. But where was he? I took my boots off inside my silent home, while my eyes darted everywhere at once. The spiders must have been napping because I didn't see any, at least not in the living room. When I stepped into the hallway, I gasped. Hundreds of large spiders crawled on the carpet, the walls, over the family pictures. A giant sea of shifting, squirming black. With my boots covering my hands like boxing gloves, I punched and smashed as many as I could. A few of the creepy little shits were quick enough to scuttle away. Spider bits stuck to the wall and carpet. I would need to clean this mess up. But first, I went into my room to continue my killing spree. It felt good to have a problem that could easily be squished. The riot girl posters on my walls didn't stir with movement. Carpet lay somewhere under all my clothes and books, but it didn't shift either. I even shook out my crumpled, melted doll headshirt to see if any spiders hid within its wrinkles. Nothing. Tossing it back on the floor, I headed to Darby's room. My heart stopped beating when I opened her door. Hundreds of spiders covered her desk. They crawled in and out of the drawers, and on top of each other, pulsating with their collective movement. My heart racing, I shot forward and crushed everything on top of the desk, including Darby's box of crayons. Many of the spiders scrambled away from my mad pounding, but they didn't get far. I opened the drawers and smacked the bottoms of them to force out the rest. A drawing inside the middle drawer froze me to the core. I let my boots drop from my hands as I reached for it. There were maybe 20 drawings in a stack. While I leafed through each one, a shiver shook my body. Every page had a crayon drawing of Mom's headstone, colored in Darby's precise hand. The pictures showed Mom climbing out of her grave. First one hand, then two, followed by Mom's head, and finally the rest of her body. Darby had drawn her covered in mud and standing by her grave, smiling. A sound escaped from my mouth, a mix of a sob and a scream. I couldn't look at the rest of the pictures. A bit of red smudged the top of the stack. Darby's blood from her paper cut. I shoved the drawings back into the desk drawer. My stomach tossed. I thought I was going to be sick. With my hand over my mouth, I got out of there. Tears blurred my vision as I breathed through my fingers in the hallway. I blinked them away to see more spiders crawling in and out underneath Dad's closed bedroom door. I willed myself to breathe and not throw up while I opened the door to his room. Most of the spiders crawled all over Dad's nightstand. I'd left my boots in Darby's room, but my curiosity shoved me forward without them. Dad's book, the one he'd been reading upside down, writhed with spidery movement. I tipped the nightstand over just enough to knock the book to the floor, and the spiders scurried away. The quarter tucked inside the page he'd left off popped out and rolled under the bed. I bent to pick up the book and stared at the cover. David's Illusion of Breakfast by John Class. His review last summer made it sound like it wasn't one he would read again. I opened the book to the first page, and the dust jacket fell to the floor. The book's hard cover felt old and frayed around the edges. Threads stuck out from its binding. But Dad bought this book brand new. Flipping the book closed, the silver letters on the black cover told me everything I needed to know. Resurrection. Dark magic to bring back the ones you love. Chapter 12.
In 15 years, I've never seen a spider infestation this bad,
The exterminator said, pushing his glasses up on his nose. Sweat greased his pudgy face.
but the spray should kill him in no time.
Dad stuck his hand out.
Thanks so much, Herman. We really appreciate it.
I'm sorry I couldn't get here sooner.
Herman shook Dad's hand and opened the front door.
I'll send you the bill.
Please do.
Dad shut the door behind him and sighed.
I guess I better get to work. You'll be okay here by yourself?
I couldn't look Dad in the eye, not after I'd seen the book he was reading. I'll be fine.
Feel better.
Dad kissed me on top of my head and left through the back door. As soon as the garage closed, I swept through the house to look for spiders. I wasn't sick, not physically, but there was no way I was going to school if my house and family were being watched. That had to be the reason for the spiders and Sarah's visit. Because Tram was still MIA, I would protect everything important on my own. But it sure would help if I knew where he was. There were fewer spiders already. The family photos in the hallway no longer dripped with them. The ones on Darby's desk shriveled into their legs, as if to duck the spray. I averted my eyes from the ugly middle drawer. A gun to my head wouldn't make me open it again. 2 spiders dragged their pale bodies across the fake book cover in Dad's bedroom. Mine was spider-free. While I shook out the quilt from over the recliner, the breeze it created ruffled the piano music on top. Some drifted to the floor, and I bent to pick them up. Blitzkrieg Bop lay on top. I knew without looking the rest were Ramones' songs, too. They were Mom's absolute favorite band. She knew everything about them. Eyes brimming, I threw the quilt over the piano so no nearly dead spiders could crawl on top of it. Mom used to give me daily personality tests in the form of what would you do if questions. What would you do if an intruder broke into the house? What would you do if he had a gun? What would you do if you thought you were being followed? I would answer honestly, and she would offer suggestions if needed. Once, I asked her why these what-if questions always involved someone who wanted to hurt me. Her blue eyes clouded with something unknown before she blinked it away.
I need to know you're strong enough to handle anything, my love.
She'd never asked me, what would you do if I died? Or what would you do if Dad and Darby wanted to bring me back? Or what if spiders took over the house? If she had, I would know what to do. I would be strong enough to handle it on my own. Later, frozen pizzas baked in the oven while I set the table for dinner. Melted cheese with a hint of cardboard hung heavy in the air. When Dad walked in through the back door, his eyes widened.
What's this?
Leigh says we need to talk,
Darby said, and lifted her glass of iced carbonation to her mouth. She liked hers in a glass because the bubbles tickled her nose. Worry wrinkled Dad's expression.
This sounds serious.
It is. I avoided his eyes while I sat at the table.
I'll wait to change my clothes then.
Dad's gaze seemed to burn a hole through me, while he sank into the chair across from Darby. My stomach clenched. For a second, I thought I was going to puke, but I took a breath and willed everything back down. I, saw Sarah right after she came back, at Mom's funeral, and a few times since then. Darby blinked and set her glass on the table. Dad didn't move a muscle. I don't know what you've heard, but she's definitely not the same. She's... A drop of sweat slid down Darby's glass. She looks nightmarish, I said, and swallowed. I'm no expert, but I think what she went through was pretty horrible. Committing suicide and then coming back. She'll never be the same. Darby caught another trickle down the glass and rubbed her fingers together.
Nothing will...
I gripped the edge of the table. Darby, look at me. She pressed her lips together as her gaze flicked up to me. Dad held still. His eyes locked on mine. The other day, when you said you wished Mom would come back like Sarah, I hope you didn't mean it, I continued. My eyes stung, and my chin trembled, but I kept going. We're miserable without Mom, but I think she's happy where she is, even though she doesn't have us. If your wish came true, and Mom came back, she wouldn't be happy, and she wouldn't be the same. A fallen tear streaked my cheek, and I brushed it away. I know she wouldn't. Darby put her elbows on the table and held the sides of her head. Even though she stared at the tabletop, I could see tears pooling behind her glasses. Dad just looked at me, his face blank. That's all, I said. Dad nodded slowly. Then he scooted his chair back and disappeared down the hallway. I stabbed at my Band-Aid with a fingernail while I watched him go. Darby sniffed.
But I miss her so much.
I slid my hand across the table, palm up. When she took it, I held it tight. Me too. Dad marched back into the kitchen carrying an old, frayed book. He dropped it in the garbage can and knelt between Darby and me. His voice thick with emotion. He said,
I thought you were going to tell us you were pregnant or something horrible like that.
Relieved, I threw one arm around Dad and didn't protest when he nearly crushed my bones with the force of his hug. After our frozen pizza dinner and a short phone call from Joe asking if I was contagious, I spied on Darby from her bedroom doorway. She sat at her desk, scooting dead spiders into a nearby trash can. She opened the ugly middle drawer and lifted out the stack of drawings. Her head bent over the pages as she shuffled through them one by one. The drawn images shifted through my brain at the same speed, and I knew I would never forget them even if I tried. Darby paused for a second, then tossed the stack into the trash can. I wanted to leap for joy, or tackle her with my tickle fingers. Instead, I chose to act cool and pretend I wasn't spying. "Oh, here you are," I said like an innocent sister would. "Can Merlin read to me?" She glanced over her shoulder.
Sure, but he's covered in spider guts.
I settled myself on her bed. He's got bigger issues than spider guts. Darby stuck out a repulsed tongue while she brushed a tissue over her book. When she snuggled against me, she began reading. At the mention of the enchanted forest, my thoughts turned to Tram. Where was he? Had he forgotten about me? Why didn't trammelers carry cell phones? Streaks of purple bruised the sky outside Darby's window as she continued the story. Darkness followed. Darby placed her purple mermaid bookmark inside her fat Merlin book and snapped it shut.
I want to be like you when I get older.
I screwed my face up in mock disgust. Why?
You're not afraid of anything.
She handed me her glasses and held the book to her chest. Yes, I am. Almost everything scared me these days. I unfolded myself from her and lay her glasses on the nightstand. After I kissed her on the forehead, I made a Darby burrito with her covers. In the living room, I took Dad's warm spot on the couch when I sent him to tuck her in too. Empty images flashed on the TV, lulling me to sleep. Tap, tap, tap. I stirred awake. Tap, tap, tap. It came from right over my head. I didn't want to open my eyes, but they opened anyway. All I saw was a deodorant commercial. The tapping grew louder, my heart hammering into my throat. I forced myself to look up and behind me. Sarah stared through the blinds at me outside the window. The images of the TV reflected off her pale face. I jumped off the couch and faced her, my breath just as ragged as my heartbeat. Sarah curled a bony finger to follow here. Her blackened mouth sagged open farther. She gestured again. "Go away," I said through clenched teeth. She held up 3 fingers and pointed at my house. Not at me, but inside my house. I lunged for the door and ripped it open. Her smell punched into my stomach and made me gag. Cold air brushed my arms as I fought the urge to puki. When the feeling started to pass, Sarah's icy hand grasped at my wrist and dragged me off the porch into the yard. "What are you doing?" I pulled away from her, but she only tightened her grip. Whispers hissed from her gaping mouth, growing more frantic with each step, but I couldn't make out a single word. She crept to another window, Darby's window. Through the blinds, her sleeping face gleamed with the moonlight. Her Merlin book still clutched to her chest. What were we doing out here? What did Sarah want to show me? My blood drummed through me faster and faster with each passing second, while Sarah's touch rattled my teeth. The floor of Darby's room shifted. Dark, shapeless things crawled across the floor. Spiders, thousands of them. My gasp cut through the silent night. Sarah squeezed my wrist, her cold touch hushing me. The thrashing mass of spiders grew taller as they climbed on top of each other, a black tower of movement. Then the tower divided itself right down the middle. Frenzied pulsing charged through the 2 piles of spiders that were both taller than me. I shook my head, trying to comprehend what I was seeing. Pieces of white gleamed through the spiders. Some faded into the white color, disappearing altogether. Pale streaks ran up and down the sides of the piles as more and more spiders vanished. I opened my mouth to breathe, to scream, but nothing came out. I knew what the white was. Skin. The pale streaks were arms and legs.
Fingers emerged and flexed as the spiders melted into them. But it was the flashes of red that completely stilled my heart. Hair.
The last few spiders dissolved into skin. There they were. 1 and 2. Dirty scraps of clothing hung from their bony bodies. Long patches of stringy red hair slid across both their backs as their heads turned toward Darby. "Darby!" I shouted, but it was too breathy to penetrate the window. Tremors shook my body. "Let me go!" I yanked my wrist, but Sarah's cold fingers were steel. Something in the corner of the room exploded with blue light. A swirl of white erupted into the air and spun around Darby's bed like a tornado. Notebook paper. Those were Darby's drawings of Mom she'd thrown away. Faster and faster they went, until Darby's hair blew across her sleeping face. The taller sorceress eye looked at the shorter, and they both nodded. A blink later, they were gone. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't think. Darby's drawings stopped circling, then drifted to the bed like a dead bird's feathers. They covered her, buried her. She still didn't move. Sarah released my wrist and touched her thumb and pinky together. 3 fingers pressed against the glass, over Darby's sleeping body. My heart splintered and cracked. The pain of it made me cry out, "No!" I snatched Sarah's hand from the glass and gripped her bony fingers in mine to make her look at me. "They can't have her." Urgent whispers floated out of her black, open mouth that never moved. My eyes blurred when I looked back at Darby. She's only 9. Sarah pulled her fingers from my death grip. "And she doesn't have a gift for the dead," I pleaded. "Her drawings weren't... They were in the trash. They were just drawings. It can't be her." I leaned my forehead against the cool glass of the window. "Sarah, why didn't you let me go? I could have stopped them. I could have... What can I do?" Sarah shook her head, then walked away into the night. No, I couldn't do that. There was no way I could walk away. I marched inside the house to my room and tore off a sheet of notebook paper. With no hesitation, I wrote 1 and 2. Don't you dare choose my sister. Choose me instead. Leigh. My mind whirled while I read the letter again and again. They couldn't choose Darby. If she died and became one of them, they're 3, I wouldn't be able to function. Not after Mom's death. Not ever. This was the only way to save her. Tears burned my eyes and splashed onto the paper. I could tape the note to the front door and hope they came back. A shudder knocked my bones together at the thought. But they couldn't have Darby. I found some tape in a desk drawer and hung my note on the inside of the screen door so it wouldn't blow away. I leaned against the hallway wall to keep myself upright. My heart thumped at the magnitude of my decision. Blood rushed to my head, mixing its heat with my jumbled thoughts. But I forced my feet forward, away from the door and the note. I collected Darby's drawings from on top of her, watching the steady swell of her chest under the blankets, careful not to look at the pictures. Once they were in the trash again where they belonged, I curled myself around her sleeping body, in a protective cocoon, waiting and listening to the night. Chapter 13. I jerked awake with a gasp. Sunlight striped the mermaid bedspread through the window blinds. I sat up, the haze of sleep lingering in my brain, and looked around. Darby wasn't there. After untangling myself from the covers, I stood and opened the door. "Darby?" I called.
"What?"
Her voice echoed from across the hall inside the bathroom.
I pressed the side of my face against the wood of the door, relief flooding to my toes. Just making sure.
"Huh?"
My gaze slid down the hallway to the living room. Just making sure. I could hardly hear my own words as my feet followed my stare. Rounding the corner, I stood face to face with the front door. The white-painted wood seemed to dare me to open it, narrowing its engraved rectangle eyes at me. I twisted the doorknob. The note was gone. Swallowing hard, I nodded. That was the way it had to be. Even so, spikes of trembling fear stabbed through me. I grabbed hold of the screen door handle for support. To the left of the sidewalk that led to the front door, patches of Sarah's black gloom burned a path as wide as a semi-truck through the grass to Darby's window. Black tendrils licked up the tree trunk. I placed my palm against the cool glass, as if to cover up the gloom. "Shit."
"What did you say?"
Darby asked. I yelped and whirled around, clutching my chest. "You almost gave me a heart attack." Darby eyed me, her bedhead hair falling over her shoulders in a tangled mess.
"Are you sick again? You're all pale."
"No," I said, and willed myself to breathe. Turning around again, I shut the door and locked it. "Everything's fine. Go take a bath, and I'll comb your hair."
"Will you braid it like Mom used to?"
I didn't miss the note of hope in her voice, or the used to, which fell on my heart like a fat raindrop. "I'll try." Mom was master of all things girly. I hadn't even reached apprentice level yet. Darby hurried down the hallway. With another quick glance at the front door, I followed behind. As soon as I stepped onto the bus, a group of junior high kids at the back moaned,
"Brains!"
You dead too, Baxton?
Some other kid near the middle yelled,
"Or did you spill black nail polish on your yard?"
I stared them all down until they gulped or looked away while I strode down the aisle toward Joe. Dad's yelling about the yard still buzzed in my ears. Worse, though, was that Darby had seen it too. Her horrified face festered in my brain like an open wound. "That's just the blood of last night's sacrifice," I told them. That ended the discussion. No one said anything or looked at me again after that. Joe beamed when I sat next to her.
"Who should we sacrifice tonight?"
"I've got a pretty good idea," I mumbled.
"What happened?"
Joe asked in a low voice. "I'll tell you later." Later, meaning never. Joe would fall apart if she knew what had happened. And what would happen? Joe knew me well enough not to press the issue, even though her forehead stayed puckered while she launched into a detailed account of her and Miguel's first kiss. My mind wandered. What would happen next? How would 1 and 2 make me their 3? And when? I needed time to say goodbye to everyone, to tell them how much I loved them. Another thought pierced my heart and flipped it upside down. I would never see Darby and Dad or Joe again. Not really. Even if I came back from the dead, I knew I wouldn't be the same. Sarah proved that. I would never kiss Tram again. A knot twisted in my throat.
"Leigh, are you listening to me?"
I blinked. Yeah. Joe narrowed her eyes and tilted her head.
"Then what did I just say?"
I swallowed, but the knot in my throat didn't move. You said that kissing Miguel was totally hot, with glitter and sparkles.
Yeah,
Jo said, crossing her arms.
About 10 minutes ago. Then I started to tell you about Callum.
With my lips pursed, I stared at the back of the seat in front of me. What about him?
He got a baseball scholarship letter from some university. Mom and Dad are ecstatic. But you know what?
The bus rolled to a stop in front of the school.
Out of the corner of my eye, I realized Jo still bounced in her seat, even though the bus had stopped. What?
He hasn't accepted it yet, because of you.
My eyes widened as I turned to look at her. What? Students around us stood and jostled each other toward the exit.
He didn't even have to say anything. I just knew that was the reason,
she said, and tapped the side of her head.
I'm becoming more in tune with his thoughts and feelings ever since he declared his love for you.
My face burned and I shook my head. He never...
Please?
A small smile dashed across her mouth.
The only reason he breathes is because you do.
She stood to join the exodus of students. The pain in my heart was probably written all over my face, and I was glad she didn't look back at me. I couldn't help but think what might happen to Callum if I did stop breathing. Megan's seek and destroy eye missiles had shrunk into AK-47 bullets. Lily still stood between us in the lunch line, our own waif World War III preventer, and fiddled with her pink lily. I was too lost in thought to pay much attention to either of them. Death at 15 would suck. There was tons of stuff I wanted to do, like go to college and slam dance at a punk concert. But I'd chosen my path. 1 and 2 probably wouldn't let me change my mind. If I could talk to Tram, maybe he could help me find a way out without risking Darby's life too. But where the hell was he? The lunch lady handed me a tray with a styrofoam bowl of hamburger soup and some wilted lettuce on the side. Just as I turned the corner toward the library, Callum and Mr. Mallory rounded another corner and headed straight for me through the empty hallway. Mr. Mallory had kicked the swarm of reporters outside since end-of-the-year finals were coming. My heart twirled, even with my grim decision hanging over my head like a gleaming meat cleaver. How could he still have this effect on me? He'd weakened me by pretending he cared. A swell of anger warred with my dancing insides, leaving me confused and breathless as he came closer. He must have seen me because he straightened his shoulders. A slow smile spread across his mouth, and his eyes sparkled with warmth. A blush heated my skin while he and Mr. Mallory swept past. I didn't know why, but I looked back at him. He waved, his grin bigger than ever. I hurried into the library, unable to face his warmth any longer. A sudden realization knocked the breath from my lungs. My death might kill him. Thoughts wrapped around my brain so tightly, I barely heard the buzz of conversation, mixed with the loud hum of ancient computers. Miss Hansen whispered and gestured wildly, the ends of her hair nowhere near her mouth. Mrs. Rios stood in front of her, palms out, as if to push Miss Hansen's excitement away.
I've never trusted her. If we can just find proof that she's... or find where they all gather, maybe this can be stopped,
Miss Hansen said.
It's too late for that.
Mrs. Rios shook her head and chewed her lip.
I think the best thing to do...
I stepped toward Jo, not wanting to eavesdrop. She sat at our table under the Mohawk poster, arranging her wilted lettuce around her fingers to make little green skirts. But one whispered word from Miss Hansen froze my foot in midair. Trammler. I blinked, wondering if I was hearing things again, and stared at the two women. "What did you say?" I asked. Both turned and looked at me. Concern darkened Mrs. Rios's face.
Are you sure you're okay, Leigh?
"I'm fine." She'd asked me the same question in Spanish class. "But, Miss Hanson, did you say trammler?" The thought of her knowing about magical creatures and trammlers spun my mind into a tornado. How could she know? Mrs. Rios brushed by me and flashed me a quick smile.
I need to go. Miss Hanson, we'll talk more later.
The librarian winced as the door clicked shut behind Mrs. Rios. Thin lines at the corners of her eyes reached across her pale skin toward her graying hair. Grabbing a book from her desk, she said,
Yes, I said trammler.
She arched an eyebrow.
I guess you know about them too.
Not nearly enough. Please tell me everything you know. Miss Hanson glanced at the spine label and went to the nonfiction shelves.
I know that you should get far, far away from here. The world is in serious danger, and it will start here.
I shook my head. It's too late for me to run. Miss Hanson shoved the book into the shelves and looked at me sharply.
What do you mean?
My mouth opened, but no words came. I didn't know where to begin.
Tell me you dyed your hair.
Miss Hanson stepped toward me, and an odd look that I had never seen before passed over her face. Terror, maybe. What? My hair? She pointed at Joe.
Red suits her, but not you.
Another step closer.
Leigh, tell me you dyed it.
I gripped my lunch tray with one hand and ran the other through my hair. It was blonde, like always. Had Miss Hanson completely lost it? What are you talking about? Miss Hanson, please. How can I stop 1 and 2?
You didn't dye it?
She came closer with an outstretched hand and looked at me like I'd just grown a horn from my nose. Her eyes widened with every step she took. She touched the ends of my hair and gasped.
Oh, Leigh, what did you do?
Before I could say anything, before I could pull away, Miss Hanson stuck the ends of my hair into her mouth. I didn't have time to be disgusted because she shrank away from me, her mouth open in a gasp. She backed toward the door and shook her head, her eyes filling with tears.
What did you do?
Dread snaked between every bone in my body and squeezed. She knew. Somehow. She knew. Tears streaked her cheeks. She gave me one more frightened look and flew out of her own library. Chapter 14.
After we finish collecting signatures, I'll deliver it to the mayor myself.
Jo flapped her arms like a bird hopped up on sugar as we strolled up her sidewalk.
The petition's almost done. The petition's almost done.
I laughed, and the sound surprised me. It seemed like forever since I'd let loose enough to laugh. It had been 3 days with no sign of spiders, Sarah, or the sorceress eye. The 3 S's. My heart tripped over itself at the thought of 3. But since I hadn't seen or heard anything, maybe I wasn't 3. Maybe I didn't have to complete the sorceress eye's creepy, stinky club. Maybe I wouldn't win myself Sarah's grave. Maybe Tram had caught them, for good this time, and couldn't be bothered to tell me. Once we were inside Jo's house, she skipped down the stairs into the basement's black mouth.
I'll get Cal's keys.
I flicked on the basement light and followed, even though I really didn't need to go with her. Jo pressed her ear against Callum's door, then pushed it open. I peered inside. His back glowed blue in the light of the lava lamp. He laid asleep, spread eagle on his bed. Each breath lifted his shoulder blades and swelled over every curve of muscle. Elf sat on his head, flicking his tail and blinking his shiny eyes at us. Joe crept toward his dresser and tucked his keys in her fist. The phone rang. Elf leaped off Callum's head and ran out of the room as if he was going to go answer it.
It might be Miguel,
Joe whispered and took off after Elf. Callum stirred. He turned his head toward me and fluttered his eyes open.
Leigh?
I tried to disappear behind the doorframe, but the blue light on his bare back wouldn't release my gaze. Yeah.
Were you watching me?
Sleep thickened his voice. No. I swallowed and edged around the wall, so that only one of my eyes peered at him.
Then why are you in my room watching me sleep?
I'm not. Joe was just... He rolled over and stretched his arms over his head, every muscle pulling tight.
It's all right. You can admit it.
Admit what? I wanted to pull my gaze away from him, but couldn't. His bare chest hypnotized me.
That you're in love with me.
He swung his legs off the bed and sat up. Blood scorched my face and the tips of my ears. I leaned my head against the wall to cool myself. Callum,
I know.
He grabbed a shirt from the floor and stood.
You and that freaky Tram guy are hanging out.
At the mention of Tram, a knife stabbed my heart and twirled it like a top. He's not freaky. Just because you don't know him doesn't make him freaky. Callum shrugged and walked to his dresser.
I don't like him.
He took a stick of gum and popped it in his mouth. Yeah, you mentioned that, I said, and pushed away from the doorframe so I could glare at him with both eyes. Anger had ended his hypno skills and dried the drool from my lips.
Well, I don't.
He came toward me, his shirt dangling by his side. Warmth radiated from his skin as he drew closer. I didn't have to touch him to feel it.
It's okay, though. I'll wait.
I forced myself to focus on his eyes, willing myself to stay strong. But his nearness sent fluttering wings through my body. The tenderness in his eyes thawed some of my rage. Wait for what? The side of his mouth slid into a smile as he came closer still.
For you.
It was like he sucked the air from my lungs with those two words. He was a bare-chested air vampire. I cleared my throat. No. He nodded, his lips just inches from mine.
I will.
His breath blew on the top of my mouth, warm and cinnamony. I'm with Tram. Wherever he was. If you could really call us with each other when we weren't.
You don't have to be,
he whispered, skimming his upper lip over mine. Callum. My lips moved over his, but he caught the rest of my warning with his entire mouth. My body and mind told me to do two different things. Melt into him and kiss him back, or pretend like he had no effect on me anymore. When thunder boomed down the stairs, my decision was made for me. I pulled in a breath and stepped away from him. Jo appeared at my side and ticked her gaze between Callum and me.
You must have said something stupid for her to look like that.
He didn't, I said, not meeting his eyes. She patted him on the head.
Good boy.
A slow smile spread across her face, while she spun his keyring around her finger.
We're taking your car.
I've got baseball practice, so you better have it back in an hour, Weed, or I'll tell Mom and Dad.
She spun the keys faster, her dark eyes sparkling with a dare.
Then I'll tell them that you haven't signed your scholarship acceptance letter.
What?
He stretched his shirt over his head and stared at Jo.
Yeah, I did. I put it in the mail right when I got it.
I blinked. So he was leaving? Joe stopped the key's spin cycle and stared at Callum.
No, you didn't. I just saw it on your dresser.
That was a copy. You really think I'd give up a baseball scholarship?
Joe glanced at me.
I thought...
Callum followed her gaze, and then we both looked away.
You thought wrong.
I shook my head, trying to clear his pretty words from my brain. He would wait, while living in a college town with thousands of pretty girls scouting for sexy baseball players, to give them a home run. He would wait. Bullshit. But I almost believed him. Maybe I'd wanted to. That didn't make any sense, though, because I was with Tram. Maybe. Callum had tricked me into kissing him. You're such a liar, Callum. I lined those words with the burning venom that raged through my veins. He just looked at the floor. The thought of bloodying his lip again flashed through my mind. But instead, I took Joe's elbow and pulled her toward the stairs.
An hour weed.
Callum called after us and slammed his door. The walls of the house shook. Joe grabbed at my shirt to stop my flight out the front door.
He did say something.
Your brother's a liar, I said through gritted teeth. The venom inside me amplified my voice.
What did he say?
He said he'd wait for me. I jerked open the front door. But he won't. Not if he's some hotshot college baseball player with his own lip gloss slathered fan club. Joe grabbed her clipboard from the stair banister and perched her dark sunglasses on top of the scarf tied around her head.
I really thought he wasn't going to accept his scholarship because of you.
It doesn't matter. Let's go. But it did matter. My burning rage proved it. He'd fed me his pretty words just to confuse me. He would leave, and then forget all about me. He didn't care at all. How could I have thought my death, my becoming 3, would crush him if he didn't even care about me? When we stepped outside, heavy clouds stole the sunlight and wiped the sky gray. Drops of rain dotted the sidewalk. They cooled my skin and helped ease my anger. But once inside his car, the smell of cinnamon jostled my brain. I jabbed at the window button and breathed in the scent of raindrops. Joe started the car, still looking at me.
We're going to the graveyard first.
What for?
So you can visit your mom and maybe get your tram fix.
She settled the sunglasses on her nose, put the car in gear, and started down the road. I scratched my spider bite and nodded, though I doubted he would be there.
Are you going to tell me why he hangs out at the graveyard?
She asked, rolling down her window too.
Does he work there or something?
Yeah. That's all the explanation I could give. The talk about what Tram really was would have to wait until after I saw him again. Otherwise, it would hurt too much, and I'd already had an overload of pain today.
Rolls of gray sky stretched into the distance. The rain fell harder, splashing my arm. I shivered and pushed the window button back up.
Joe did the same.
So your dad's been on the phone all day with landscaping people? Do they know why Sarah's yard virus spread to yours?
I shook my head. I haven't seen my dad that pissed off in forever. He'd stormed in and out of the house, raking his hands through his hair, while yelling at someone on the phone. He kept looking at Mom's lilacs as if he expected them to shrivel up like the trail of death through our yard, but their purple heads bobbed happily in the wind.
It's probably Earth's way of warning us. She's had enough,
Joe said, and reached under her butt to pull out a candy bar wrapper from the seat.
How can I be related to someone who's contributing to the death of our planet? You want me to come with?
She pulled up in front of Heartland Cemetery. I'll just be a minute. I opened the door, and the wind picked up, blowing a piece of paper out of the car. It whirled around in a tiny twister before it scooted across the soaked street. Joe hopped out and ran after it. On my way to Mom's grave, I touched my fingertips to every tree. Rain splashed on the leaves with heavy thunks before slapping me with their cold. Hope rose up inside of me and revolted against my doubts that he would be here. I needed to see him, to hear his voice, and tell him everything that had happened with 1 and 2. Mom's grave looked peaceful. It was like she called me nearer to wrap her calm around me. I knelt at the side of her headstone. A wreath of leaves rested there, but all of them were wilted with rain and edged in brown. I searched for a card underneath and held up a smudged and soggy one. 4 words were scrawled in black ink. Don't go to W. What the hell did that mean? Who kept leaving these stupid cards? More importantly, where was Tram? Rain plastered my hair to my face, so I skimmed it behind my ears to scan the graveyard. Heartland Cemetery was dead. Tram must really be gone. The revolution between hope and doubt still surged inside me, and it moistened my eyes. Mom, Darby is safe. I made sure of it. You don't have to worry about her. I grazed my hand over her picture, as though I was brushing a tear off her face. Maybe Tram was busy hunting down 1 and 2 since they'd escaped him. That made sense. He had to save the world. That was a good reason, but I still needed to tell him what I'd done. The hope inside me took one last dying breath. The sky loaned me its tears while I gazed at Mom's picture again. I love you, Mom. Before I stood, I pressed my lips to the wet marble of her headstone. I didn't allow myself to look back on my way out.
Are you okay?
Joe asked when I climbed into the car. I shrugged. He wasn't there.
I'm sorry,
Joe said, reversing to head east.
Do you know where he lives?
Not exactly. Where did he live? Inside trees?
Well, maybe he'll show up and surprise you.
She glanced at me, her forehead wrinkled.
Do you need a hug? Because I can pull over.
A chuckle escaped me, taking with it a tiny bit of my anger and disappointment. Only Joe could make me laugh at a time like this. No, it's okay. Just continue to be you.
Be me,
she said, nodding.
I can do that.
Soon she pulled onto a street lined with trailers and an apartment complex.
Ready or not, here we come.
With her clipboard in hand, she was out of the car in 0.8 seconds. I followed at a much calmer pace. We walked along the sidewalk, careful to avoid the craters in its cracked surface. Joe got a few people inside the trailers to sign her petition, but I suspected they did it just to get rid of us. The apartment complex came next. Wood chips lay on both sides of the sidewalk, leading to the front door, the same kind used on my old elementary school playground. A tricycle on its side was the only recess equipment around, its front tire spinning and squeaking in the wind. Not exactly a playground dream come true. Joe turned the doorknob, and the door creaked open.
Welcome to the cockroach apartments, where the roaches pay rent so you don't have to.
I crinkled my nose at the stale air and cigarette smoke. Just call 1-800-RIPOFFS, and we'll provide 1 month's supply of free mice.
Nice one,
Joe said, and knocked on the first door on the left. I was about to lean against the wall while we waited, but the dirty handprints changed my mind. Maybe the cockroaches ate them.
God, I hope not.
Joe knocked on the door to the right. No answer.
What if everyone in the whole town is at someone else's house with their own petition? How weird would that be?
definitely weird, I said, beating on the next door down. Joe tapped on the last door and sighed when there was no answer from either one.
Let's try upstairs.
One story up, and 4 unanswered knocks. Later, we climbed the red-carpeted stairs again. The cockroach apartments were 3 stories high, probably because the owner wanted it to be destroyed by a tornado. Then the whole place would be nothing but wood chips. Someone answered the last door Joe thumped on. We both stared at the person before shock turned into recognition. "Mrs. Rios," I said. "It's you." Her mouth popped open as she backed away.
Leigh, what are you doing? Here.
I frowned. Was this how teachers acted outside of school? Was the absence of a whiteboard behind them that scary? Or had Miss Hanson told her why she'd run out of the library after sucking on my hair? I gestured at Joe.
We just wanted to know if you'd like to sign a petition to put a recycling center in town,
Joe said in her most polite voice, and handed over the clipboard.
Oh,
Mrs. Rios said, and swallowed. She studied the sheets of signatures as if she wasn't really seeing them. "And to make sure you're feeling better," I added. "Both you and Miss Hanson were sick yesterday, and the day before. I left both of you voicemails. Didn't you get them?" She jerked her head up and stared at me. Bingo. I wanted answers from someone. Anyone. And the fearful gleam in Mrs. Rios's eyes told me she knew something important.
"Of course I'll sign it,"
she said, and clicked the pen.
"Great, thanks."
The dark hallway glowed with Joe's smile as she took the clipboard back. Shifting to the side, I glimpsed a few suitcases inside the door. "You must be better, since you're going somewhere." Mrs. Rios narrowed her eyes and sighed.
"Why don't you girls come in? My flight doesn't leave until tonight anyway. Plus, I made cookies."
"Cookies?"
Joe said.
"Chocolate chip."
Mrs. Rios held the door for us, and we went inside.
"Are you going to make us conjugate verbs?"
Joe asked. The corner of Mrs. Rios's mouth turned up in a smile, the smallest one I'd ever seen on her.
"Only if you don't like the cookies."
Her apartment was an alternate universe compared to the rest of the cockroach apartments. Deep red and brown checkered squares decorated her living room furniture. A Mexican and an American flag hung side by side on one wall inside large picture frames. Several pieces of artwork that Mrs. Rios had once brought to school to show the class bordered a large wooden bookshelf. The smell of warm chocolate chip cookies tickled my nose, but it also crushed me with the memory of Mom's baking. It was strange how much different smells reminded me of her. I coughed to clear the knot of emotion from my throat. "You have a nice home." She bit her lip while she shut the door behind us.
"Thank you. Have a seat. I'll get the cookies."
She went around a corner, out of sight.
"Do you want anything to drink?"
"No thanks," we chorused and sat on the couch. Mrs. Rios came back with 3 cookies and 3 napkins. Apprehension mixed with the saliva in my mouth. Why was everything 3?
"Here you go."
She gave me a napkin and plopped a warm cookie on it. I bit into gooey heaven and swallowed the cookie in 2 bites. Now there weren't 3 cookies anymore. "Thank you," I said once I'd swallowed.
"Yeah, thick ooh,"
Joe said through a mouthful. Mrs. Rios sat across from us in a cozy-looking recliner. Just before she bit into her cookie, I asked, "Where is the trameler?" She closed her mouth and set the cookie and napkin in her lap, avoiding my gaze.
"Hunting."
"Hunting where?" Joe wiped her mouth.
"What are you talking about?"
I glanced at Jo. She would need to hear this eventually. Might as well be now. I arched an eyebrow at Mrs. Rios. Hunting where? Her gaze settled on the cookie in her lap.
In Wichita, I think.
Wichita. My voice came out as a whisper. But...
Who's hunting?
Jo asked, as her face screwed up in confusion. I squeezed my wadded napkin in my fist. Why Wichita? And how do you know all this? Jo raised her hand.
I don't know what we're talking about.
My husband was a trammeler,
Mrs. Rios said, her voice so low I had to lean forward to hear her. Your husband was? Tears shined in her eyes.
Gretchen killed him 16 years ago on our wedding day.
She tore off a chunk of cookie and popped it in her mouth while the tears spilled over.
Trammeler, Tram,
Jo said. I could practically hear the gears in her head churning. I leaned forward even more. Why Wichita? Mrs. Rios wiped her cheek and swallowed.
There's a woman who lives there, a dangerous woman who is helping 1 and 2.
Who is she? I demanded.
That newswoman who was hanging around the school,
Mrs. Rios said.
Ika Reynolds from Wichita's Channel 13 News. I knew she was rotten since the day I met her.
Why? The air in the apartment became too thick. I dragged in a breath. Why would someone want to help them? Mrs. Rios looked at me for a long moment, with her eyebrows pushed together, forehead puckering.
I suspect Ika hopes helping them will be her gift for the dead. She wants to be 3.
She can have it. I tugged at my shirt collar, suddenly wishing I hadn't eaten that cookie so fast. She can be a dead sorceress. Jo paused mid-lick up her finger.
Did you just say sorceress?
No.
Mrs. Rios stood and circled around to the back of the recliner.
No one can be 3, Leigh. Gretchen is pure evil, and if the sorceresses free her from the core...
She gripped the top of the chair until her knuckles turned white.
Gretchen and her cult will be the least of our worries. Between the cult, Ika, 1 and 2, and the rest of his duties, the trammeler is already stretched too thin. Not to mention, he's only been on the job for 6 months with no one to train him.
Why aren't there more trammelers who can help? I asked. More tears striped her cheeks.
There used to be many. It was a highly respected job that only the bravest could get. But 1 and 2 made everyone afraid, and no one wants the dangerous job of going after them.
Jo's gaze slid back and forth between us.
Who's 1 and 2? Who's Gretchen? What's the core?
Tram wasn't afraid, though. A rush of pride for him swelled through me. He was willing to go after 1 and 2, face their power, and not run away from it. All by himself with no one to show him how. I wished he was here so I could pin a purple heart on him and kiss his bravery. Has anyone heard from him lately? I asked. Mrs. Rios shook her head. That meant nothing. Even though my stomach nodded, it meant nothing. He was busy hunting. That was all. The napkin grew hot in my fist, so I forced my grip to relax and leaned back against the couch. Do you know what I did? I asked. Swiping her dark hair and the rest of her tears away, Mrs. Rios sat up straighter and gazed at me.
I know. Miss Hanson read your past from your hair, but she also told me why you did what you did.
What did you do, Leigh?
Jo asked.
She sacrificed herself,
Mrs. Rios said, looking at me the way Mom used to when I did something right. I looked away and traced a red square on the couch cushion.
To save her sister.
Save Darby?
Jo's forehead creased over eyes full of concern.
From what? Leigh, what's going on?
Oh, Jo, I said, shaking my head. Everything is so messed. Mrs. Rios's sharp gasp interrupted me. She tilted her head, listening.
No.
She whispered and stepped around the recliner toward me.
You have to go. Now.
A second later, I knew why. The smell of chocolate chip cookies no longer tickled my nose. Now I smelled death. Terror surged through my body. I grasped Jo's arm and pulled her up from the couch. But before I could do anything else, the door of Mrs. Rios's apartment slammed inward. 1 and 2 stood in the hallway, dingy scraps of clothing flapping around them in a powerful gale, their glowing blue eyes fixed on me. Chapter 15. "Run!" I yelled and pushed Jo toward the kitchen. Something white sprang up in the edges of my vision. I turned. Huge, lacy wings had burst from Mrs. Rios's back and lifted her from the floor. I stared in disbelief while she hovered in front of 1 and 2. The rotten, dead smell grew in intensity. Jo, her breath coming in quick gasps, gagged behind me. I dug my nails into her arm and pushed her. Go. She disappeared around the kitchen corner.
You will not enter,
Mrs. Rios growled. A beam of white light shot from her mouth and pushed against 1 and 2. They flew out the door, which slammed shut behind them. The white light stretched across the door and along the entire wall. It sizzled and cracked with whatever kind of power it was made of. Mrs. Rios snapped her mouth shut and turned to me. The glow behind her shone through her fluttering wings and cast faint shadows over the couch. Eyes wide, she pointed to the kitchen.
Run!
But I couldn't. Shuddering waves rolled through me, locking me in place. The door ripped from its hinges and flew toward Mrs. Rios. She lunged to the side, wings beating furiously. 1 and 2 stepped through the white barrier like it was nothing more than a shaft of sunlight. Their whispers swelled over the pops of electricity in the glow as they entered. Hands fisted at her sides, another beam of light burst from Mrs. Rios's mouth. Between the beats of my Spanish teacher's wings, both sorceresses widened their sagging mouths and hissed. Dark shadows materialized under their feet. Some of the inky black rushed backward and draped over the glow along the wall behind them. The rest shot forward and met Mrs. Rios's light in midair. With a loud crackle, the shadows snuffed the light out. Mrs. Rios moaned and fell to her knees. Her wings drooped behind her back. The shorter sorceress hissed, and Mrs. Rios's body slammed sideways against the far wall. The glass over the American flag shattered on impact and hailed down on her as she slumped to the floor. No, I backed away, feeling 1 and 2's eyes pointed at me, and stared at my teacher's crumpled body and bent wings. Mrs. Rios. 1 and 2 stepped forward and blocked my path. The shorter sorceress vanished. A half-second later, Jo's scream ripped through the apartment. I turned my back on the other one and ran. My heart beat itself into a frenzy. I raced through the kitchen. Panic squeezed my neck and strangled my cries for Jo. I tore down a hallway. The sorceress disappeared inside a room, and I followed. On the other side of a bed, Jo perched on top of a small desk under a window and tried to force it open. The sorceress strode toward her. "Get away from her!" I shouted and skirted around the sorceress to face her. She stopped walking. Her black mouth lolled open further, while her blue eyes sliced through me. "Leave her alone. She has nothing to do with this." The second sorceress rounded the doorway at a leisurely pace to join the first. Both their thin bodies barred the path to the door. Their horrible mouths stretched into grins and revealed more darkness instead of teeth.
Leigh?
Jo said, her voice trembling.
We can jump.
I glanced behind me at Jo's ghostly, pale face. Cool air from the open window lifted papers from the desk and scattered them across the floor. As I turned back to the sorceress eye, I took one step backward. Maybe we could jump and escape, but we were 3 floors up. Which was worse? Broken bones and possible death, or definite death to join 1 and 2? It didn't take long to decide. I took another step back. One of the sorceress eye, her eyes never leaving mine, lifted her arm toward Jo and flicked her wrist. Jo gasped behind me, and as I turned to look, her body soared out the window. I stared at the place where she'd been a second ago. Jo, not here. 3 floors down. I fought for a breath, but icy hands on my skin chilled the attempt. 1 and 2 stood on either side of me, grazing my bare arms with 3 fingers. Their touch left a trail of frost from my wrists up to my head. Whispers filled the room. When their fingers rested on my temples, I finally made out one of their whispered words. 3. Their whispers intensified. A blue light rose from the floor and surrounded us. Then it vanished as quickly as it had come. It was done. I'd been chosen. My eyes closed when their icy touch left me. I backed away and bumped into the desk. Rain from the open window splattered on the wood and splashed up my arm. I was 3. That realization lanced my skin with poison needles. I would die and come back through Sarah's grave. I would help chaos escape from the core to the surface of the earth. Tears rolled down my face, and I let them. Needing some kind of support now more than ever, I leaned against the desk. My hand brushed something cold and metal on the side. I held it with my hand and glanced at the sorceress eye. They were kneeling on the carpet, facing each other, eyes closed, still blocking the door. Their hands hovered over the beige carpet. They appeared to be listening during the occasional breaks in their whispers. Were they talking to Gretchen about their chosen 3? I shivered and glanced at the metal thing attached to the desk. It was a drawer handle. While glancing at 1 and 2 to make sure they didn't open their eyes, I opened it. Among the pens and pencils, metal gleamed with the dull light spilling from the window. A letter opener. I cupped it in my fist. The blade dug into the skin just above my wrist when I held my arm to my side, hiding it from view. Maybe I didn't have to be 3. If there wasn't a 1 or a 2, there couldn't be a 3. Tram said there needed to be 3 of them to be powerful enough to open the core and free Gretchen. I clutched the letter opener tight. Thoughts of Jo and Mrs. Rios spun in my mind until I felt dizzy. If they were dead, then these 2 bitches deserved to die too. I took a step toward one of them, watching her closed eyes. Another step closer. I glanced at the other one, but her eyes were still closed too. The metal grew slick in my sweaty palm. I breathed through my mouth so I wouldn't have to smell their rot. Another step. 1 more, and I would be close enough. I took another step and plunged the tip down at the nearest sorceress eye's chest. Her blue eyes snapped open, and she grabbed my hand before the letter opener sank into her. Both sorceress eye hissed. My body blew over the bed, out the door, and slammed into the hallway wall, as if I was nothing more than a piece of Kansas litter. The The door banged shut behind me. I fell to the floor in a heap. Struggling to my feet, I touched the goose egg forming on the back of my head and winced. My fingers came away bloody. I squeezed the letter opener pressed into my palm. "I won't be your 3 without a fight," I yelled. But right then, there were too many other things to worry about. I rushed down the hallway and raced through the kitchen, wishing for 2 things: that Mrs. Rios was okay, and that what I found outside on the ground underneath the window wouldn't break me. But Mrs. Rios wasn't even here. Puddles of blood spotted the carpet where she'd been. Slivers of glass from the picture frame lay sprinkled about like raindrops. Where was she? Barreling through the hole in the wall that used to be the front door, I rushed for the stairs. The red carpet reminded me of a river of blood. My legs swept me downstream, as if they had a will of their own. I needed to know, but I didn't want to see what was outside. The letter opener dug into my clenched fist, and I flung it aside. I rounded the back of the building at top speed and raced across the wood chips even faster. "Joe," I cried.
"Leigh, get me down from here."
She was hanging upside down between the 3rd and 2nd stories, pulling at her skirt so it wouldn't fall down around her neck. Exertion and relief stole my voice, until it was just a whisper. "I will." I looked up and realized I stood next to a massive dead black tree. Lightning split the heavy gray sky in half, behind its warped branches freeing fat raindrops. "Are you caught on something?"
"The back of my skirt."
Joe dipped closer to the ground with a loud tearing sound.
"Oh, goddesses! Leigh, hurry!"
The tree was the only way up to her. I hurried to the base and found a foothold, but my boots slid off the rain-slicked black bark. Another foothold offered better grip, and I swung myself up. Raindrops soaked the tree's limbs and my hands while I climbed. I went as slow as possible, so I wouldn't slip. The cold wet seeped into the butt of my jeans, while I scooted along the top of a branch that reached out to Joe's foot. Joe plunged closer to the ground, with another rip. Her whimpers lost themselves in a sudden gust of wind. I dug my fingernails into the wet bark and kept scooting. My eyes were glued on Joe. I'd almost reached her. My weight dipped the branch so that she could grab onto it. Almost. "You can't reach it?" I asked. Joe stretched her arms out further, no longer caring that she showed the world her bare legs and pink Hello Kitty underwear. Her fingertips brushed the branch, but she couldn't grasp it.
"Number, it's too high."
I scooted further. The width of the branch was now about as skinny as my leg. Joe reached for it when it sagged closer to her. Her fingers grabbed hold, and she let out a shaky breath.
"Oh, thank you, Leigh."
"You're not down yet. Just hang on." I used the wall of the apartment building as leverage so I could get my feet underneath me. Heart hammering, I positioned my boots on the wet bark. My hands climbed the wall Spider-Man style while I straightened. I willed myself not to look down, so I glanced sideways. A long, slender piece of metal jutted through Joe's skirt. A royal blue KU flag dripped down the wall behind her. "You're caught on a flagpole."
"Thank you, flagpole."
As I reached toward it, Joe's skirt gave a final tear. She was free, but the sudden weight of her hanging from the branch bucked me off. I clawed at the wall, but it was too late. I was already falling. I lashed out, trying to find anything to grab onto. My stomach leaped and twirled in mad circles. Something slashed into my arm. Then it was over. I wasn't falling anymore. My sudden stop made me gasp.
"Leigh!"
I moved my lips to answer, but didn't hear anything come out. What had stopped my fall? It was something solid and warm, and smelled like rich soil and sun-kissed afternoons. I looked up, and my throat trapped my next breath. Tram. He cradled me in his arms, his face covered in bruises and struck with terror. Above him, the sky continued to wring out its soggy load. The gray clouds faded to black, and I let the darkness take me. Chapter 16.
Leigh, wake up.
Someone shook me. I wished they would stop. Raindrops plinked around me and fell on my face, gathering above my eyelids. My arms screamed with pain. Someone touched the part that hurt the most. "Don't touch me," I said, my voice cracking.
It's me, Joe. Wake up, Leigh.
My eyes fluttered open, sending more drops down my cheeks. "Joe, you okay?"
"I'm fine,"
she sobbed. Sheets of rain plastered her brassy hair to her face. Rivulets of water blended with her tears. "Where's Mrs. Rios?"
"I don't know."
Jo hugged herself. She was crouched in a duck squat next to me. Wood chips dug into my back. Had I only imagined landing in Tram's arms? So much for wishful thinking. A slow pressure built on my sore arm and took me from my thoughts. When I turned my head to see who I was about to punch, relief welled up inside me. "Tram." He fussed with the ends of a torn strip from Joe's skirt, which was wrapped around my arm like a bandage, and wouldn't meet my eyes. The swollen bruises on his face emphasized the deep red welts slashed across his forehead and cheeks. "Are you okay?" I asked. Tram stood, still not looking at me, and fisted his hands. He shook his head.
"It should be over for you."
I flinched at his choice of words. It was already over for me. Using my good arm for a prop, I sat up. Jo put her hand behind my back to help. "You were in Wichita," I said.
"I shouldn't have left you."
Tram's jaw clenched and unclenched. Thunder bounced along the gray sky as Jo squeezed my shoulder. The rain seemed to be easing, but the wind had picked up. She darted a look back at the apartment building.
"Do you know who they are?"
"Yes," I said. After everything she'd been through that day, she deserved the whole truth. I know who they are. Jo's tear-filled eyes widened and she dropped her voice to a whisper.
"Are they still here?"
"No,"
Tram said.
"They disappeared as soon as I came."
Jo shivered.
"How do you know?"
"I can feel their vibrations in the trees."
"Oh."
Jo nodded, as if what Tram had just said was completely normal.
"Can you stand up, Leigh?"
"Yeah." I took Jo's outstretched hand, and she helped me to my feet. The world seemed to be spinning too fast, and both my brain and body couldn't keep up. The soaked wood chips shifted under me. Before I fell a second time, my own solid tree was there to catch me again. Tram held me to his chest as I pressed myself against him to get my dizziness under control. Falling out of the tree must have spun my brain in circles, and it didn't know how to stop. I breathed in his sun-drenched soil and wood scent, and held him tight. "What happened to you?" I asked. He pulled away, his arms still around my waist. His fierce green eyes mismatched the tenderness of his touch.
"What happened to you? I told you to touch a tree whenever you needed me. Why didn't you?"
"What? I did. Thousands of times."
"Leigh,"
Jo said, touching my good arm.
"What happened back there? Who were those—"
She paused long enough to shiver.
"Those things?"
"I need answers myself." I glanced at Tram, then back to Joe. Callum's probably wondering where his car is. Can I call you later? She nodded and wrapped an arm around me. I untangled myself from Tram to give her a bone-crushing hug.
Thank you for saving me.
Her shoulders shook as she squeezed me harder. Tears and rain transferred from her cheek to mine. Any time. Joe released me and flicked her gaze to Tram.
I know you'll take care of her, and you better not leave her again.
Tram flinched.
I won't!
Joe ran around the building, and the pieces of her skirt on either side of the rip curled in on themselves like wings against a bird.
What happened, Leigh? Why were 1 and 2 here with you? You have to tell me everything.
I will. I swallowed, my throat dry even in the moist air. A soft drizzle began to fall, and flecks of blue sky peeked through the gray clouds in the distance. I gestured to the nightmare tree. But not here. Tram nodded and curled a finger at the wood chips. Tree roots splintered through, cracking the earth open with sharp snaps and a rumble. They grasped the edges of a deep hole. I looked down into its dark depths, my brain struggling to make sense of anything. Tram swept me up in his arms. Drops of rain clung to his eyelashes while others escaped down his damaged face.
Hang on to me!
I circled my arms around his neck, careful not to brush him with my bandage. We dropped inside. The falling sensation wasn't nearly as bad or as long as it had been when I fell out of the tree. Falling into the ground was way better, especially when it was with Tram. He rushed forward. Tree roots wound and twisted together to form a path just before he put down his next step. They creaked and popped in protest, but obeyed his command anyway. I squeezed my eyes shut while the smell of rich, damp soil filled my nose. My hair whipped around behind me with our speed. Dirt bit into my face and lips until I buried them in Tram's neck. The steady rise and fall of his chest made me want to squeeze him tighter. We slowed, then stopped. I opened one eye, then the next. We stood inside the Trinity trees in the graveyard. Tram set me down next to the oak tree, but didn't let go.
Tell me what happened.
He narrowed his eyes.
Did you bury something else?
No. Drips of rain plunked onto the leaves above, our own private drumbeat.
Then what?
The concern in his eyes pushed my answer back into my mouth. If I told him, it would hurt him, maybe more than he already was. I reached for the welts that sliced through his face, but didn't touch them. You need to tell me who did this, I demanded. He took my fingers in his hand and brought them to his lips.
I need to know what happened to you.
His warm breath on my fingertips charged my heart. You first. I knew I was stalling, but I wanted to cherish every second before I told him. He brought my hand to rest on his heart, holding it there.
A woman from Wichita helped set the sorceresses free before the counselor had a chance to convict them and send them to the core.
How?
The woman is a sorceress. She was bit by her great aunts, 2 sorceresses in Gretchen's cult, and spidery venom spread to her. She crawled down, infected 1 and 2, and all of them crawled back to the surface as spiders.
He studied my hand under his own, his face grim.
Spiders are always burrowing under my roots, so I didn't even notice when they escaped. They were undetectable.
I rubbed my spider bite against my side, and the edges of the Band-Aid came loose. Had I been undetectable too?
6 months as a trameler, and I didn't even consider that possibility for escape.
His shoulders drooped while he shook his head.
She knew exactly what my weakness was, even when I didn't, and took full advantage. If they're all spiders, then that's why I haven't been able to find Gretchen's cult.
This was all too much. everything that had happened was beyond wrapping my brain around. Why would someone help set free the triggers for a massive core prison break? A chill licked up my back, and I leaned into Tram for his warmth. Why did 1 and 2 go to Wichita? I asked.
To choose their 3.
They did? I searched Tram's wounds as if they could give me answers. The news lady? He nodded, but wouldn't meet my eyes.
I sensed 1 and 2's vibrations leaving town as sorceresses, not spiders, so I followed them. Then, 1, 2, and Ica burrowed under the news station as spiders. I ripped the building to shreds trying to find them, but...
His jaw worked up and down, while he gnashed his teeth together.
In 3 days, the world will be turned upside down because of me. Because of what I couldn't do and didn't know.
He pulled away, as if he couldn't look me in the eye, as if this really was all his fault. But I was 3. I'd been chosen because I was stupid enough to volunteer. So why were there 2 of us? What did the sorceress I need with 2 3s? But I couldn't ask him any of this yet, because he only knew half of it. 3 days, I said, after a hard swallow. That's all?
I'll try to recruit some sorceresses to help me.
He turned, his expression fierce, and took a step forward.
But you have to promise not to leave your house. It won't be safe. Not with Gretchen and every prisoner loose.
A mix of emotions played across his face while he studied me.
What's wrong?
There were 2 of us. 2 3s. In case one of us had a bigger, worthier gift for the dead. I needed more answers, so I ignored his question. So, what will happen exactly?
She'll be buried in Sarah's grave, die, become 3, and the final hinge on the door to the core will open.
Tram's eyes sharpened while he studied me.
You have to tell me what happened. Why did 1 and 2 show up here right after they chose their 3?
Time ticked on, even though I didn't want it to. While I hesitated to answer his question, he grabbed my wrist and thumbed my Band-Aid. His eyes never leaving mine, he ripped it from my wrist. I winced. Words formed on his perfect lips, but he didn't say anything. He looked from my wrist to me with alarm.
Leigh!
I chomped at my lip and wished time would rewind. Closing my eyes, I sucked in a breath, then looked down at my wrist. The number 3 inked my skin black beneath the raised red bump. Small at first. Then it grew. It curved over the palm of my hand and dipped down onto half my forearm. I jerked away from Tram and raked my fingernails over my arm. "Get it off me!" I screamed. Tram took both arms and pinned them to my sides, his mouth hanging open, eyebrows squeezed together.
I couldn't feel your touch because of the venom. You might as well have been a spider. Undetectable.
Cold realization lowered into my stomach, freezing me. The sorceress eye bit me to keep Tram away. They'd chosen me, and another 3. What other tricks could they have planned? How did you know to come? My voice sounded far away, disconnected from this messed-up reality.
Joe's touch. I memorized it when I shook her hand in the video store parking lot.
His eyes darkened to the color of rain-drenched leaves when he lowered his head to mine.
Leigh, please tell me. Tell me what that 3 on your arm is.
From the shaky way he said it, it sounded like he already knew and refused to believe it.
I squeezed my eyes shut. What if there are 2 3s?
2?
His grip on my arm slackened. They were going to choose my sister. Sarah showed me. 1 and 2 were at my house. They were spiders, and then they weren't. And I told them to choose me instead. The words heaved from my mouth in a jumbled mess. Tram took a sharp breath. His face paled as he backed away, shaking his head hard as if to clear it from the truth.
No.
They chose me right before you came.
Tram dropped to his knees with a choking sound. I swiped at my tears and glanced over in the direction of Sarah's grave. Only 3 days.
I failed.
Kneeling in front of me, Tram bent his head and stared at the ground.
I failed so much.
A bitter gust of wind pressed me sideways like it wanted to squeeze the life out of me. Sarah's grave, a prize for the winner. Now there were 2. Me and Ica, I said. We both win. Chapter 17. Day 1.
I'd never tossed and turned so much in my life. My nerves had to be translucent since they'd stretched themselves near the snapping point. At around 5 in the morning, I gave up. There were other battles I wanted to fight, and sleep was not one of them. I tiptoed to the kitchen and took a can of carbonated breakfast from the refrigerator. The sweet fizz slid down my throat, but did little to clear my head.
I tugged at the long sleeve of my t-shirt to keep the 3 tattoo covered. Dad was so going to kill me if he saw it. Maybe he would kill me before the sorceress I did. He and Darby wouldn't be up for another few hours since it was Sunday. I wasn't sure if even they could distract me from the tumble of thoughts in my head. But if I didn't busy myself with something, I feared I would deflate into a trembling pile of goo. I had to at least pretend everything was normal. There were too many things I wanted to do before my time was up, but I had no idea where to start. I wandered out of the kitchen, but a crackling in the living room stopped me short. Another crackle. I stepped into the living room. Nothing was moving. No spiders. Nothing. Then a flutter of movement. A black leaf fell through other black leaves off the plant in the corner next to the couch. My stomach tightened. I glanced out the window, but night crowded the glass. My gaze flicked toward the door. With shallow breaths, I flipped the porch light on, opened the door, and stepped out. The constant crackle of dead leaves sounded from everywhere. When I stepped toward the tree, the crunch under my socks chased shivers up my back. I pivoted my feet so I could see the ground by the porch light behind me. Dark gloom spread from my socks. It wasn't my shadow. My shadow couldn't spread across the entire yard, crumbling and cracking everything to death, until the whole lawn was as black as the sky. No, it wasn't my shadow. It was me. I wasn't even dead yet, and already I was becoming like 1 and 2. A violent shudder shook my bones and rattled my teeth together. In 3 days, I would die. Or the other 3 would. Either way, all the magical prisoners would be freed from the core. There had to be a way to stop this, but I was no match for 2 sorceress-eye hell-bent on freeing Gretchen. If I died and became one of them, what would Dad and Darby do? They'd already been through so much. They didn't need me to be a zombie sorceress and suffer through the destruction of the world, too. My breaths came in short scrapes. I willed myself to get a grip, for them, and strode back toward the house. The weight in my heart multiplied and pinched the air from my lungs. Mom's lilacs were stripped of their delicate purple petals. Only gnarled gray stems remained. I forced myself to breathe, but the stab of pain in my chest didn't make it easy. With my teeth clamped together so I wouldn't wilt, I marched into the house. Minutes later, I stood in the garage with combat boots on my feet and 2 blue tarps in my hands. I covered the lilacs with the tarps and secured them from the wind, with some of Mom's old flower pots. My teeth ached at the effort to keep from crying, but no one needed to see dead lilacs. The ground rumbled. I rubbed the spider bite in the center of my tattoo, while I looked around for where Tram would appear. He had said I needed to get rid of the venom so he could feel my touch on trees. I demanded he be at my house first thing this morning, and that he had to make it quick. If his way didn't work, I would use a kitchen knife to chop my whole arm off. Hopefully his way worked. More grumbles below ground. Then Tram's blonde curls caught the porch light when he poked his head through a hole. He scanned the area with tired, shadowed eyes. Fresh welts and bruises covered the old ones across his face. Lips pressed together in a grimace. He put a hand to the dead grass to climb out, and it crumbled between his fingers. He stopped to glance at me, a frown pulling at his mouth.
If your yard was inside a Trinity, I could fix it. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I walked toward him and brushed his curls out of his wounds. Tell me who keeps doing this. You've been too busy to laugh or kiss or make the bells ring, so it can't be because of me. Is it? He leaned into my hand and closed his eyes.
I should be the least of your worries, Leigh.
The grass crunched beneath him when he climbed out, one hand holding his side like he might come undone. Branches snaked back inside the hole. The ground sealed itself shut with a slight tremble.
Come on! We'll travel through concrete so you don't...
I winced. Kill everything. Tram squeezed my hand, the one without the tattoo, and led me to the driveway. He curled a finger at the ground. Roots creaked through. Concrete scraped against concrete. He scooped me up in his arms and dropped. Our speed spit concrete in my face. I pressed into Tram and breathed in his wooden, earthy scent. Every step he took wobbled his balance, and I knew carrying me hurt him. I pressed my lips to his neck and willed myself to become a feather. A faint light spilled through up ahead, and we slowed. The roots spread the hole bigger, and concrete cracked and shifted. I pushed against Tram so he wouldn't have to climb up with me, but he didn't let go. He clambered through, his body tense, and set me down. You don't have to carry me, you know. I can walk on my own. Tram shrugged, a trace of a smile on his face, and waved his hand at the cement sidewalk. The roots crawled back inside, the hole sealed up after them, and finished with a sigh. Not even a crack remained. I stared at the sidewalk, then at him. I didn't turn your roots black. My voice sounded thick.
The roots are from the Trinity trees. They're immortal, so you can't hurt them.
He entwined his fingers with mine.
Let's go.
We started up the sidewalk in front of the public library. Crickets chirped, drawing the sun out of hiding. Ribbons of soft blue streaked the darkness, and I knew I didn't have much time. We have to make this quick, I said, as the front doors slid aside with an airy shh. If I'm not home, when my dad wakes up and I still have a tattoo, he'll put me in the Trinity grave himself. I inhaled the comforting ink and old paper smell, hoping to ease my nerves. They're open. It's like 5:30 in the morning.
They're open all the time for tramelers,
Tram said. A man with glasses behind the front desk carried a stack of books to a nearby cart. He didn't have any hair to put in his mouth like the librarian I was used to. I sighed. Miss Hanson and Mrs. Rios had vanished. I'd tried to call both of them countless times yesterday to see if Mrs. Rios was all right, but neither of them answered. The man stopped and blinked.
Our trameler. Can I help you with something? No, thank you, Jim.
We rounded the corner of a large display of new books. Their flashy covers glared under the fluorescent lights. Tram looked straight ahead, his shoulders squared and rigid. Orange cones with security tape wrapped around them blocked off the silver doors of an elevator ahead. A guard, off to one side, saw us coming and saluted, his pudgy hand leveled with an eyebrow. Tram only nodded at him while he pushed the button and held the tape up for me to climb under. Somehow I grinned, and pride fluttered through me while I ducked under. Rules didn't apply to him. People in this library knew who and what he was, and they obviously respected him. They must know he deserved respect for going after 1 and 2 by himself, with little to no training. The elevator doors dinged open, and we stepped inside. Tram hit an unmarked white button, his eyebrows pinched together. When the doors closed, my stomach jolted at our sudden drop. I took his hand again. "Are you okay?"
"I'll be fine,"
he said with a shrug.
"Books are for learning, for escape from real life. But I smell them. The pages and who they used to be."
I brought his hand to my lips and kissed each of his fingers. "I'm sorry. That must be horrible for you." A blush snuck up his cheeks.
"What are you doing?"
"You can feel that?" He slid a finger down my cheek, lighting me on fire.
"Of course I can. You're right here."
"I'm sorry." I stepped closer to him, my eyes never leaving his gold-specked olive ones. "For everything. I haven't made your job any easier."
"Leigh."
He brushed a thumb over my lips.
"Don't be sorry."
The elevator doors opened into darkness. I put a hand against his green sweatshirt, feeling the peaks and valleys of the muscles stretched over his pounding heart. "I can't help." He crushed his mouth to mine and kissed me, slow and deep. The bells rang furiously. Heat trembled through me. I pressed myself against him and drank in the taste of earth and trees. 3 days. That was it. If I could spend it right here, feeling Tram's lips and tongue explore my own, I would. But I couldn't, and neither could he. The elevator dinged and began to close. I kicked my leg out to stop the door and pulled away from him. The bells quieted. "That was unexpected," I gasped. He sighed, his chest heaving like mine.
"We need to focus."
"Yeah." He took my hand, and we stepped into the darkness. Completely blind, I let him lead me around a corner and into a dimly lit room. Rows of high shelves stretched in both directions. A large aisle split the room in half, and on the other end, an old woman sat hunched over a desk. She looked up and waved.
"Our traveler is here."
Her voice creaked as though her throat had rusted. She curled the fingers of a withered hand, gesturing us forward.
"Come here so I can see you."
"Yes, ma'am,"
Tram said. Puffs of dust clouded the air with each step we took, and a layer of it coated my tongue as I breathed in. A moth flitted around inside the center aisle's overhead light, its wings brushing against the glass. It bounced shadows on the shelves and intricately bound books. We stopped next to a slanted shelf that seemed to have spilled its contents on the floor, and stood in front of the old lady's desk. Pale blue eyes twinkled from her kind and wrinkled face.
"You've been making those bells ring."
She reached a hand out to Tram, who grasped it with both of his.
"From the looks of you, you've gone way past your 3 warnings."
I shot a glare at Tram. "Do you know who did this to him?"
"I expect it was the counsellor,"
she said.
"Been making your life miserable, no doubt."
The counsellor. Tram had mentioned him before. 1 and 2 had escaped before the counsellor convicted them to the core. Anger flared in my gut. So, he can beat on you? But he can't do his job. Tram released the lady's hand and squeezed the holy shit out of mine.
Please, Mrs. Starr, we need your help. Leigh was bitten by a spider, and we need to get the venom out.
You're Leigh, huh?
She turned her twinkling blue eyes on me.
You've been helping him ring the bells, hun.
A slow burn spread up my cheeks, softening the edges of my anger, and I looked away.
All righty, I'll help because I can see she's got a fire in her a mile deep.
She grinned and reached out to me. I took her hand and held its wrinkles gently, like I would hold a frail butterfly.
There's a hawthorn branch an aisle to your right, our trammler,
she said. When he let go of my hand, needles pricked through my fingers, while the blood rushed back in.
Have a sit down, hun, and let me take a look.
Mrs. Starr pointed to a chair in front of the desk. I sat and rolled up my sleeve, her hand still in mine. She let out a whistle while she traced the 3 tattoo, and the bite with a touch that felt more like a warm breeze.
It's interesting,
she said, leaning back in her chair, her fingers resting on my wrist.
Our trammler could be chasing 1 and 2, but instead he brings you here.
I stared at my lap where my stomach was sinking. I made him take me here. It just seemed necessary, in case something else horrible happens before the worst thing could happen.
Oh, I get it, hun.
She nodded.
Not only do you make the counsellor's bells ring, you make his bells ring. I see that very clear, and I ain't seen nothing in 500 years.
What? I blinked, sorting through her words.
Here's the hawthorn branch.
Tram put it on the desk in front of Mrs. Starr and pushed his lips together in a grim line.
I'm going to do some quick research over here, Leigh. You're in safe hands.
He brushed by the back of my chair and let his fingers drift through the ends of my hair. Moth shadows from the overhead light flitted all over his back.
Mm-hmm.
Mrs. Starr gave me a secret smile, then picked up the hawthorn branch. It was small and spindly, just like her. Thorns jutted out in all directions from its bark, about 1 inch long. Mrs. Starr pressed her finger to each one, like she was testing their sharpness. Are you going to stab me with one of those? I asked.
Yep, and it'll hurt awful bad.
Mom's dead lilacs sprang to mind, and how I'd killed them. Squeezing my free hand around the bottom of the chair, I shrugged. I bet I've hurt worse. She snapped a thorn off and placed it by my arm.
I don't doubt you. I see pain all over your face.
But aren't you blind?
As a bat,
she said, and opened a drawer near her feet.
But that don't mean I can't see nothing.
I nodded, though I didn't see how that was possible. Tell me about the counselor.
Ah, the counsellor.
She set some matches next to my arm and kept digging in the drawer.
Not much to say, except he rules over the core and he's just as dead as everyone else there.
He's dead? I sounded surprised. But why should I be? Everyone was dead these days.
Well, you'd have to be inside the core. If death was a person, he'd be the counsellor. Death's a powerful thing.
My throat pulled tight at the thought of Mom. Death was a powerfully painful thing. Mrs. Starr placed a bottle of rubbing alcohol on the desk and rummaged some more.
The counsellor has our trammler arrest about 1,000 sorceresses a day all over the world for supporting Gretchen and various other crimes.
What? 1,000 a day?
Yep, which means those 1,000 sorceresses die once they're convicted. Until then, they're trapped beneath the gateways to the core under our trammeler's roots.
The gateways?
All graveyards are gateways for the dead, though usually it's a one-way trip. Gretchen changed all that when she resurrected her sister. Death ain't final no more.
Mrs. Starr pursed her weathered lips and slammed the drawer.
Where is that gauze?
I flipped my arm over so I wouldn't have to look at the black death number. No one except Tram is brave enough to go after 1 and 2? Mrs. Starr bent to the other side of the desk and opened another drawer.
That and there just ain't that many trammelers anymore willing to admit it. Gretchen killed most of them before she was caught and sent to the Corps.
Why did she kill them?
I expect they were trying to catch her.
She closed the drawer and set some gauze on the desk.
It's said that people used to leave gifts for their dead to bribe the counsellor so he wouldn't send their family or friends to the Corps, but Gretchen would appear and take the gifts. The counsellor had too many already, she'd say, and if any of them gift-givers had trameler blood, she'd kill 'em.
Why? She fiddled with the matchbox and shrugged.
No one left gifts for their dead after that, unless they wanted Gretchen to show up. The counsellor sent the tramelers after her, every single one of them, and she killed so many of them in violent, horrifying ways.
She struck a match and touched it to the thorn. Her face came alive with the shadows of the moth's wings and the flicker of the flame.
She started a war between the sorceresses and the tramelers with all her killings, and it ended when she was finally caught.
She twisted off the lid to the rubbing alcohol, turned my arm over, and splashed some over my spider bite. I wrinkled my nose at the chemical smell. She picked up the thorn and took a deep breath. I became suddenly hyper-aware that a blind lady was about to stab me. She brought the thorn closer to my arm. I laid it flat for her and swallowed. Why was I chosen?
I expect you gave a gift to the dead that was bigger than you thought.
She twitched her lips back and forth, studying my arm.
The magical world's gone beehive over you, trying to figure you out.
Do you know how to stop 1 and 2? Hope filled my words.
I wish I did, hun.
She chewed her lip.
That spider venom inside you, it comes from the hawthorn tree. Some folks say the darkness that drips from 1 and 2's feet also comes from the hawthorn.
She paused.
It's death's tree.
My heart stuttered, but I fisted my hand. She positioned the thorn over the spider bite and looked at me. It seemed like her blind blue eyes saw everything.
Are you ready?
My mouth went dry, but I nodded. She plunged the thorn down. Pain, so much worse than I ever imagined, swept through me. I smothered a scream, smashing my free hand to my mouth and biting down on my fist. High-pitched moans slipped through anyway. My eyes fluttered. All I could see was red and black, then white. A ball of light hovered above us. Small, marble-sized. Black ink soared up and disappeared inside like the light was a sponge.
Once the poison is out, I'll stop the bleeding.
Mrs. Starr yelled over my wails. The moth kicked shadows all over her face, faster and faster, until I wasn't sure if light and dark were actually beating against my brain.
Okay, hun, it's out.
The light sank into Mrs. Starr's outstretched hand. She wrapped gauze around my wrist, and I sat back blinking, breathing, still alive. Blood smeared the desk, but there was no more 3 tattoo. The pain was already fading. If only that thorn could get rid of me actually being 3. Mrs. Starr finished with the gauze and opened a drawer to put it back, but she stopped, her eyes widening. She stared up at the ceiling. All the overhead lights flickered. Then they shattered. Glass sprayed everywhere, landing in sharp blasts. Shards bit into my scalp before I had a chance to duck. The floor quaked. I pitched forward, slamming my face into the edge of the desk. Red bolts of pain spotted the darkness. I growled through it. Mrs. Starr? Something exploded on both sides of the room. The ground buckled. I threw myself to the floor and crawled across broken glass behind the desk. Mrs. Starr, are you okay? I blindly reached out for her and found a bony, trembling shoulder.
I see them coming,
she said. Crash. Crash. One right after the other. Like heavy dominoes smacking into each other. Like bookshelves. Getting closer. I yanked Mrs. Starr to the floor and pushed her under the desk. Crash. Crash. No room under there for me. An icy arm slithered across my chest from behind. Fingers wrenched me up from the floor. 2 glowing blue eyes glared at me. The force of the sorceress's chilly touch squeezed my throat and cut my scream. My feet left the ground. My stomach dropped. I twisted to break free. Crash. A fallen bookshelf landed right below me, where Mrs. Starr had sat seconds before. Another explosion from below, but I couldn't see what it was. Whispers churned through the darkness. The sorceress's arm slipped from my throat. I dragged in a breath and tasted their rot. She jerked and kicked at something unseen.
One, let her go!
Tram snarled from somewhere to my right. Roots slid between mine and the sorceress's bodies. Bark scraped my injured arm. I screamed and clawed at her to let me go. A white marble sparked below me. It floated upward, chasing away the darkness as it brightened. Mrs. Starr held it in the palm of her hand and blew it like a kiss. 2 appeared and hovered right next to 1. She caught the marble and curled a hand over it. It sizzled in her palm, louder than the snaking roots and breaking ground. Chunks of light escaped through the cracks between her skeletal knuckles. The sorceress hissed at it, but the marble sizzled louder. Roots raced up from the ground, hundreds of them, and cocooned the sorceress eye and me together. I jerked and fought against her, but one ignored me. A puff of black mist blew from her sagging mouth and drifted through the breaks in the roots. Outside the cocoon, 2 hissed, but the ball of light she held grew brighter. Its intensity shot beams behind my eyes. Loud snaps echoed while more roots twisted up from what was left of the floor. Then the roots started to drag us all down. I bucked against one, but her frozen grip around my stomach locked me in place. The roots dragged us down lower, my feet just a few inches above the concrete rubble. Tram couldn't drag me down with them. He wouldn't. Mrs. Starr blew another glowing marble out of her hand. It traced clouds of dust and debris above our root-covered heads. Tram's glare was aimed at the sorceress eye.
It's over! The light's draining your powers!
From the corner of my eye, the black mist. One had spit out earlier floated just behind Tram's head.
Tram, I yelled.
Let her go! Now!
Tram growled.
The mist flew into his mouth while he spoke. He choked and gagged. Tram! He toppled backward on an overturned bookshelf. He arched his back, squeezed his eyes shut, and screamed. I jabbed and kicked with every ounce of strength I had, but one held me tight.
Tram writhed on the ground. His cries of pain dug gaping holes from my heart.
When his eyes finally opened, they glowed blue. Sorceress blue. My stomach lurched.
Your gift is your blood! How dare you waste it for this!
Black mist gusted from his lips. His voice sounded raspy like wind blowing across dead leaves. He groaned. His blue eyes turned normal green, then back again. Tears dripped down my cheeks. Stop. What are you doing to him? I shouted and reared my body back and forth against one's grasp. The roots burst from our bodies and fell to the ground like confetti. One held me above the ground even tighter. Two crunched the light in her fist, destroying it, and hissed at the marble overhead. It shattered. Darkness choked the room. Tram gazed upward, his glowing blue eyes like two bullets to my heart.
You will keep your blood. We will make sure.
A black wisp of air drifted over the light of his eyes before it faded away. The frozen touch left me, and I crumpled onto the sharpened edges of broken concrete and wood. They were gone. Shaking uncontrollably, I crawled in the direction where I thought Tram was. Light shot up into the air.
Is everyone all right?
Mrs. Starr asked, her voice a trembling whisper. Tram lay stretched out on the ripped-apart concrete, his body twitching. I reached out to touch him, tears sliding down my face. Tram. His perfect green eyes looked back at me, though they were rimmed in red and shined with agony. Are you okay? Instead of letting him answer, I buried my head in the crook of his neck and sobbed. Both his arms slid around my waist, but soon they pushed me away.
I have to go after them,
he said and stood. It looked like his feet were unsure of which way was down. He was so wobbly. I rested my hands on his chest to hold him up, afraid I would damage him further if I pressed too hard. He cupped a hand around my cheek.
Are you okay?
The quiver in his voice matched the tremble in his body. No. I leaned into his palm, studying his cracked and bruised face. We shouldn't have come here. He pulled away and held my arm out.
But no more venom.
Blood oozed into the gauze, a red rose blooming in the center of what used to be my death tattoo.
Mrs. Starr?
I'm okay.
She stumbled over the uneven concrete, her face white as the paper inside all the spilled books.
Just catch them.
Tram kissed my fingers, and then disappeared inside the hole in my driveway. Pressing my lips together, I turned my back on the scrape of concrete sliding back into place. I ached for him to come back to me, to stop chasing the uncatchable, for this nightmare to be over. This was too much. Sorceress I couldn't exist. People couldn't come back from the dead. There was no such thing as 3. But one glance at my yard proved otherwise. The whole thing had turned nightmare black. The lone tree raised bare skeletal branches to the sky. It looked like it belonged in Hell's Bell's home and garden. I wanted to run and hide somewhere, to vanish like Tram, but not like 1 and 2. No, not like them. Dad's face appeared at the living room window. His eyes widened as he took in the yard. I ran to the porch, not letting my gaze wander to the blue tarps on either side, and ripped the door open. Dad! But that was all that came out. I had no idea what to say next. Chapter 18. Day 2. My body ached with exhaustion. My worry-powered brain wouldn't turn off because I had a 10-year supply of them. Rather than toss and turn in the motel bed I shared with Darby, I started the day with a bike ride back home. Dad was so distraught over the yard, he'd insisted we leave. I insisted we stuff my bike into the back of his car and get new inner tubes so I could come home whenever I wanted. Darby insisted she be told why our lawn looked like nightmares. but Dad and I kept our mouths shut. We didn't want to upset her. I could tell Dad didn't know how to explain. That ours, and the Hendersons' yards, were replicas of each other, and none of us were back from the dead. Yet, I couldn't find the words to fill in his blanks. Crapper still slept, while I weaved my bike down its dark and silent streets. I kept to the middle of the road, never getting too close to grass or trees, so my death touch wouldn't kill anything. Despite the lack of spider poison inside me, I still killed everything just by being 3. What about Ica? Was she dripping inky shadows out of her feet too? I hoped my yard had improved with my absence from worst yard, ever to not as bad as it was. Rounding the corner onto my street, I slowed, not sure if I was ready to find out. Someone crouched on the front lawn, a darker shadow against the night sky. I braked my bike and climbed off, still several yards away. The figure stood and faced me. Skin and bones framed the person, no glowing blue eyes. It had to be Sarah. She sure came over a lot lately, much more now than when she was alive, which was never. I rolled my bike closer, watching her and taking in the state of my yard at the same time. Nothing had changed. Death still ruled over my yard, and blue tarps still hid Mom's lilacs. Sarah's feet crunched the black grass when she shifted. Her rotten, dead smell tossed my stomach. I tried not to breathe her in. What now, Sarah? Unintelligible whispers were my only answer. She stared at me, her eyes sad, and the abyss inside her mouth hung open like always. The two of us were about to have a lot in common, more than we ever did. Do you know how to stop 1 and 2? She turned her gaze to my lawn and tapped her chest with her fingers in a steady rhythm, almost like a heartbeat. Then, with one more glance at me, she swept past and took to the middle of the road like I had. If I became 3, we would probably be able to speak the same language. But would I want to listen then? Would I be so completely evil that I wouldn't care about anything or anyone? But Sarah was dead, and I didn't think she was evil. Scary as hell, yes, but not evil. I turned while she rounded the corner onto another street, her shoulders slumped. She'd never done anything evil to me, even at school. Once she even apologized for Megan's bitchiness in the lunch line.
Sorry about her,
she'd said with a smile.
Aunt Flo came to visit early.
I just rolled my eyes at her, lumping her in with Midal Megan's group. Tram had said Sarah was a victim of 1 and 2's grave winner game. Now I knew he couldn't be more right. But why was she always showing up at my house? I stepped closer to where she'd crouched. 2 somethings lay curled on the lawn, and as I bent to pick them up, a strip of orange tinted the morning sky. I held the things up to the meager light and ran my fingers over their bumps and curves. Brown seed pods like the ones on top of the piano. Had Sarah left these here? I stuffed the pods into the back of my waistband. Maybe Tram would know why she might have left them, but I didn't want to bother him unless it was an emergency. A shuffling behind me made me spin around. Jo, pasty-faced with shadows under her eyes, plodded up the sidewalk. She'd been sick since yesterday, but between her coughing fits, I'd told her about the yard on the phone, about us staying at a motel, about everything. No detail was left unspoken. She deserved to know. When I hugged her to me, trembles took over her body.
Your hair,
she squeaked. I know. I broke away from her and tucked a strand behind my ear. It had turned red overnight. Sorceress red. At least it hadn't fallen out like chunks of theirs had. But I wanted blonde back. Mom's color. It's just hair, I reminded her. My voice cracked. I was trying to convince myself more than anything, but it wasn't working. She shook her head and scanned the lawn.
Crapper locals think it's some vegetation virus you've got here. You and the Hendersons, the farmers, are freaking. Everyone's talking about it.
She barely got the words out before a deep cough doubled her over. You okay? I asked, patting her back. She straightened her body and breathed.
I can't stop coughing, so I can't sleep.
Tears pooled in her eyes and slipped down her face.
Not like I could, anyway.
Hey, stop. I put an arm around her and squeezed her shoulders. I'm still here. Her sobs turned into another round of coughing. When she recovered, she wiped at her face.
You can't leave me, Leigh. Everyone here thinks I'm a hippie weirdo except you.
She looked at me, her wet brown eyes sick with worry. I hugged her tight and didn't let go when more coughs shook her. I won't ever leave you, my hippie weirdo, I said when she finished. Are you going to school today?
Are you?
Joe asked into my hair. I can't just sit around and wait for tomorrow, I said, as I pulled away from her. Besides, I don't want my dad to see my hair, so I might as well. Joe coughed while a burst of wind tousled her own brassy locks.
What about your mom?
All sorts of feelings boomeranged inside me at the mention of Mom. Hope that I would see her again when I died. Guilt that I felt hope. Confusion that I felt guilt. But mostly hope, though I would never say that out loud. I'll visit her after school and explain what's happened. And tell her I might be seeing her sooner than expected, if only for a little bit. Unless I figured out a way to survive.
You'll get some strange looks because of your yard.
I shrugged. So what's new? Joe smothered her next cuh with a fist.
Cal will be happy you're there, and I didn't tell him anything about anything.
A pebble on the sidewalk begged to be kicked. I did, and it landed in my yard with a scrunch. Good. Megan and Lily, dressed in their barely-there cheer outfits on a non-game day, sucked on popsicles in the lunch line. The boys at the nearby table grinned at them between mouthfuls of cardboard pizza, clearly happy with the free pseudo-porn in front of them.
I love that you organized for the Red Cross to give us these for donating blood, but oh.
Lily licked a blue drip off her hand.
I'm all sticky.
I'd stayed far away from the blood donation drive in the gym. No need to have the sorceress eye show up and kill everyone at school if I wasted any more precious blood. Shooting a glare at me, Megan bit off the end of her popsicle.
So you're copying Sarah's yard because you think it's cool to come back from the dead? It makes sense since you're like this goth punk thing.
I rolled my eyes. Everyone had been asking me stupid questions about my lawn all day. If they knew the reason it was like that, they would probably run screaming from Kansas, which wasn't a bad idea.
Did you catch lazy Russ syndrome?
Lily's eyes widened.
Is it contagious?
Megan plugged her nose.
She already stinks.
Lily leaned in to sniff me, but I threw the devil horn sign up in her face to stop her. She jumped back from my hand like I'd bitten her, the petals of her lily flower springing up and down next to her ear. I stared, suddenly captivated by it. Why wasn't it turning black? It must be just as fake as she was.
Next thing you know, you'll be walking around with your mouth hanging open.
Megan's jaw dropped, and she zombie-walked toward Lily, who squealed. Something in my gut started to simmer. I thought you guys and Sarah were friends.
Were.
Megan licked her popsicle and smacked her lips.
We can't hang out with someone that creepy.
Or dead,
Lily said.
We prefer friends with heartbeats.
I crossed my arms over my chest and nodded as though I'd just figured the two of them out. Well, no wonder.
No wonder what?
Lily asked between licks of blue snaking down her arm. No wonder she's dead. I left them to ponder that thought while I cut them in line. How could they be like that? I had no idea if they were the reasons Sarah took her own life, but I wouldn't blame her. With friends like them, I would consider cannibalism. I wanted to stab their eyes out with their popsicle sticks, to jab some sense into them. But my looming death demanded my attention more than their ridiculous boob-head lives. With my lunch tray stocked with cardboard pizza and wilted celery sticks, I rounded the corner toward the library. Every time I'd passed the library that day, it had been dark inside. I guessed Miss Hanson was a no-show again. Just like Mrs. Rios. I hoped they would answer their phones soon so I would know if they were okay. Even though Miss Hanson was gone, I couldn't eat in the lunchroom with Megan and Lily and their adoring fans. On my way down the hallway, Callum and Mr. Mallory appeared at the other end. Did he not know how to walk himself to lunch? I never used to see him at school, and now he was everywhere. The last thing I needed was his daily injections of confusion, so I kept my eyes locked straight ahead as he neared, though my stupid peripheral vision kicked in. His face was etched with worry. I wondered if my expression matched his. He pointed to his hair and scrunched up his face. I knew he was questioning my color choice, so I just shook my head. Deep coughs echoed behind me. I turned to see Jo sagging against the bathroom door. She was just as white as the painted cinder blocks behind her, which only accented the dark circles under her eyes.
Go home, Weed. I mean Joe.
Callum said with a glance at Mr. Mallory.
Here, take my car. I'll catch a ride after practice.
He dug in his jeans and tossed his keys to Jo. They landed at her feet.
I can't.
If you're sick, you should go home. We have finals coming up, and we can't have everyone getting ill,
Mr. Mallory said.
I'm fine,
Jo croaked, then picked up the keys and tossed them back. Mr. Mallory nodded.
If you're sure, then.
Callum shrugged. With one more backward glance at me, he continued on to the cafeteria with Mr. Mallory. Are you eating? I asked, and tried the door to the library. It was unlocked. Jo shook her head, while more coughs rattled her body. She followed me inside. We left the lights off in case we weren't supposed to be in here without Miss Hanson, and enough sun poured in from the windows anyway. It was too quiet without the hum of computers and Miss Hanson's shuffling, and the usual book smell seemed kind of meaningless, since no one would get to sniff them but us. Go home, I said, setting my tray down on our usual table with a loud clatter. You won't miss much.
Wild horses couldn't keep me away from you.
Horses? I prodded the cardboard pizza, my mind whirling around a memory, and stared at the grease stuck to my finger. Unicorns. Maybe you can help me, I said. Jo coughed but nodded. Go in Ms. Hanson's back office and see if you can find anything that says I dream in unicorn.
Okay.
Jo dragged herself to the office behind the checkout desk while I powered up a computer and waited forever for it to come to life. After I pulled up a search engine, I typed in every combination I could think of. Gretchen. 1, 2, 3, Trameler. Nothing. The magical world didn't exist in cyberspace. Jo slipped into the chair next to me with a mountain of fat file folders.
Found them.
The orange copy paper on top of the pile was the one I'd seen Mrs. Rios with after she dropped them in the hallway. "Anonymous is missing," I read from the top. Jo cleared her throat.
Missing from where?
"No idea," I said, and started reading again. No one has heard from Anonymous in 2 weeks, leaving everyone wondering if they finally spotted what she was looking for. Information was not left at the secret drop-off point at the agreed-upon time, our trameler says. According to our trameler, Anonymous's assignment was to locate Gretchen's cult headquarters, then share its location with him, so he could determine who all the members are. Since our trameler is the only active trameler, and everyone knows who he is, he chose an anonymous trameler for the job, employed by him, not the counselor, in case the counselor's warning bells gave away Anonymous's identity. Jo went into a coughing fit. I paused to rub her back and let her finish. It's possible Anonymous found what he, or she, since I don't even know their identity, was looking for, stumbled into the wrong place at the wrong time, and vanished because of it, our trameler says. When asked if he would choose another anonymous trameler, he said he would if he could find a willing trameler to look for Gretchen's cult compound. As of this writing, there aren't any volunteers.
Didn't Mrs. Rios say that news lady was part of a cult?
Jo asked. Ika Reynolds from Wichita's Channel 13. I nodded and rolled the corner of the newsletter between my fingers.
She has to be evil,
Jo said between coughs.
Right?
Very. Ayeka seemed better suited than me for sorceress eye status. Why did 1 and 2 choose me then? I flipped through more newsletters. The Trinity bleeds, a theory. I read from another. The Trinity trees have always been sacred, yet it's unclear as to exactly why. When oak, ash, and thorn grow together, the power is palpable when you stand in the center. The oak represents the sorceress, both strong and proud. The ash belongs to the trameler, because the seed pods are also known as keys, and can be used on the locks of the prisoner's cells. I use them as keys to the prisoner's cells below my roots, where I keep the prisoners until the counselor is ready to convict them. But I'm not sure the keys work in the core, our trameler says. They might, but I can't enter the core to find out because I'm not dead. Ash tree keys. I dropped the newsletter and typed that into the computer. An image popped up of the same thing Sarah dropped off at my house. Curved and brown like a dead banana. If they really were trameler keys, what was Sarah trying to tell me? I continued reading. The hawthorn is known as the dead's tree. So, to make the Trinity bleed, or in other words, break the hinge to the core, someone has to die in the Trinity grave. Someone has to die, hawthorn. A sorceress, oak, will resurrect you. But where does the ash tree come in? It's sure to have something to do with the ash tree keys and tramelers. Sighing, I flipped through more newsletters, but nothing else important jumped from the pages. None of this was helping. My death loomed closer, and I was nowhere near finding a way out. I shuffled and scanned through another file folder. Jo rested her head on my shoulder.
I love you, Leigh.
Despair welled in my throat, because that sure sounded like a goodbye. I love you too. Resting my cheek on her head, I put my arm around her. Do you ever have a question that you already know the answer to, but you have to ask it anyway, just to be sure?
Yeah.
I took a breath. If I die tomorrow and come back, will you still be my friend?
Yes.
She sniffed.
Duh.
Good. I felt a smile drift across my face. but it would need an anchor to stay there. Jo sniffed again. Silent tears streamed down her face and dripped onto my shoulder.
There has to be something we can do. Can't you just run away?
I brushed at my long white sleeves to look at the red hole that used to be a spider bite and the creamy flesh around it that used to be tattooed. 1 and 2 would find me.
We have to find a way.
She interrupted herself with a fit of coughing. When she finished, she scooted away from me and leaned back in her chair, eyes closed, cheeks still wet.
I don't want you to catch this.
I nodded, though she couldn't see me. My death date was tomorrow, and she didn't want me to be sick for it. That might have been funny if none of this was really happening. Jo seemed to drift off to sleep while I looked through more newsletters, but a sudden movement out of the corner of my eye stopped me dead. A small brown spider scurried out of Jo's open mouth and crawled across her face. No. The contents of the folder slid to the floor in a cascade of whispers as I leaped on top of her and flicked the spider away. Jo! I shook her, but she just groaned. Bright hallway tiles streaked by me. I realized I was running from the library, but toward what I didn't know. Away from Jo. Away from the spider. A scream clawed at my throat. Flashes of people's faces registered for a second while I tore through the cafeteria. Shocked. Confused. Callum. Right in front of me. I headed right through him, but he grabbed my shoulders and spun me around.
Leigh, what happened?
They have Jo, I whispered. If I said it too loud, then it had to be true. But it couldn't be.
What?
I plowed around him and out the front door. Callum stepped on my heels and followed.
Who has Jo, Leigh? What's wrong? Where is she?
The scream building in my throat threatened to escape. I left her, I choked. My eyes adjusted to the too bright sun, and I sprinted toward the nearest tree. The grass around my feet blackened with each step. The tree darkened before I even touched it. All of its leaves shriveled into scorched-looking balls before they fell to the ground.
Oh, fuck.
Callum's voice came from behind me.
You're making this happen?
I rubbed my hands all over the dead bark, praying I didn't have any more spider venom running through me. Please, Tram. The ground trembled.
You have to tell me what's happening,
Callum demanded, grabbing my shoulder. Tram popped up from a hole in the ground seconds later. One of his eyes was swollen shut, and he cradled his right arm at his side. Callum reeled back at Tram's sudden appearance, his shoes crunching over the grass. It's Jo. I took Tram's good arm and dragged him after me back inside the school. Callum chased us through the cafeteria. We ignored teachers' shouts for us to stop running. Students gawked. Jo was right where I'd left her in the library. A spider crawled out of her mouth. It's 1 and 2. They're making her sick. I wanted to find that spider and crush it, but it must have scuttled off somewhere. Tram blinked.
They'll take her!
What? I asked.
Somebody better tell me what's happening,
Callum demanded. I stared at Tram, waiting for him to say something more. When neither of us offered an explanation, Callum wrapped his arms around his sister and hauled her up from the chair. She might as well have been a rag doll. Tram watched, his face blank.
They said they would make sure you don't spill more of your blood, and likely to be sure you don't run.
He blinked, then speared my heart with his doomed expression.
They'll kill her if you do!
Chapter 19. Day 3. Shadows hid on the roads between streetlights. I pedaled through them to Joe's from the motel, sticking to the middle of the streets. Dad and Darby were still asleep, so I left them a note, the first of my final farewells to them. Maybe it was lack of sleep, or the knowledge that this would be my last day alive, or the fact that I'd put my friends and family in danger. But I was pissed. Instead of quaking in my combat boots, I wanted to kick someone's ass. I pumped the pedals on my bike so hard they squeaked. A dark figure crouched in my black yard again. The rotten death smell hit me in the stomach. It was Sarah. Again. Her constant whispers threaded the air. I skidded to a stop. "What are you doing here? And why did you leave ash tree keys in my yard?" She stood, the few strands of hair she had left billowing around her head in a morning breeze. Her baggy gray sweatshirt swallowed her whole. She looked over her shoulder, toward the blue tarps over Mom's dead lilacs, then back at me. "Sarah." I cleared my throat over a twisting knot. "I need to live. How do I do that?" Her sad eyes sparked. Was that anger? She brought her arm up below her slumped mouth and tapped her chest. Thump, 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 thump. Then she walked past me, cold radiating from her skin even though she didn't touch me. Another ash tree key lay where she'd stood. I snatched it up and jammed it in the back of my bondage pants. Hadn't we done this exact thing the day before? Ash tree keys wouldn't help me. And if they could help, I didn't know how. But why was Sarah leaving them in my yard? To help or to hurt? With a sigh, I took off for Joe's. Callum answered my knock before my black death seeped into their yard. His brown eyes looked even darker with the shadows underneath them.
"You didn't sleep either?"
He asked. "No." I brushed past him. "How is she?"
"She's sleeping,"
he said on a sigh. I looked down the dark steps of the basement as if I could see her from where I stood. Why were 1 and 2 doing this to her? I'd offered myself as their 3. I hadn't known I couldn't waste my blood. Why punish her for my stupidity? Today was my last day, and I'd accepted it as well as could be expected. 1 and 2 had no reason to make Joe their insurance, because I had no intention of running away from them, or spilling any more of my blood. Callum touched my arm.
"What do we do?"
"There is no we. I die." I pointed downstairs. "She lives." He started shaking his head before I even finished.
"No."
Funny how one word from him triggered my teeth to clamp together, and my hands to form fists. "Yes."
"You think I'm going to sit back and do nothing?"
He jerked his head toward the basement.
"That's my sister, and you're..."
I pushed my lips together at the impossible thickness of his skull. "After everything I told you about the sorceress eye, how could you still want to help?" The muscles in his jaw contracted.
"I'm not doing nothing."
"You have to, or else you'll get hurt," I said, my gaze sinking to the rip at the neck of his t-shirt. Or worse. He tipped my chin up so I would meet his eyes again.
"I can only think of one thing that would be worse. I'm stuck to you like glue today."
A grin reached his eyes before it touched his mouth. A skill I'd never seen anyone else master as well as him.
"You're a pirate, and I'm the parrot on your shoulder."
My tiny smile sealed the deal. How did he do that? "Fine. How would you feel about skipping school today?" His eyebrows lifted.
"I'm for it."
"Meet me in your car." When he nodded, I tiptoed downstairs to check on Joe. Dead silence filled the basement. No TV. No arguing between Callum and Joe. No promise of life. Nothing. Even Elf was gone, probably curled up somewhere in a tight, furry ball. I held my breath when I entered Joe's bedroom. There she was, tucked under her covers with her eyes closed. Her brassy red hair spilled onto the pillow, almost like blood. I shivered. Leaning over, I kissed her forehead. Her icy skin surprised me, and I shrank away. "I love you," I whispered. Chomping the insides of my cheeks to keep myself together, I backed out of the room.
Where are we going?
Callum asked as soon as I was settled in his messy car. Payphone. He put the car in gear and stepped on the gas.
What's a payphone? I've got a cell.
I pushed the button to lower the window so I could soak up a few of the rising sun's rays that weren't hidden by clouds. I'll pretend I'm your mom when I call the school, if you pretend to be my dad. And people can track cell phones and blocked calls. My dad's not finding out about this, okay? Death would be way better than his disappointment in me. Callum grinned while he lowered his window, too, the breeze teasing his already messy hair.
What are we doing instead of school?
I shrugged. School without Joe sucked enough, even when it wasn't my last day alive. Now that I was skipping, I had no idea what I wanted to do. Drive around, I guess. On the edge of a grocery store parking lot, Callum pulled to a stop in front of a drive-by payphone. After finding the school's number on my cell, I passed it to him. He dug in his pocket for some change.
I'll go first,
he said.
Wish me luck.
I gave him an unenthusiastic thumbs up. Good luck. He dialed, then dropped his voice a few octaves to explain I was sick. It must have worked, even though he sounded nothing like Dad, because when he hung up, he gave a triumphant smile.
I'm the coolest guy ever.
I snorted and held my hand out. Money. Superego.
I guess you'll have to crawl into my lap since the phone's on this side,
he said with a wink, and placed a quarter in my palm. You want to make friends with my fist again? I snatched at the handle, then slammed the door shut.
Mothers aren't supposed to hit their children,
he called out the window. Trying to hide the smile that kept tugging at my lips, I circled the car and dialed. My voice sounded all prim and proper when the secretary answered. I told her Callum was ill, as he choked on his own laughter behind me. His forearm rested on the window frame, and I dug my fingernails into his flesh to make him shut up. That ended his laughing only for a second while he licked my hand. I hung up and whirled around to yell at him. You're disgusting. He howled with laughter. What the hell was wrong with us? We both must have lost our minds. Either me or my best friend or Ayeka would die tonight, and the final hinge on the door to the core would open. And what was I doing about it? I was frolicking around with the boy who poked his thumbs into my heart, instead of the boy who tried to protect it. That was my solution to the problem. I should be searching for a loophole out of me becoming 3 to save myself. The crazy laughter bubbling up inside me popped. The same must have happened to Callum because he winced.
What's wrong with us?
We're freaking out. I climbed into the car again, and we both stared out the windshield at the people bustling in and out of the store, completely oblivious. Callum started the car, and we drove around Crapper in silence for a while. What was Ayeka doing now? She wanted this much more than I did, but wasn't she terrified? I rubbed my temple to stop the questions thudding against my skull, but it didn't help. What would it feel like to die? And then to come back again? Would I see Mom when I died? I had to. I needed to. The thought flooded my eyes, and I swiped at them quickly before Callum noticed. I would put up a fight tonight, no doubt about that. But if 1 and 2 put me in the ground, maybe I would see Mom.
You see somewhere you want to stop, just tell me.
The area above Callum's eyebrows puckered with worry. Okay. The sun rose higher in the sky while we drove, but the thickening clouds sucked in its rays and took its warmth. Shivering, I pushed the button to roll up the window. The red stoplight in front of us swayed with the strengthening wind. A faded sign down the street caught my eye as the first splashes of rain plopped on the windshield. "Can we stop at Whatty What's?" I asked.
Yeah.
When the light turned green, Callum signaled, and we pulled into the parking lot. The bell above the door dinged as we entered. My cheeks twitched while the smell of gently used and musty cedar greeted me. The Granny twins did their windshield wiper wave at us, and I joined in. Callum didn't. He just shoved his hands into his pockets and looked uncomfortable, while the 3 of us did our strange interpretive dance together. I missed Joe. We wandered around the thrift store, sometimes together, sometimes not. I didn't need anything. I just wanted to say goodbye. To the store, to the twins, to Callum. My mouth wouldn't open, though. So I just ran my hands through the hangers of wool and cotton, baskets of yarn, and the fur and hair of stuffed children's toys. Callum found a studded belt he liked, so we stepped up to the checkout counter to pay. At least he would have something to hold his pants up if I died, and the world ended in pandemonium tonight. While the twins rang him up, I studied the picture of the pretty red-haired lady behind the counter and rubbed my fingers over the display of silver lilac rings. I wished I had mine with me, but it was at home.
That's why I had to get you one of those,
Callum said. I caught the blush staining his cheeks before he looked away. "What do you mean?" I asked. He smiled and shook his head while pulling a few bills from his wallet.
The look on your face when you see them, it's a look like calm, like everything will be all right.
My turn to blush, though I didn't think everything would be all right.
"Girl, is that a shirt you bought here?"
One of the twins asked, gesturing to me. "Yeah," I said absently, while I brushed a finger over the lettering and drops of blood. "It's my favorite."
"How fitting,"
the other twin said. The first twin nodded.
"Especially the blood."
My gaze flicked up to them. The hair on my body spiked alert. "What?"
"Your blood is your gift for the dead."
The second twin's mouth slid into a slow smile.
"Why don't you just stay here so that pesky Trameler can't find you tonight?"
The first twin asked with a grin.
"We'll take you to the graveyard ourselves."
A spider scuttled across the counter toward the mangled bug ring display. I jerked back. All the air rushed out of me. Callum grabbed my waist with one hand, his belt from the counter with the other, and backed us up toward the door.
You can't have Leigh.
The twins cackled and scooted closer together. A ripple in the air formed between them. Then they merged together as one body, one head, with a series of pops like splintered bones. Their legs and arms lengthened while the body shrunk into a brown oval. All 8 limbs thinned and bent outward. The front 4 crashed to the ground over the counter. Fur sprouted all over. 8 black eyes formed across the oval where human faces used to be, blank and staring. Curled fangs extended below them and dripped dark venom. I gasped. Chills licked up my back. How could this be real? One of its legs whipped out, and grabbed Callum by the ankle before he could take another step backward. He fell to the floor and took me down with him. Hot fury shot through my veins. I jumped to my feet, uprooted a cardboard M&M's display, and hurled it at the giant spider. It knocked the display away with another leg. Callum crawled to his feet and lunged to my side, his breath coming in short bursts. "What do you want with me?" I shouted.
"Your gift of blood led 1 and 2 straight to your house,"
the spider said in a rough voice.
"They weren't sure who was more powerful, you or your sister, so they tested your strength by pretending to choose your sister."
Questions rose in my mouth like bile. This was a game. Always had been. A game played by cheaters, and I joined in completely unaware of the rules. The bell over the door dinged, and I dared a glance back. Aiku Reynolds from Wichita's Channel 13 marched in, her red lace suit hugging her body. A black tattoo circled her right eye and dipped down onto her cheek. 3. A 3 tattoo just like the one I used to have. In the center of it, by her eyebrow, was a large red spider bite.
"They lied to us, aunties,"
she said, her glare aimed at the spider, and not us. Muscles tensed. I backed into Callum and pulled him into a squat behind a rack of shirts in the middle of the store. The giant spider stood motionless to the left. I scooted both of us right and peered around several long sleeves. Everything inside me screamed to run, but Ayeka blocked the door.
Come out, wherever you are,"
Aika sing-songed. Spiders crawled out from between the items I'd just run my fingers through minutes before. Hundreds and hundreds of them swept past Callum and me. I covered my gasps with my palm, willing myself invisible to every damned spider in this place, while their legs brought them much too close. They crept to the middle of the store and climbed on top of each other in 2 piles, until pale skin and red hair peeked through. Whispers swirled around us. Then 1 and 2 faced Aika, 10 steps in front of us. My heart striking against my ribs, I put my hand to my nose to cover the rotten stink and dug my fingers into Callum's arm. Disbelief tightened my grip. Someone would stop us if we darted past them toward the door, but we needed out of there. Now, on quiet feet, I inched us more to the right. Aika aimed a vicious look at the sorceress eye.
"It's amazing what a little torture can teach you."
She crossed her arms over her tight red lace shirt.
"I just learned from a Spanish teacher there are 2 3s, 2 of them. What could you possibly need 2 for?"
A Spanish teacher. Oh, God. A shudder traced down my spine. A sorceress hissed, and black mist puffed between her decayed lips. My lips pressed tight. I covered Callum's mouth. Aika breathed in the mist, and her brown eyes glowed blue.
"Gretchen doesn't want you."
Her voice scraped the air, like she'd swallowed broken glass.
"We promised you could be 3 so you would break us free and to make the Trameler leave town so we could choose the real 3. You're not wanted anymore."
Aika fell to her hands and knees and spit out the black mist. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and she pulled in air like she'd been drowning. The giant spider crept toward her. I pulled Callum's shirt, and we crawled another inch closer to the door. Aiku stood, breathing hard.
"Fine."
She held out her bare arms in front of her. Red fog coiled down them and shot in front of the sorceress eye. The fog turned to red fire as soon as it hit the floor. Flames consumed 1 and 2 and flashed across the store. Callum and I raced to the other end of the shirt rack. We needed up, away from the quickly growing fire. We raced toward the checkout counter and jumped onto it before the flames reached us. Black smoke thickened the air and choked me. The sorceress I hissed, but I could barely hear it over the sizzling heat. Sheets of blue ice fell from their hands and swept over the floor. It spread over the spikes of fire and froze them in mid-leap. Aiku pointed to a wall display of shovels and hammers to her left.
I want to be the one who finally frees Gretchen. I want that power.
She whisked her finger toward 1 and 2. The tools rocketed through the air right at the sorceress eye, and right at us 5 feet behind them. Callum clotheslined me with his arm. We both fell off the counter onto the frozen floor and slid into the back wall. The red-haired lady inside the picture frame pitched forward above us and clattered to the ice at my feet.
Then silence.
Callum and I just sat there, catching our breaths, the cold wet seeping into the butt of my pants. I locked eyes with him, and without a word, we both inched to the end of the counter, hands and knees slipping on the ice. The hammers and shovels hovered around 1 and 2, pointy ends aimed at Aika. Aika's mouth was curled into a sneer, curved like her number tattoo. The giant spider had 2 of its legs wrapped around the sorceress eye's necks.
I want the fame of releasing Gretchen and opening the core. I gave gifts to the dead. I set you free. I am 3.
Aika's eyes flared red. She waved a hand over her head, where a huge black ball of smoke appeared. Then she threw it at the sorceress eye. 1 and 2 hissed. The black ball burst. Ayeka screamed. Black ooze splattered backward onto her. The hammers and shovels swiveled around in midair, pointed at the giant spider, and sped toward it with sharp whistles. I closed my eyes and ducked back behind the counter. Ayeka's screams sent a deep tremble through me. The spider wailed. Callum shook me, forcing air into my lungs. His breath blew clouds into my face. He pointed at a nearby rack of men's coats along the wall, nearest the door. Cold climbed through the soles of my boots and collected in the pit of my stomach. I nodded and mouthed, "On 3," through chattering teeth. Another scream, but I didn't dare look. The bug rings lay scattered across the floor around the red-haired lady inside her picture frame. Red. My new hair color. Gretchen. It had to be. This was her cult's headquarters. Whatty What's was her secret compound. I snatched the picture from the icy floor. Callum held up 1 finger, then 2. Right after 3 fingers, we slipped across the open space tucked in a crouch. Underneath the coats, murky light drifted through the glass door just a few feet away. A new sound sliced through the store. Aiku's laughter.
You just killed the only family I had left. You'll pay for that.
My body shook. We would be visible by everyone once we dashed out from the coat rack, but I sure wasn't going to stick around. I looked back at Callum's pale face and wide eyes. I held out 1 finger, then 2. On 3, we scrambled for the door. Chapter 20. I pushed Callum in front of me. We skidded across the ice, arms windmilling. Callum reached for the door.
It's you,
Aika said.
I recognize you from somewhere.
Callum grabbed the handle and shoved.
It's you, isn't it?
Something whipped around my leg and yanked it from under me. I landed hard on the ice, and all my air whooshed out. Gretchen's picture slipped from my grip, clattered to the floor, and slid away.
Leigh!
Callum's hands gripped my armpits and tugged. A red spider web wound up my leg and squeezed. I kicked at it and bucked against Callum. Drop me, Callum, and go.
Leigh, is it? You have Gretchen's hair.
She wiped black ooze from the exploding ball from her chin and forehead, then flicked it to the floor, where it sizzled through the ice. Underneath where the ooze had been, black smoke puffed from the dark holes all over her face. The red web around my leg reached to her index finger. She brought her finger back and pulled my leg with it, dragging me toward her, a sneer plastered to her smoking face. She gave another sharp tug and wrenched me out of Callum's hold.
But I don't have Gretchen's hair.
The harsh landing shocked through me, and I sucked in a much-needed breath. Ica reached for me, her eyes flaring red. Long fangs extended over her bottom lip. My heartbeat jumped as I kicked and clawed and tried to pull away. 1 and 2 hissed. Ica's body lurched up to the ceiling so suddenly I gasped. It was as if she was attached to puppet strings. The sorceress eyes stepped directly under her, spitting their whispers up to her spread-eagle body. Callum bent by my leg and tore at the web, but it didn't budge. I jerked the part that bridged to Ica's finger. Ica laughed menacingly.
Here, let me help you.
She waved her other hand. The hammers and shovels buried in the giant spider to our left sprang out and flew at our heads. Sharp whistles filled the room. I shielded my head. Something bit into my back, and I cried out. Tools clanked to the floor. Warmth streamed from the cut between my shoulder blades. I tried to ignore the pain and reached out for something to hack at the web. My fingers closed around an ash tree key. Ica screamed, but Callum sawed at the web around my leg with the edge of a shovel, blocking my view of what the sorceress eye were doing to her. The ash key must have fallen out of the back of my pants. Blood pooled around its bumps and ridges. A drop ran between my fingers and fell to the red web. The threads snapped apart. At the same time, Callum's shovel sliced through it. My feet slid on the icy floor as I fought to stand. I grabbed for Gretchen's picture and, heart in my throat, I pushed Callum out the door.
I will be 3,
Ica yelled. The glass shattered behind us. We ducked. I shoved Callum to the side. More tools clattered to the wet concrete at our feet, but I kept sprinting to Callum's car. His tires didn't stop squealing until we were several blocks away from Wetty Wut's. I kept turning around in my seat, expecting to see shovels, hammers, fire, and ice hurtling toward us, but only the rain followed.
Well, it's official,
Callum said, cranking the heater dial with a shaky hand, his voice even shakier.
What? What's his lost my business forever?
I shot another glance behind us and rubbed my arms. Shivers chased the blood through my veins, and the climbing temperature in the car wasn't helping. How many times had I visited that store? How many times had I windshield wiper waved at the twins? The same twins who were Ica's great aunts, and a giant spider. Had 1 and 2 been hiding in the store since they escaped? I guessed it made some kind of nightmarish sense to keep all the spiders together in Gretchen's cult, since Tram couldn't sense them. Teeth locked together to keep them from chattering. I touched my back and winced. I was wasting my oh-so-precious blood.
Are you hurt?
I was clipped pretty good. I glanced down at the seat, somehow thankful for the pain and the blood, since it reminded me I was still alive. And I'm bleeding all over your car.
Hospital bleeding?
I shook my head and searched the floorboards. Do you have anything to stop it?
My shirt?
I'll use my bra. Don't look. Callum kept his eyes glued to the road while I unclasped my bra and snaked it out through my sleeve. I folded the cups together and pressed it to my stinging back.
Here,
he said, and handed me his new belt.
Tie this around yourself tight to put pressure on it.
I did, thankful for his purchase from the giant spider twins.
That other crazy bitch. Why can't she be 3? She fits right in with them. She's got superpowers and everything,
Callum said. Thunder cracked over the steady rhythm of the windshield wipers. I tugged at the sticky red web still wound around my leg, but it didn't move. The sorceress eye said Gretchen wanted me. Callum stomped on the gas as soon as the light turned green.
She can't have you.
Did you fall asleep at What's? I asked, razor blades sharpening my voice. You saw what the sorceress eye can do and what they're like. Are you going to walk up to them tonight and tell them that Gretchen can't have me? Because I won't let you do that.
So, you're just gonna be their 3. You're not even gonna put up a fight?
He slammed a fist against the steering wheel.
Why didn't you just kiss their feet back there and play catch up on the top 10 ways to creep me the shit out?
I winced and looked away. The drops on my window warped the whole world. If I stared through them long enough, maybe that was how things would really look. A gray and dismal reality sagging at the edges. Maybe that would be my perspective when I was 3. If I was 3. God, had I already given up? I told them to choose me, I said. You know that. And if I try to run or do anything to piss them off, they'll kill Joe.
But will they really kill Joe? They've already got another 3 all lined up.
Let's turn around and go ask them, I yelled, and instantly regretted it. He didn't ask to be in this situation. Callum loosened his clamped jaw and sighed.
I touched his shoulder and dropped my voice to a pseudo-calm. I'm not going to just lie still tonight, but I won't let them have Joe either.
Whether you like it or not, I'll put up a fight.
Callum glanced at me as he braked at an intersection, and I thought I could read the rest of that sentence clearly in his expressive brown eyes. I'll put up a fight for you. I looked again through the raindrops on my window, bending and distorting crapper life to their own will. My life. More shivers gave chase through my bloodstream. I know. When we drove by my nightmare black yard, I made Callum stop. Tram? I called before I was even out of the car. The dark, rain-soaked tree crumbled into mush under my fingers. I need you. The earth gave a low rumble. Roots broke through, twisting and pulling the ground apart, until the top of Tram's head emerged. His face didn't appear to have any new bruises or gashes, but his old ones still looked painful. Gretchen's cult, I said, breathless, and took his hands. It's a spider bitch convention at What's. That was why it was undetectable to you. Tram's eyebrows joined together.
Where?
I groaned. I don't know the actual name of the store.
Hang on.
Callum slammed his door with his hip, fingers flying over his cell phone.
What gift she carried, on the corner of 2nd and Main Street.
What gifts? Gretchen's gifts. Was all that junk at What's gifts that Gretchen had stolen? The gifts she took from the people who left them for their dead friends or family at the graveyard. Tram brought my fingers to his lips, a glimmer of hope brightening his beat-up face, then rushed to the hole in the ground.
Look after her, Callum. I'll see if they're still there.
Callum nodded. His eyes narrowed. The idle of his car stifled a distant boom of thunder. Wiping my hands on my shirt, I crossed the yard to the car. He stared at the spot where Tram had disappeared and the sealed hole behind him, then cut his gaze to me, his jaw stiff.
Sarah's yard doesn't look like this anymore.
I stopped, my fingers on the door handle. It doesn't.
It doesn't look anything like yours,
he said with a shudder. I want to see it. Gretchen stared up at me from the photo frame in the front seat, eyes daydreamy, her smile soft. I shoved it to the side and shut the door after me. After we look in on Joe. Callum climbed into the driver's seat.
I was right about it not being Lazarus syndrome that brought Sarah back to life.
Yeah. I rolled my eyes up to the stained, upholstered roof. You called it. We drove down the street and shot inside, so I wouldn't disturb the lawn with my death touch. Joe was still sleeping. I tiptoed into her room and knelt beside the bed. I won't let them have you. I tucked a stray strand of red hair behind her ear, brushing her icy cheek. She better be back to the same old Joe when I was dead, or at least close to the same. Minus me. Would she be okay in small-minded crapper? Eyes stinging. I turned to Callum behind me. You'll take care of her? He stuffed his hands into his jeans pockets and nodded. I faced Joe again and kissed her chilled forehead. Goodbye, Joe. But not forever. Tears spilled down my cheeks as I rose. Callum took my hand and squeezed. I squeezed back, gratefully accepting his comfort.
I could put your bike in my trunk,
he said once we were outside again. No thanks. I need some air. I righted my bike and hurried it to the middle of the road. Raindrops stung my cheeks. Callum's car door slammed behind me. Then his engine roared. Soon his car crawled beside me with the window down.
Your bloody bra is still in here.
Puddles on the street splashed up on my bare arms, and my red hair soon plastered my head. Keep it. He snorted.
You've also got this creepy picture in here you stole, and this dead-looking seed thing with your blood all over it.
Just leave it. I pumped harder. It was probably about time I get back to the motel after my supposed day at school.
Don't think you're going to escape from me on that thing. You're the pirate. I'm the parrot, remember?
I nodded. Worry for Joe, Tram, myself, and Callum fueled my feet and stole my breath. A nod was all I could give. When I turned onto Sarah's street, I slowed and gripped the handlebars until my knuckles threatened to poke through skin. My stomach fluttered. I wasn't quite sure what I would find in Sarah's yard, but the last time I was here scared the shit out of me. But curiosity pedaled me forward anyway. A few news vans had parked upwind. The stink was probably too much for most people, since the rain couldn't wash the dead smell away. But Sarah's yard was no longer black. Rain sprayed every enormous blade of grass, which welcomed it as if with open mouths. Wind tickled the heads of a rainbow of flowers, lining the sidewalk, the front of the house, and circling the enormous tree. Its branches reached to the sky, while raindrops drummed a fast beat on its emerald leaves. It looked like the Wizard of Oz had landscaped Sarah's yard. On either side of her front porch, purple lilacs swayed happily. Cold steel dropped in my gut, freezing my insides. I choked on a sob. Tears pooled and traced my cheeks. It wasn't fair. None of this was. Sarah died and killed everything around her. I was 3, and killed Mom's lilacs. So did Sarah do this? Or did someone help? Would she fix my yard too? Mom's lilac blooms with their faces tilted to the sun for a kiss powered the cord that plugged me into sanity. I needed them alive again. I brushed the tears and rain away, and sat up straight. Callum idled behind me. the concern in his eyes penetrating between the swipes of the windshield wipers. I nodded to him and kicked a pedal into position. With another glance at the yard, I paused. Brown ash tree keys scattered the sidewalk. They seemed out of place with all the bright colors. What did the keys mean? Why were they important to Sarah? I sighed. Even if I banged on the door to talk to Sarah, I couldn't understand her. She might not even be here, since boards covered the windows, and a moving van sat in the driveway. Where were she and her family going to go? With a shuddery breath, I stepped on the pedal. My death loomed over me like one of the dark clouds that swelled overhead. Maybe Tram would capture the sorceress eye at Wuddy Wut's. But if not, I was no closer to figuring out how to beat them at their own game. Callum stayed close behind, except when he was forced to stop at a stoplight, and I sailed right through it. I could practically hear him grind his teeth together. He didn't have to worry, though. At least not about me giving him the slip. Wild parrots couldn't keep me away from the motel and saying goodbye to Dad and Darby, and he knew that. I arrived in our stale, smoke-smelling, non-smoking room just before Darby. When I stripped out of my wet clothes, bruises covered the back of my thighs and hips where I'd hit the ice. My back wound gaped ugly and red, but the bleeding had stopped. I found some Band-Aids and put 6 of them across the worst part. With my clothes changed, and a towel wrapped around my wet head, so Darby couldn't see my red hair, I waved over the balcony railing at Mrs. Gonzalez and Maria, and then over at Callum, parked a few spaces over from them. As soon as Darby was inside, I closed the door and faced her. Trying to keep my voice cheerful, I asked, "How was your day?" Darby threw her backpack onto the nearest double bed.
Horrible.
What happened? Her blue eyes narrowed behind her glasses.
Everyone made fun of me about our yard.
Yeah, me too.
The kids at school say it was just like the Hendersons. Is it?
I nodded.
Why?
Now wasn't the time to lie. She was too smart, and I didn't want any of my last words to her to be anything but the truth. Still, I chose my words carefully. She could handle Merlin because it was fiction, but real witches, that could haunt her dreams forever. Do you remember when people said it was Lazarus syndrome that brought Sarah back? Darby plopped next to her backpack and gave me her full attention.
Yeah.
That wasn't it. I sat stiffly across from her on the other bed.
What was it then?
Magic. Darby's eyes widened. Not Merlin magic. Morgan Le Fay magic. Dark magic. My elbows dug into my knees when I leaned toward her, and the only reason our yard is like Sarah's is because I made a choice.
What choice?
Darby whispered.
To protect you. She looked down her nose at me.
Why?
Because I love you, you big dork. I shot up from the bed and looked out the window so she couldn't see my tears. Crapper's sky was still crying too. The whole town was a big bucket of sadness.
Oh, well, I love you too.
After a long pause, she asked.
Maybe Merlin can help you defeat the dark magic.
I turned and smiled. My tears sort of dried. Maybe. We snuggled together in one of the beds with the fat Merlin book. The sheets and blankets smelled like bleached smoke and weren't nearly as soft as what I was used to. But Darby made up for it. I didn't realize how cold I'd been all day until Darby's warmth melted the sharp edges of the block of ice that surrounded me. A block that resembled a cold grave. Later, Dad walked into the motel room looking tired and pissed.
Hi.
Hi, we said.
Why is Callum in the parking lot? He said something about a pirate and a parrot, but I have no idea what that meant.
Dad hung his jacket in the closet and loosened his tie, the creases in his forehead trapped in his cloudy mood. We have a study group tonight. So much for my last words being the truth. We're doing a project about pirates. Dad rubbed his stomach like he was hungry. Without his jacket, I noticed how thin he looked. Less like Barbie's beefcake boyfriend Ken, and more like Stick Ken. Probably because his Barbie wasn't around to feed him her amazing cooking.
But he's a senior, and you're a sophomore,
he said.
How can you be in the same class?
I left the warmth of Darby behind and stood. It's this new thing Mr. Lane is doing for history class.
Huh, I like Callum,
Dad said, patting his stomach. Yeah, I know. You've mentioned that. A sudden rush of emotion pushed me forward into his arms. I crushed myself into him and tried to memorize the smell of his spicy cologne, the feel of his 5 o'clock shadow against my cheek. Darby snapped her book closed.
It was dark magic that made the yard like the Hendersons, Dad. Leigh said so.
Dad pulled away.
What do you know about the yard, Leigh? I've been on the phone with the Kansas Department of Agriculture most of the day.
Everything and nothing. Too much and not enough. I have to go to the study group. When I backed toward the door, my eyes brimmed with tears. They fell on my already soaked and bloodied Jural shirt when I bent to pick it up from the floor. Hoping the shadowed room would hide my hair, I ripped the towel from my head and threw the shirt on over my long sleeves, ready as I would ever be, with my hand on the doorknob and my heart buried under heaps of misery. I said, "I love you." Then I fled the room. Darkness grasped the overcast sky and squeezed out a few more rain showers. Callum drove around while I collected myself. When the tears finally stopped, I directed him to the graveyard. He didn't argue, but his lips pushed together like he was fighting the urge. I held Gretchen's picture in my lap and fiddled with the broken frame until it came apart. How could someone so pretty be so evil? I flipped the picture over, and small, neat letters lined the top. December 1995. 3 months along with my Trinity gifts. 3 months along. I pointed to the words so Callum could see. Was she pregnant? Callum glanced at the back of the photo, then pulled in front of the graveyard.
With Trinity trees or what?
Babies. Trinity babies. Oak, ash, and hawthorn. 3. Triplets. I tossed the picture to the floorboards and flung the door open. Babies couldn't help me now. Callum broke the lock on the gate with a crowbar from his trunk. Then we walked through in silence except for the jangle of the empty flagpoles. Each step I took sucked the life from nearby grass and trees. They withered and blackened. Each blade, each branch, curled in on itself and died. Only the rocky path stayed white.
So where's your tree dude now?
Callum asked. I glared at him. The night wasn't the only thing to darken his face. He'll be here.
Wonderful.
He aimed an icy stare at the rocks, like they were giving him the middle finger. I would have been dead days ago if it wasn't for him.
Well, Perfect Man isn't so perfect since he let this happen to you. I hope you know that.
He picked up a rock and flung it through the air. He didn't let this happen to me. He tried to warn me, and I didn't listen, Callum. He chucked another rock, and it smacked against a nearby dead tree.
Maybe he didn't try hard enough.
I stopped, my blood burning. If you want to make a list of all the things wrong with certain people, you should start with yourself. Now stop throwing rocks at him. Lightning streaked across his eyes as he met my burn with his own.
You know what your problem is, Leigh.
I started walking again, but he pulled me to him nose to nose. Fury quaked through my body. He took my fists in his hands, probably so I couldn't use them on him.
You only look at guys when they notice you first. Like, really look at them because, of course, they're cool if they like you,
he said, and every word gushed with sarcasm.
And Tram is super cool because he's some tree dude with powers.
His breath blew hot on my face. I struggled against his grip, but his hands were iron cuffs. Let me go. I could barely hear myself over my raging blood. Why did he want to have this discussion right now? Rain slid down his nose onto mine.
But you know what I see when you look at him? When you talk about him, I see lust. That's it. And I know a thing or two about lust. Just ask me about Megan.
He squeezed my fists, as if that would help get his point across.
Lust doesn't last.
My anger exploded with a scream, a loud, piercing one that tore across the graveyard. Callum dropped my hands and stepped back. You are so pathetic. My seething shook the words. You don't know me like you think you do, and you definitely don't know Tram. I stepped closer to him. I can't wait until you go play baseball for some stupid college far, far away from me. He dropped his gaze to the path. I hope you meet someone there smothered in lip gloss and spray-painted in tight clothes. I spat.
Me too.
He crossed his arms over his chest, still not meeting my eyes.
I shook my head and hurried down the path, away from his stupid face and his stupid brain. God, I hated him. I spun around. I hate you.
I don't care.
He shrugged, strolling toward me, his expression sincere.
Just as long as you're not dead.
Something creaked, long and low.
I stared in the direction of the sound, listening, waiting. It sounded like it came from the Heartland Cemetery gate, but I couldn't be sure. The light of the clouded moon didn't reach that far. Callum stood stiff, staring in the same direction.
What was that?
I don't know, I whispered. The rich smell of clean dirt filled my nose, and I breathed deep. It reminded me of the way Mom smelled after she pulled weeds from her lilac bushes. My throat tangled at the thought. I might get to see you tonight, Mom. It might only be for a second, but hopefully it'll be enough time to hug you. A new sound broke the silent night. It came from every direction. A squelchy sound like when mud sucked at my boots. I reached out and took Callum's hand. He squeezed it and moved closer.
I think something's coming.
I opened my eyes wide so they could take in everything around me all at once. But the only things that moved were the dead and skeletal tree branches. The squelchy sound grew. So did the dirt smell. The darkness shifted. A shadow emerged from the direction of the gate. Callum and I faced the figure, both of us crushing the other's hand bones. More shadows emerged behind the first one, all walking down the path toward us. Clouds spit out the moon, which tossed its beam on the first figure. He was a shadow no more. Blonde hair, green hooded sweatshirt, gashed face. Tram greeted me with a smile, and I'm sure it hurt him to put it there over his bruises. I forced my hand from Callum's bone-shattering grip and ran to Tram.
No one was at what gift she carried when I got there,
he said when I stood in front of him. Then we'll deal with them here, I said, my voice sounding much more confident than I felt. Two of the figures behind him both swept green hoods from their heads. I gasped. Miss Hanson. Mrs. Rios? You're okay? Mrs. Rios shook her pixie bangs out of her eyes. Bandages wrapped both of her hands, and deep gashes covered one side of her face.
No, but I will be after 1, 2, and Ica are sent to the core.
Her eyes shined with moonlight and tears.
I'm sorry I left you at my apartment, Leigh.
Miss Hanson stuffed her hands in her brown pants pockets and shivered.
She would have died otherwise. I was afraid then, a coward.
Mrs. Rios swiped at her cheeks with her bandaged hands and shook her head.
But not anymore.
Miss Hanson stuck a chunk of her hair in her mouth.
We're here to help you.
Another smile rippled across Tram's swollen mouth when I met his eyes again.
I've been recruiting volunteers, but I could only find 3 people willing to help.
The third figure stepped out behind my teachers. Herman, the exterminator. 2 large canisters were strapped to his back, and a spray hose hung from his hand. He threw up his other hand in a stiff wave. Tram touched the side of my face.
There's too much at stake to do this alone.
Butterfly Wings kissed my heart with his words. Hope, a feeling which had been lost lately, rose up inside me. With more people on my side, magical or otherwise, maybe I stood a chance tonight. I brushed a light fingertip over his lips. Thank you. The squelchy sound became even louder, surrounding us on all sides. Callum cleared his throat loudly and stepped up behind us.
What is that sound?
I know who you are now.
A new voice said from beyond the white path. Dead grass crunched to the left of us, and a dark figure emerged. Ica. A collective gasp erupted from everyone at once. Smoke still drifted from the black holes all over her face, tracing the curves of her 3 tattoo. Blood stained her skin and her red lacy suit. Rage filled her eyes.
I recognized you in the high school hallway the first time I saw you.
She came up to me, her face too close to mine.
You look just like her.
My own anger slithered down into my stomach and coiled around my tight fists. I tried not to breathe in her smoking face. Back off. Ica grinned.
You're Anonymous's daughter.
I stepped back, her words slamming into me. The anonymous trammeler who disappeared. But I was no trammeler's daughter. What was she talking about? Ica moved forward, watching my face.
Anonymous found Gretchen's cult headquarters.
The breath caught in my throat. I gasped for another.
Get away from her!
Tram growled.
She said to back off.
Callum warned and lunged at her. Ica raised a finger, and a red web spiraled out. It surrounded Callum, cocooned him. Callum stared spikes at her through the snarl of red. Was all he could say. Let him go, I shouted. The ground shook. Ica brought her head close to mine.
It's a shame Anonymous drove away from what gifts she carried at such a dangerously high speed.
Mom. Anonymous. My mom. Anonymous trammeler. All of it pulsed under my skin like the aftershock of a slap, but there was no way she could be telling the truth.
It will be me tonight, Leigh,
Ica said in a low voice.
I am 3. If 1 and 2 put you in their grave, I'll kill you first.
She jabbed at my chest with each word. I snatched her finger before she could poke me again and shoved her. Don't ever touch me. Roots tore through the ground in front of Ica. She sneered and raised her arms. 4 more arms extended out of her sides. 6 arms lengthened to 3 times normal size and waved around her head. All of them snatched at the roots and broke them in half, like they were sticks of butter. Herman snuck up behind her, spray hose readied. Ica stared down at her legs, like she expected more to happen. The livid expression froze on her face, before her mouth lifted in a grin.
Smell that? That's the sweet aroma of death and power. Soon it will be mine.
Smell it I did. 1 and 2's stink eclipsed the growing earthy odor. They were coming. Chapter 21. The rotten smell suffocated me. I turned on the path to face the Trinity trees, but night hid them. The squelchy sound intensified. Something was definitely coming, from everywhere all at once. It seemed like everyone was holding their breath. No one moved. Even the rain had stopped. A faint cry from the direction of the Trinity trees pricked the silence and slashed through my heart.
Leigh!
I knew that voice. Joe! I took off at a dead run.
No!
Ica yelled behind me. The darkness rippled. My feet lifted from the ground. I hovered just above it, caught in mid-sprint. I couldn't move, couldn't even turn my head. Another cry sounded from the Trinity, a plea for help. Desperation jetted through me, but everything in my body was locked. A deep cracking drowned out the squelch sound. The earth growled.
Now, Herman!
Tram yelled.
No, it should be me. The 3 of us will be...
Ica interrupted herself with a piercing scream. I fell to the ground in a heap. Nearby trees stretched their limbs and roots out to Ica 10 steps behind me, caging her in a tightly woven box. All of her arms curled in on top of her. Smoke billowed from her entire body. The air smelled like burning rubber, but couldn't mask the growing rot. Mrs. Rios's lacy wings sprouted from her back. She flitted upward, and a beam of white light shot from her mouth and surrounded Ayeka's cage. Miss Hanson aimed glowing fingertips at Ayeka. Herman pointed his spray hose at her, too. Joe. I had to get to her. I jumped up and ran right into a sorceress. One stood in front of me. A sudden gale snapped her scraps of clothing. Reeling back, I fought to control the tremors that wobbled my body. Booms behind me flared white into the darkness.
We knew you'd come.
A voice ripped down my spine with sandpaper claws, but one sagging mouth never moved.
You're always saving someone.
2 appeared out of thin air right next to 1. Joe hung limply from 2's outstretched hand, her long legs bent under at odd angles. Her whole body lurched and twitched. My friend's mouth opened to speak, and black mist gusted out with every word.
This time to save me.
Joe's eyes snapped open. They glowed blue, just like 1 and 2's. 2 dropped her, and Joe fell to the rocky path with a gasp. She thrashed and twisted, whimpers forcing themselves out of her clenched jaw. Helplessness drove me to my knees. I reached out, but Joe writhed too much to touch. My eyes blurred. A sob escaped me. Please, I'm here. Take me, and leave her alone.
We won't take any more chances with your blood until it's ours,
Joe said in that raspy voice, her body bucking. Black mist waved across her face, and in front of her blue eyes.
No!
Callum lunged to his sister's side. Red web still clung to him. Strings of it trailed behind and floated around him in an eerie dance with the wind.
Choose me instead.
Callum, don't, I breathed.
Leigh is 3,
Joe rasped. More booms and explosions sounded behind me.
I won't let you have either of them.
Callum shouted. "Stop it, Callum," I yelled. 1 and 2 hissed. Callum lifted from the ground and flew backward toward a nightmare tree. A scream ripped from my lungs. A tree's branch caught him by the legs before he slammed into it. Was that Tram's doing? Callum's momentum flipped him over. He hung upside down from the branch, swaying back and forth, a clock's pendulum marking the seconds until my death. A loud blast rocked the earth, and I fell to my stomach next to Joe. Ika's cage was now a fiery pile of wood. Flames leaped toward Miss Hanson and Mrs. Rios, both lying on the ground, unmoving. My throat tightened. I didn't see Ayeka.
"We're wasting time."
Joe's voice scratched the air and chilled me just as much as the sorceress' fingers, circling both my wrists. They dragged me up and pulled me forward.
"No!"
Ayeka shouted behind us. 1 and 2 led me down the path, away from my possessed best friend, and toward the Trinity trees and Sarah's grave. My grave. The world spun in slow motion. My heart tripled the tempo of my feet. I kicked out at 1 and 2 with everything I had, but they kept dragging me forward.
"It should be me. You promised me if I freed you it would be me."
Ika dropped in front of us from a line of red web attached to a dead tree branch. Fury, and the spreading flames behind us lit her face. Billowing holes and dripping blood distorted her entire body. Her 6 arms flopped to her sides when she hit the ground.
"I want the Trinity power."
"You're just a sorceress, not a trameler."
Joe rasped several feet behind us. Her voice carried like we were right next to her.
"Gretchen was both. We're all both."
Both. A trameler and a sorceress. A trameler's daughter. A sorceress's daughter. Was Mom both too? The world seemed to tilt while this news barreled into me. Red sparked in Ika's eyes.
"But I've done everything for you to free Gretchen. Turn me into a trameler."
1 and 2's grip tightened on my wrists.
"Only trameler blood, sorceress blood, and death will make the Trinity trees bleed and open the core."
"What? Those are the gifts?"
Ika's chest heaved with every breath.
"Those are the 3 most powerful gifts. The gifts Gretchen carried, her flesh and blood stolen by tramelers, and now trapped deep inside the core by their father."
By their father, the counselor, which meant he had children, he and Gretchen. Was that why Gretchen wanted the door to the core to open when she'd resurrected her sister? 1, to free her children who were trapped inside.
"Our sorceress blood gives us strength to destroy the 3 hinges. Death lets us into the core, and our trameler blood gives us keys to the prisoners' cages. The Trinity of gifts."
Joe's voice twisted my stomach.
"And the 3rd and final hinge opens when Leigh dies."
Ika nodded.
"Oh, she'll die all right."
She lunged and swung an arm toward me. Black fog clung in wisps to each of her fingertips. I jumped back, but the sorceress eye still clutched my wrists. 2 leaped in front of me, and Ika's hand disappeared inside her chest. Black oozy bubbled out onto 2's gray scraps of clothing. Ika grinned and twisted her hand, still buried inside 2. Her other arms squirmed through the air.
"This will work too. If I can't be your 3, then I'll be your replacement."
Needle-like fangs lengthened over what used to be her lips. She reached for 2's arm.
"And I'll suck out all your trameler blood."
2 stiffened while Ika buried her fangs into her arm. 1 sank to her knees and closed her eyes. I had to follow since she still wouldn't let me go. She held her arms out so her fingertips, and those of my left hand, hovered just above the ground. Her whispers swirled through the night, just like the smoke rising from the burning graveyard. Two's glowing blue eyes began to fade in and out. Aika's teeth were still attached to her arm. Just let Aika be 3. I don't want it. My frustration and helplessness collected in my fist. I swiveled around to face one and punched her in the face. A loud crack. Then pain twisted through my hand. I gave a shaky gasp. The skin was split wide open over my knuckles. One stood, dragging me up with her, and hissed, long and loud toward Aika. The force knocked me down, but she didn't let me go. Aika jumped back from 2 and glared at 1, with blood streaming from her mouth. All her teeth were gone. All of them.
You bitch!
A red bubble popped from her mouth at the end of her garbled words. 2 fell to her knees. 1 hissed again.
I can't see.
Aika shouted. Her eyes were now empty red holes. A scream climbed into my throat. I fought it back down, afraid my mouth would be ripped away next. Just like Ike's teeth and eyes, Aika growled and charged forward. 1 hissed again. Aika soared into the air and smacked against a blackened tree with a deafening crash. Then 1 tightened her grip around my wrist, hoisted 2 up with an arm around her waist, and dragged us both down the path. Twisting my wrist in the sorceress's icy grip only earned me a tighter, bone-grinding hold. Blood streamed from the knuckles of my other hand and trickled to the rocks below in steady plops. There had to be a way to stop this.
We see you, Tramler.
Joe's screech followed us up the path. I shot a look behind me at her crumpled frame and swallowed thickly. Better me than her. But my heart boomed with terror.
You and your volunteers are hiding inside the Trinity trees. You want a war, you'll get one,
Joe growled. Next to us, a hand shot through a grave and grasped the ground. I jumped and gave a sharp yelp. Another hand on the other side of the path split open its grave. Prickles crawled over my skin. The squelchy sound. The sound my heartbeat now buried. It was the sound of the dead rising up through their muddy graves. Mom. I choked on the fright that dripped at the back of my throat. No, don't do this. I yanked at one's grip, but she held fast. You don't have to do this. She can't come back. More fists shot through their graves on either side of us. Heads, too. Rusty moans parted their dry lips. I could sense we were nearing Mom's grave. I'd been here so often I'd memorized every dip and curve of the path. She was coming. I didn't look. I couldn't look. Listen to me, I shouted, tears springing to my eyes. I circled around to face both of them, still cuffed in one's fingers. Mom, a trameler sorceress. I was, and always will be, her daughter, which makes me a trameler sorceress, just like them. I opened my mouth and I hissed at them. A tornado force wind burst out of me. One dropped 2 to the ground. Their few strands of red hair whipped straight out behind them. Both of them shielded their glowing eyes. I ran out of breath and gasped in another, blinking at what I'd done. Leave. The dead. Alone. My voice somehow slipped through my clenched teeth. Tears rolled down my cheeks. My back faced Mom's grave. I could feel it in the crawling of my neck hairs. If they stopped now, she could continue to rest. One jumped up, locked an icy hand around my throat and squeezed. I wheezed for more air, but she had my throat clamped shut. I clawed at her hands to try to pry them loose. Her grip finally lessened when she bent to circle an arm around Two's waist and hoist her up. I pulled in as deep a breath as I could. One straightened and started forward again, Two sagging at one side, and me with a dead hand around my throat on the other. I was forced to walk sideways to keep up, facing the side of the path Mom's grave was on. "Stop this," I groaned, but one tightened her grip to shallow my breath enough to keep me quiet. We were getting closer, both to Mom's grave and to mine. I let my eyes sink closed, but the images behind my eyelids were just as awful as what was happening around me. Mom, first one hand, then the next, shooting out of her grave. Her head with a few strands of blonde hair caked with mud, a gaping mouth. My eyes snapped open. I choked on a sob and stared at the path underneath one's feet. The ground rumbled. I fought to stay upright as it vibrated beneath me. Snaps and cracks boomed. Something whistled behind me and silenced a dead moan. We stopped walking, but quick footsteps continued. I risked a look around. Human-shaped shadows sped across the graveyard. Glowing white beams raced toward them just as fast and knocked them down. Were those the dead? Was that my teachers killing them again? Mom, go back to your grave. Please. I realized we were standing at the edge of Sarah's grave in the center of the Trinity trees. A large pile of dirt lay next to the deep emptiness. I stared down into the dark that would soon take me. I just wanted Jo to be her old smiley self, and Mom to be in the ground waiting for Dad and Darby to join her naturally, and for all this to be over. If my becoming 3 helped make that happen, so be it. Even for a little while, before the final hinge on the door to the core broke, I wished for a tiny piece of normal for the people I loved. One dropped to her knees, dragging me by the neck down with her. She tightened her grip, as though she was warning me to behave. Only a sliver of air could enter my lungs. The sky seemed to grow darker in the edges of my vision. Two clung to the side of Sarah's grave. Black fluid soaked both her front and back. They both whispered next to me. Blue light rose up from the grave and engulfed the 3 of us. A weight, much heavier than the one that crushed my chest after Mom's death, settled on top of me. My body seemed to sink into the earth, while the weight plunged deeper. One dropped her hand from my neck, and my head drooped forward. The only thing I saw was my grave right in front of me. I tried to lift my gaze, tried to lift a finger to fight, but couldn't. The ground lurched, and I pitched backward, shouting mixed with shrill whistles and jumping flames. White, fiery light zoomed past my nose and struck one in the side. Unfazed, she pulled me closer and whispered more nonsense, then tossed me into the grave. The impact 6 feet below sucked the air right out of me. I couldn't draw my next breath for what seemed like an eternity. The cold, rigid ground knifed into my back. 4 earth walls pressed in, muffling the battle above ground, squeezing out the last shard of hope I hung on to. The dirt mound piled next to the grave sloshed down on top of me on its own, drenched with the day's rain. Panicked realization dragged air into my burning lungs with quick, sharp gasps. I would soon be buried alive. 1 and 2 peered over the edge of the grave. 2's eyes sparked a faint blue. Black ooze trickled from the corners of her sagging mouth. A tree branch snaked over the upper corner of the grave and dragged 1 backward. 2 stared after her, clutching the wound in her chest. The knuckles of my punching hand burned where it had met the dirt and rocks on the way down. I tried to move my fingers, toes, anything, but my body didn't obey. Mud splattered my face, up my nostrils into my eyes, but I couldn't blink it away. More and more rained down on top of me. My arms lay useless at my sides. A cold calm seeped into my bones. This was how it was supposed to be. To save Darby. To save Joe. Red mist spun over the grave and knocked 2 flat. Was that Ica, still fighting for my place? The sky exploded with white light. I hoped Mom stayed away from here. The last thing I wanted to see before I died were her lifeless eyes staring back at me. More mud fell from the side. I could only see out of one eye now. My heart rocketed against my ribcage, the only thing that could still move. I willed my body to work, but it just lay useless. What had one done to me? Why couldn't I fight back? 1 and 2 held onto each other over the side of my grave. 2's eyes had dimmed to blue pinpoints. More white, fiery beams flew over the dirt pile toward the sorceress eye, but had no effect. Shouts echoed nearby. Someone stepped up to the foot of my grave. I tried to focus through my single eye to see who it was. Sarah. She gripped a shovel tight in one hand and a load of ash tree keys in the other. Her gaze flashed a burning hatred between 1 and 2. Ayeka leaped up on the mound of earth on the opposite side of the grave, spraying me with more dirt. How could she still see with no eyes? Her arms wormed above her head, and at her sides. Something boomed. Ayeka stumbled and sent down waves of dirt. It pressed down on me, as though it wanted to keep me there too. Sarah threw the ash tree keys down on top of me with hardly a glance. Something twisted around the fingers of my bloody hand. What was that? The keys. 2 lurched away from the side of the grave, like something had dragged her. Sarah brought the shovel behind her head, angry eyes glued on 1. Ica reached down for me with several arms. Blood gushed from her mouth and mangled her words.
Get out of my grave!
Something black erupted from my fingers and slithered up one wall of my grave. Then mud flooded down on top of me. Chapter 22. Something banged and screamed. It took me a moment to realize the noises came from inside me. My panicked heart and desperate lungs. The sounds of my body dying. My mouth gave a twitch like it wanted to open, but I clamped my teeth together to keep it shut. But I needed air. Now. That need swept through me and sounded alarms inside my head. My arms, they'd moved. Heavy mud suspended them above my head, as if I'd raised them to block the falling death sentence. The weight 1 and 2 used to make me accept my death had somehow been ripped away. Now only wet earth crushed me, but I could move. Adrenaline fought its way through my panic. Curling my hands into talons, I viciously tore at my grave. Air. I needed it right this second. My lungs blazed. The cold soil lodged under my fingernails and wrapped around each finger as I clawed up, forever up. I couldn't keep my mouth shut. It would open on its own and make me suck down death. I ripped the earth apart and fought upward. My grave swayed back and forth. Something thick and rough found my wrist and yanked, but it wasn't enough. Don't. Open. Mouth. But I had to. Oh God, I had to. The thing around my wrist gave another tug. Sparks of colors like dyed snowflakes burst behind my eyelids. Someone was strumming a guitar and singing the song Mom and I wrote together. Turn and face the world. Laugh at it fearlessly, and know I'll always be your girl. I willed another shot of adrenaline to poke my veins and scrambled upward. The thing around my wrist released me. My grave swayed again, and the earth above me split apart just as I punched through into the open. When I dragged my head out, wind kissed my face. I took great big gulps of air, my lungs burning with an awful pain. It was the best pain ever.
Leigh!
Someone took my arms and yanked me the rest of the way out. Gasping for more sweet air, I collapsed, too tired to clear the mud from my eyes and open them. Someone wiped at them for me with a gentle touch. I blinked a few times, then gazed into Tram's glistening green eyes. They captured the glow of a nearby fire and burned with intense relief. He cradled me to him and rested his chin on top of my head.
I thought I lost you.
I just shook my head, unable to say anything because I couldn't stop sucking in air. 2 words finally managed to roll out between breaths. What happened?
It's over.
I pulled away to look at him. It couldn't be over.
2 is so weak she can't stand, and 1 is without a head, thanks to Sarah.
Smoke gave gray curves to the night, and I breathed it all in. Sarah? I couldn't bring myself to leave the safety of Tram's eyes and look around for her.
She launched a shovel at 1 while the volunteers and I were dragging her down into the ground.
He raised his eyebrows.
It was pretty easy to do when her head popped off, even in the center of the Trinity trees. And Ica hurt 2 so much, it was easy to drag her below my roots. Once they were both captured, all their spells broke.
But they're both alive? Every word cracked the plaster of mud on my face. Tram scooped some off my face and flicked it to the ground.
Yes, they're alive. But don't worry. Herman is underground with them and has his spider spray with him in case they decide to make a break for it again. The volunteers will guard them all day, every day. And Ica can't do anything about it.
I grabbed the neck of his sweatshirt and pulled him closer. How do you know? A smile tugged at the corner of his lips.
Look behind you!
My heart stuttered. I felt my eyes widen. Ica was behind me. I didn't want to look around and see her or Mom back from the dead, or Joe possessed by sorceress or the grave I had just dug myself out of. A sob broke from my mouth, and I shook my head violently. Tram placed his hands on both sides of my face and rested his forehead on mine.
Trust me.
He pulled away and turned my head for me. A streak of muck now joined his eyebrows where he'd touched me. I kept my gaze locked on it for as long as possible, my unibrow lifeboat in this sea of scary. But then my head was turned too far to comfortably see it. A shudder jumped under my skin and shook my eyelids closed.
Leigh, just look.
Tram whispered and brushed his fingers over my squeezed lids.
I promise it's okay.
I took a few deep breaths and opened my eyes. There was Ica, standing over me with some of her arms raised toward the stars, while the rest arched into Sarah's grave to get me out of it. She was a tree, a dead one. Her toothless mouth hung open as a hole in the trunk. Black smoke surged from where the gashes in her face had been, and etched into the bark was her black 3 tattoo. How? I asked.
You tell me.
Mud caked the tear over my knuckles, and something black was tied around my fingers. Something bumpy and curved, like an ash tree key. Sarah gave me ash keys, I said between breaths. I was bleeding, and they tied around me in the grave. Something shot up from my fingers at Ica. Inhale, exhale, and I guess I turned her into a tree. But how exactly? It was too much to process.
The sorceresses must have drained her power enough to prevent her from changing into a spider, so I feel her inside the tree's branches. I'll keep her there until the counselor is ready to convict her.
He smoothed my hair away from my face and held me to him. His heart beat into my back. It echoed mine, strong and alive, and still here. Did you know I was a trameler sorceress? The words felt so strange coming out of my mouth. EA and trameler and sorceress. Me. It didn't make sense.
I didn't know you were Anonymous's daughter either. I never met your mother since I only spoke with her on the phone. But I knew something was special about you to make 1 and 2 want you. I just didn't know what. When we went to the library to get the spider venom out of you, I started to dig up some of your family tree, but was interrupted by 1 and 2 before I found anything,
he said, as he rested his chin on top of my head.
But you're not a dead trameler sorceress, and so the 3rd hinge on the core is still intact.
Right, I whispered. My brain blurred everything around me except mine, and Tram's beating hearts. I couldn't deal with anything else.
Leigh, I didn't let you leave my sight. I was in the trees the whole time watching.
His voice sounded strained, tired.
But I had to wait to see how the war between 1, 2, and Ica ended. I hoped they would end each other. Then 1 and 2 raised.
I swallowed, my mind numb. The dead.
Yes, to keep the volunteers and me away from you, and they came at us with such force.
He stroked my hair and rocked me back and forth.
You weren't supposed to end up in this grave.
I let my eyes drift closed to the dark, let it coil around me, but it seeped into my eyes, my nose, my lungs. It was killing me. I jerked my eyes open again and took mouthfuls of air to reassure myself I wasn't dead. Somewhere far away, sirens sounded. Quick footsteps beat the ground behind us.
Leigh, are you okay?
It was Callum. He fell to his knees next to me and grabbed my shoulders.
You're all...
His gaze swept over me, taking in my mud-soaked appearance. The rest of the color in his face drained away when he looked at the hole I just dug myself out of.
I couldn't get to you fast enough. There were too many...
Still leaning against Tram, I reached for Callum, my arm limp. My mom? Callum shook his head so fiercely, he probably heard ringing in his ears. He knew what I was asking, but didn't meet my eyes. I grabbed the torn neck of his t-shirt and twisted it. Tell me. Now he looked at me, but the terror in his eyes told me everything.
She's where she's supposed to be now. I promise.
I fell back against Tram, too tired to do much else. I would have done anything to have her back, but not like that.
I know,
Tram said, his lips close to my ear.
I'm sorry.
Oh, your mom was laid to rest, right? I made sure of it.
Callum hid his head in his hands, as if what he'd seen had placed a heavy burden on the back of his neck. Callum. His name barely creaked out of my lips, but I didn't have any idea what I wanted to say to him. Then an awful memory poked shards of ice into my brain. Where's Joe?
She's okay,
Callum said.
She's in my car.
My breath came in shallow bursts. I clenched the earth over my grave, as if to scratch the memory of how close I'd come to death from my brain. I need to see her. Using Tram for support, I stood on shaky legs. Maybe someday I would stop trembling. Tram and Callum flanked me while we walked out of the center, of the Trinity trees in Silence, and Tram steeded me, with an arm secured around my waist. With Mom safe in her grave again, I finally had the nerve to look around. Dead bodies lay everywhere. "Oh, no," I said, my words shaking with my shudders. Tram set his mouth in a thin line.
"I'll make everything right again."
The rest of the graveyard looked like a war zone. Heavy smoke hugged the air above the dead trees, their branches and roots strewn about like dropped matchsticks. We stepped over deep cracks in the ground every few feet.
"This war was nothing compared to what would have happened if you became 3 and the core opened,"
Tram said.
Let's not get close to that happening again.
Callum kicked a rock and it skittered down the path.
Ever.
Tram looked over my head at him.
"Agreed."
The sirens drew closer. 2 shadows slinked toward us farther down the path. Then the 2 figures came running. The moonlight caught Miss Hanson's and Mrs. Rios's dirt and blood-streaked faces. My legs started to buckle with relief, but Tram kept me upright. Mrs. Rios threw her arms around me.
"It's over. Everything can go back to normal."
Normal. The word tasted strange on my lips, muddy and hopeful at the same time.
"I put up a wall of light to keep the police away for the time being,"
Mrs. Rios said, releasing me to look at Tram.
"Leigh, your hair."
Miss Hanson said through a mouthful of her own.
"It's blonde again."
I felt for a strand and brought it under my gaze. She was right. Underneath the mud was my usual color. I squeezed that strand of hair and let relief rush through me.
"But just in case."
Her hand disappeared inside her jacket pocket and retrieved a pair of scissors. Then she snipped a lock of my hair. "Hey." My hand flew to my muddy head.
What did you do that for?
Callum asked. Miss Hanson frowned at my lock of hair and slicked her fingers down it to remove some mud.
"I read people's past, present, and future through their hair. Not all sorceresses have dark powers,"
Mrs. Rios said with a grim smile.
Sorceresses?
Callum asked.
You two?
He didn't sound all that surprised. I wasn't either, not after everything I'd seen.
"And not all of us side with Gretchen."
Miss Hanson popped my locks into her mouth. Her eyebrows waved up and down, a mix of surprise and concern.
"It must be the mud. I can't read anything."
I narrowed my eyes. Nothing?
"Nothing."
Miss Hanson tucked my hair into her pocket.
"I'll give it a good rinse when I get home."
Tram looked around him, his face somber.
"We need to clean up, but I can't do anything for the dead trees outside the Trinity."
Callum pointed behind Mrs. Rios and Miss Hanson.
Maybe she can.
Sarah was coming up the path, a shovel gripped tightly in her hand. Her eyes sparked with something different. Victory, maybe. They never left mine as she came closer. The patches of loose skin around her dark mouth fluttered in a sudden cool breeze. She walked around us and nudged Callum out of the way so she could stand next to me. I took her hand with my free one, and her cold touch crept up my arm. Her whispers weaved through the lacy smoke curtain hanging in the air. I was so happy to be alive. I didn't care. I was breathing in her stench. She'd given me the keys to capture Ayeka. We'd both dug ourselves out of the same grave. Not many people had that in common. "Can you bring this all back, Sarah?" I asked. She thumped a hand over her chest like a heartbeat and shook her head. But someone had made her yard live again. I needed someone to do that with Mom's lilacs. Their life might stop the tremors that kept skidding below my skin. Tram took my other hand and squeezed. but even his strength couldn't still my shaking.
You need to go home and rest. Callum, can you—
I'll be in my car,
he said, his gaze on Tram's hand in mine. Then he began down the path, his hands in his jeans pockets and head bent.
We'll see if we can find out who helped Sarah's yard. Sarah, come with me.
Miss Hanson held her hand out to Sarah. Sarah glanced at me, then took it, and they drifted off. Mrs. Rios looked from Tram to me with a smile.
I'm proud to know such warriors.
She smiled and followed Sarah and Miss Hanson. My gaze swept toward Callum, but night swallowed him. My mom. I need to check on her. Tram wrapped an arm around me, hugging me close, but it did nothing for the chill sweeping through my bones. Under our feet, the rocks shifted and crunched together as we wound our way up the path, a comfortable, normal sound that belonged in a graveyard. We stopped in front of Mom's grave. Her blanket of earth was tucked around her in a tight burrito, just like how she used to tuck Darby and me into bed. I crumbled to the ground and stared at her picture in the headstone. Mom, where do I begin? I smoothed the fresh footprints over her grave, like they were wrinkles in a blanket. There's no need to wake up again, okay? My hand waved through the mud, a gentle caress goodnight. So, I'm a trameler sorceress. You didn't think to tell me? Maybe she had been trying to tell me something. I looked around for a small white card at the base of her headstone, but didn't see anything. The last one I'd found had read, "Don't go to W." And the rest of it was completely smeared. I blinked. Oh, crap. Don't go to Whatty What's, also known as what gifts she carried. Were those cards from you, Mom? Were you trying to warn me? A tangled mass of questions buzzed around my head. Was my mom, the anonymous trameler, and a sorceress, communicating with me through her grave? The handwriting had seemed hurried and messy, similar to Mom's, but I hadn't allowed myself to make the connection. Tram, is my mom inside the core? I asked. He knelt and put his arm around me, his gaze aimed at her picture, too.
No, I never put her below my roots.
I nodded, thankful for his answer. What happens to tramelers and sorceresses when they die, and they don't go to the core?
It depends on what they believe in.
I think it was her leaving messages for me. Her grin inside the picture seemed genuine, but it looked out of place on someone so mysterious and full of secrets. I wasn't quite sure how I felt about that. My true feelings about all this must be buried underneath the layers of mud covering my body.
If the dead feel they left too early, their spirits will stay for a while,
he said, squeezing my shoulder.
Maybe she's trying to protect you.
I sighed, a deep, exhausted one, and let my head droop. Please stay put and rest. I glanced over my shoulder where Callum had disappeared into the darkness.
Hey!
Tram touched my cheek so I would meet his eyes. Then he looked in the same direction I had been.
Are you all right?
Confusion cast an unexpected stone into my stomach, sending a fresh wave of shudders through my body. No, I wasn't all right. But my brain was too wasted to pinpoint every reason why right then. Thumbing the smudge between Tram's eyebrows, I said, "See you tomorrow." The curves of his mouth stretched into a smile.
You know how to find me.
Leigh!
I turned. Jo shot through the night toward me. Her extra-large I'm Sleepy t-shirt swelled around her, adding fake bulk to her skinny frame. Happiness glowed in her eyes, rather than sorceress eye blue. I jumped up and ran toward my best friend. Metal and magnet together at last. Epilogue. Joe. Callum and I stood rooted in place outside my house. Long green blades of grass curled over our feet. Buds on top of thick stems scattered the yard, and looked up at the night sky, waiting to say hello to the sun. And on either side of the front porch, Mom's purple lilacs shimmied in a light breeze.
Wow,
Joe said. Callum nodded.
This is an improvement.
I was too used up to speak or to wipe away the tears. But I couldn't look away, and didn't want to, ever. The only things that crunched under my feet were all the ash tree keys sprinkled around my lawn, not the nightmare grass that had been here before. Death didn't seep from my feet anymore. But what exactly had cured my yard? And who had folded the tarps and put them on the porch in a tidy pile? I took a deep breath and tried to make sense of everything, but that seemed so complicated. How could I wrap my brain around all this? I was a trameler sorceress, but not a dead one, thank God. So what was I supposed to do with that information? Tell Dad and Darby? Because if I was a trameler sorceress, Darby was one too. This was all too much to handle. Especially right now, when all I really wanted to do was kiss every one of Mom's lilacs, take a long, hot shower, and sleep 24 hours straight. I started up the sidewalk and bent in front of the lilacs. They wriggled happily. Nearby crickets cranked the volume on their nightly song. I hovered a fingertip over one of the delicate purple petals, so I wouldn't dirty it, and smiled. No more burying things, Mom. It's time I dug up the truth about my gifts.